Chapter 666. Lu Chan stared at Yi Futian. If it was any other palace disciple who dared to rebel against his will, he would not care. However, he was Yi Futian, the first on the law rank. He had personally organized a discussion by the 6 palaces to permit him into the sage hall to cultivate. Evidently, he had high hopes for Yi Futian. He had hoped that Yi Futian would be able to become like Bai Luli in the future or even stand side by side with Bai Luli. Now, he was a little disappointed in Yi Futian. Although it was not wrong for Yi Futian to have his own stance, compared to the barren state having a saint, all personal opinions were insignificant. Lu Chan stared at Yi Futian. If it was any other palace disciple who dared to rebel against his will, he would not care. However, he was Yi Futian, the first on the law rank. He had personally organized a discussion by the 6 palaces to permit him into the sage hall to cultivate. Evidently, he had high hopes for Yi Futian. He had hoped that Yi Futian would be able to become like Bai Luli in the future or even stand side by side with Bai Luli. Now, he was a little disappointed in Yi Futian. Although it was not wrong for Yi Futian to have his own stance, compared to the barren state having a saint, all personal opinions were insignificant. The Holy Ji Palace is the barren state's holy land of cultivation. Cultivating in the palace, there are no rules to abide by. You can do whatever you want and the palace will not interfere. Sage Tianqing's gaze landed on Yi Futian as he continued. However, that is just one rule that all Holy Ji Palace disciples must follow. The will of the palace is absolute. All personal wills must make way in front of the palace's will. Not just the disciples, but even the elders and the palace lords must abide by it. In today's matter, you have already violated the palace's will. What if the palace's will is wrong? Yi Futian looked at Sage Tianqing and asked. Every personal will in the palace may be wrong, but the palace's will never be wrong, Sage Tianqing said decisively. Yi Futian looked at Sage Tianqing, then looked at his third brother and second sister, then said with resolution. However, this time, I firmly believe that the palace's will is wrong. Sage Tianqing looked towards Lu Chan. Lu Chan asked. I'll ask you one last time, will you step down? No. Yi Futian's tone was still certain with no hesitation. All right, Lu Chan replied. Tianqing Palace Lord is in charge of the punishments in the palace. What is the punishment for violating the palace's will and confronting one's elders? Expulsion, the Tianqing Palace Lord replied. Since you are so arrogant, from now on, you are no longer a disciple of the palace. Lu Chan looked at Yi Futian and said calmly, but there was a tinge of anguish in his heart. Even so, his will was exceptionally resolute. The barren state needed a saint and Bai Luli had already obtained the Sage Hall's teachings in the Sage Hall. Now, the Holy Ji Palace had placed supporting Bai Luli to the saint level as its top priority. This was also his brother's final wish for the barren state to have a saint. For this, all sacrifices were necessary. At the feast, the influential figures stared at Lu Chan with uneasy hearts. The law rank first, Yi Futian, had been expelled from the Holy Ji Palace. Lu Chan was probably agonizing over doing this. However, in the current situation, Yi Futian had resolved to be on Gu Dongliu's side. This also meant that he would be opposing the palace's will. Similarly, he was opposing Bai Luli. This was a fact that could not be changed, so Lu Chan had to make a choice. Lu Chan must have been extremely unwilling to make such a choice. After all, prodigies like Yi Futian, including Bai Luli's generation, had only appeared twice to thrice. The Holy Ji Palace had never expelled any of its law rank firsts. Yi Futian had created an unprecedented feat sitting at the side. Bai Zhe had a smirk on his face. Yi Futian had been expelled by the palace and was now a forsaken disciple. Uncle Master, the wedding can be discussed. Be prudent about this, Giga Qingfeng said. He had personally witnessed Yi Futian revealing his potential, but the progression of matters was outside his control. Everything was already in place, and it could not be stopped simply by him. He also knew how firm the palace's will was this time. He had thought that after this matter was over, he would look for Lu Chan to have a good chat. At least, he wanted them to wait for Yi Futian for another year. However, Yi Futian was now on opposing sides with Lu Chan. The two of them were equally obstinate, and firmly held their own stance. They were both unable to convince the other, so today's scenario had been created. Yi Futian had been expelled. Zhuge Qingfeng naturally understood what it meant. I have already asked him 3 times, Lu Chan replied. He had expelled Yi Futian not just because Yi Futian had violated the palace's will, but also because today's incident meant that he would be on opposing ends with Bai Luli. The Holy Ji Palace needed to be accountable to Bai Luli. Who was hurt the hardest when all this happened? Without a doubt, Bai Luli. He was a genius, 10th of the Barren Sky ranking, but today, Gu Donglu had stepped onto the Crouching Dragon Mountain to ruin his marriage. Zhuge Mingyu had agreed to leave with him in front of everyone without a shred of hesitation. What about you all? Lu Chan looked at Yuxing, Hua Jieyu, and Yi Shaoshi. We will stand where he stands, Yuxing replied. Hua Jieyu looked at Lu Chan and held Yi Futian's hand, walking side by side. She did not need to say anything more. Very well. Lu Chan took a deep breath and said, From today onwards, all of you are no longer disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. At that moment, the Crouching Dragon Feast appeared to be exceptionally quiet and repressed. The law rank 1st and 2nd, as well as a divine spiritual sorcerer, had all been expelled. From this, they could see how deep Lu Chan's obsession with the barren state having a saint was. Yi Futian looked at Lu Chan, then bowed towards him. He then raised his head and said, I have learned much in my 3 years of cultivating in the palace. If this matter can be resolved, I will definitely not treat the palace as my enemy. In the 3 years of cultivation, the palace had left lasting memories on him. Even if he was expelled, he had no grudge against the palace apart from this incident. He only felt that the palace was wrong this time, and he maintained his stand. The crowd heard Yi Futian's words and was moved. However, this matter could not be resolved that easily. Su Ke and Huang Jioge looked at the figure and could not help it. Su Ke had already reminded Yi Futian in fear that he might be rash. However, there was no way for him to persuade him, for he was already embroiled within. The Zhuge family's experts stepped forward. Since Yi Futian's group had already been expelled from the palace, they no longer had any reservations. Step down! A commanding voice sounded, causing many people to be astonished. As their gazes turned, they stared dumbfounded at the person who had spoken. It was the Zhuge family lord, Zhuge Qingfeng. The Zhuge family's experts had confused expressions. Their family lord had ordered them to step down. At the feast, many people had confused expressions. Could it be that Zhuge Qingfeng was still in distress over his daughter? Qingfeng! An elder in the Zhuge family called out to him. He had more seniority than Zhuge Qingfeng. Little brother, what do you mean by doing this? The White Cloud City Lord stood there, the robes on his body shaking in the wind and his body emanating a terrifying aura. He did not look at Zhuge Qingfeng, but before that, when Zhuge Qingfeng had tried persuading Lu Chan to be prudent, he could already feel Zhuge Qingfeng's attitude. It had seemed different from what he had expected. Lu Chan's gaze also looked towards Zhuge Qingfeng. He naturally felt it as well. Zhuge Qingfeng was wavering. Since it's a matter between the youngsters, let them settle it themselves. Zhuge Qingfeng's expression was calm and did not show much emotion, as though he had already thought about it clearly. Since the matter had already come to this, he naturally had to have his own stance. Under such a scenario, any decision of his would change the lives of many people. His daughter Zhuge Mingyu, Yi Futian, Gu Donglu. Every one of these people's lives were now in his hands. He was the only one who could cause a change in the situation. This was Crouching Dragon Mountain, and he was the owner of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Perhaps, this was the reason why Yi Futian had looked for him yesterday. He had understood, and so had Yi Futian. After Yi Futian had said what he wanted to say yesterday, he had left. The final decision was still left up to him. Luli, what do you think about this matter? Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Bai Luli, who had been sitting there all the while. At that moment, countless gazes landed on Bai Luli. He was the star of today. Zhuge Mingyu should have been engaged to him, but Gu Donglu coming to Crouching Dragon Mountain and the conversation between the two of them had caused Bai Luli to lose all his reputation. At that moment, Bai Luli stood up and slowly walked forward. Under everyone's gazes, Bai Luli looked at Zhuge Mingyu. If you were not willing, you could have disagreed previously. Why did you have to do this? Bai Luli asked. His master, father, the Holy Ji Palace, and the White Cloud City all hoped that he would end up with Zhuge Mingyu. He understood the responsibility that he had, and he also liked Zhuge Mingyu. That was why he naturally agreed to the marriage. Did you ever ask me if I agreed? Zhuge Mingyu looked at Bai Luli and asked. Bai Luli shook his head. He had never asked the question. You are the Barren State's genius of the generation. Everyone has high hopes for you. You are 10th on the Barren Sky ranking and are unrivaled in the state, so everyone feels that this marriage is only natural. You are too perfect, but everything in existence has its flaws, so I don't like you. Even if the entire Barren State feels that I should marry you, I dislike you. Even if he did not come, I would not marry you, she continued saying. Bai Luli quietly listened to Zhuge Mingyu's words, then silently replied, I understand now. As he said that, he had a self-mocking smile. The marriage that the entire Barren State supported was nothing but a farce from the beginning. You're right, everything in existence has its flaws. I am also not a perfect person. Bai Luli looked at Zhuge Mingyu and continued. So, even though I can understand you, I cannot forgive you. As he said that, he started walking forward. As he took a step forward, he said, That is why I, Bai Luli, insist on taking you as my wife. As his voice landed, he looked towards Gu Donglu and said, As for the person who ruined my marriage, I naturally cannot forgive him. A tyrannical aura emitted from Bai Luli as he stepped in Gu Dongliu's direction. The Zhuge family's elders all gave way as they saw this scene, and created a path for him. Feeling the pressure from Bai Luli, Yi Futian's group all had stern expressions. At that moment, Gu Donglu stepped forward and shielded them. He faced Bai Luli's gaze head-on and replied, Let's go up. As his voice landed, his body flew through the clouds and landed in the area above Crouching Dragon Mountain. Bai Luli raised his head and looked, then moved in a flash and flew into the air. Chapter 667. The two figures flew into the air above Crouching Dragon Mountain. They were both in the Sage Plain, so the impact of their battle would be extremely terrifying. If they battled on Crouching Dragon Mountain, the destruction caused would be too great. The two figures flew into the air above Crouching Dragon Mountain. They were both in the Sage Plain, so the impact of their battle would be extremely terrifying. If they battled on Crouching Dragon Mountain, the destruction caused would be too great. Countless people raised their heads and looked into the air. They saw an invisible current flowing around both their bodies. The spiritual chi in the air started to rampage, and the winds bellowed. Imposing currents flowed down from the heavens, and a sage plane might crush down from the air. Seeking death. The White Cloud City Lord's expression was ruthless. Disregarding their potential, there was already a difference in cultivation level between Gu Donglu and Bai Luli. What kind of battle would it be? If it had not been for Bai Luli stepping out, he would not have let Bai Luli fight with Gu Donglu, and would have executed Gu Donglu immediately. After today's incident, what would be left of White Cloud City's reputation? Why go to such an extent? Many influential figures looked into the air and sighed. A few years ago, Gu Donglu had challenged Bai Luli when he had entered the Sage Plain and lost, but Bai Luli had not pursued the matter. This time, even with Bai Luli's refinement, he was evidently enraged. Today was his engagement. He had been watched by the entire world, and the entire Barren State had sent their congratulations. However, he was now a laughingstock. Just like he said, he could understand Zhuge Mingyu, but he could not forgive her. Thus he had walked out. Third brother. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the battle in the air. Bai Luli was famous throughout the land. Even with his third brother's exceptional potential, he still had no confidence in this battle. Yesterday, he had gone to look for Zhuge Qingfeng. Evidently, Zhuge Qingfeng had been moved and was willing to help him, but he could not stop Bai Luli from stepping in unless he wanted to start a war with White Cloud City. Moreover, there were people from the palace around as well. Bai Luli is already a high-level sage while Gu Donglu is only a mid-level sage. The outcome of this battle is quite obvious, the alchemy city lord Yuchi said. He looked at Shuiyi, seemingly trying to hint for them not to have too high hopes. Yi Futian clenched his fists. The sage plane was split into 3 levels: sage, magi, archmage. Every level was then split into low, mid, and high level. Bai Luli was a high-level sage while his third brother was only a mid-level sage, so there was already a divide in cultivation level. Back then in the Eastern Barren Territory, Gu Donglu had defeated Lu Nantian, a grade 1 noble, when he was only a grade 2 noble. However, although his opponent was also one of the Eastern Barren Territory's geniuses, his opponent this time was much stronger, the Barren State's Bai Luli. In the air, Bai Luli's eyes turned gray. In an instant, the vast area was enveloped by an invisible rule power. Everything in the heavens appeared to be controlled by Bai Luli. The Eye of Devastation. Yi Futian recalled the time when he had battled Bai Zhe in the palace's admission examination. Bai Zhe's life spirit was the Eye of Devastation and the spell scroll. Bai Luli was evidently much stronger than Bai Zhe. At that moment, an invisible gray hand lashed out towards Gu Donglu, attempting to invade his spiritual will and take control of his body. However, at that moment, Gu Donglio's eyes also became especially brilliant. An overbearing eye sorcery light gleamed. The light actually created a divine spiritual will that blocked off Gu Donglio's spiritual will attack. Gu Donglu and Bai Luli were both spirit elemental cultivators and both excelled in eye sorcery. Back in the Eastern Barren Territory, when he descended on the Qin dynasty, he had rendered the Qin dynasty's experts immobile with just a glance. In the air, the two of them created a terrifying force field around them. The winds billowed as their spiritual wills formed force fields, and the entire crouching dragon mountain could feel the might of the force field. The invisible gray hand appeared to become corporeal and smashed towards Gu Donglio's body, covering the skies in an unstoppable fashion. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared behind Gu Donglu. It was an ancient character, Lin. The giant ancient character had a sacred glow, like a celestial light. It shone on Gu Donglio's body, causing his spiritual will to become even more powerful. Rays of spiritual light clashed with the giant hand and it finally exploded into nothingness. However, the overbearing pressure was still permeating the air. Under the Eye of Devastation, it had become a deathly space. Back then, when Bai Zhe released his life spirit, his opponents could not even cast spells. Bai Luli's would only be scarier. However, at that moment, Bai Luli stretched out both his hands and divine lightning struck down from the skies. Countless lightning rays scattered down, and Bai Luli bathed within. Then the lightning started to move in 8 directions. Instantly, the lightning rays gathered like snakes in the skies toward 8 locations, sealing off the 8 directions. Then, they turned into a shadow of the Thunder God, standing in the air, as though the real Thunder God had descended. Bai Luli's outstretched arms had lightning intent on them, flowing through the air, guiding the 8 Thunder Gods to seal off the area, with Gu Donglu in the center of the area. Feeling the destructive power in the skies, Yi Futian's heart pounded vigorously. Was this the strength of a sage plane expert? Their spells were too powerful. Hua Jiyu and Zhuge Mingyu also looked at the air, worrying for Gu Donglu. Bai Luli was simply too strong. Even the influential figures from the elite factions looked into the air. Bai Luli, the most prodigious person in the Barren State, had the potential to become a saint. His talent had overshadowed the entire state. Di Gang, Li Futu, and the others of the younger generation figures all looked into the air as well. Bai Luli was the benchmark for all of the Barren State's teens. He was the symbol of their generation, so they naturally wanted to watch him in action. This gentle and refined genius. How imposing would he be when he was angered? The terrifying lightning sealed off the air, and the moving lightning rays had even turned pure white like light. However, there was a dark color hidden within them. It was the power of destruction. It was evidently not a simple lightning element spell, but one that had strong rule power fused into its offense. Gu Donglio's gaze was as calm as always. Although he knew how strong Bai Luli was in his heart, he had already experienced it in their battle a few years ago. Otherwise, he would not have left the barren state and gone to the other states, crossing countless regions. It was only until a few years later that he had wanted to return and secretly check on Zhuge Mingyu. However, the news that awaited him upon his return was the marriage that the entire barren state was anticipating. Gu Donglu released his life spirit behind himself and a celestial shadow appeared, surrounded by 9 words: Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Jin, Lai, Qian, Xing. Each ancient character released a divine glow and had its own unique, powerful aura. Gu Donglu raised his head and looked into the air. Around his body, figures of war gods appeared. The 9 war gods were summoned and surrounded his body. Standing in 9 locations, each war god had one of the 9 words on them. Next, the 9 war gods actually resonated and a devastating force emanated from them. The 9 war gods resonating created an absolutely divine sight, surrounding the entire area with countless ancient characters surrounding a light screen. Divine, strong, absolute. 1,000 direction strike, Bai Lili said in a cold voice. The 8 thunder gods struck out with strong attacks, and at that moment, unlimited destructive light rushed towards a single direction towards Gu Dongliu's body. However, Gu Dongliu's body had resonated with the 9 war gods that he had summoned, and the protective light screen created by the 9 words released a blinding light. Then, the ancient characters flew into the air towards the destructive lightning spell in an endless wave. Rays of destructive light were emitted, and in an instant, countless ancient characters were reduced to dust. However, when the spell landed on the light screen, it only caused a crack to appear on it, and could not break through. What a strong defense! Many people could feel the offensive strength, and were shocked. With Bai Lili's strength, they could imagine how forceful the 1,000 direction strike he cast was. Even those in the same cultivation level as him would probably be defeated in one hit, but Gu Donglu had blocked his attack with only the cultivation level of a mid-level sage. His potential was also among the barren state's elite geniuses. Many people thought about Yi Futian, Zhuge Mingyu, and Shui Yi. They were all disciples from the same master, and were all prodigies. Back then, the Eastern Barren Territory's cottage was indeed a mysterious place. The cottage's master was probably also a prodigious figure, otherwise, the great emperor's men would not have personally descended to bring him away. In the air, a terrifying glow lit up all of Crouching Dragon Mountain. At that moment, there were countless figures outside the Crouching Dragon Mountain who had all wanted to witness the Barren State's most anticipated marriage, but did not have the right to enter the Zhuge family. However, at this moment, countless people outside Crouching Dragon Mountain were watching the scene in the distance in awe. In the air, a shocking battle had erupted and they could feel the dominant aura clearly even from an extremely far distance. "That's Bai Lili," someone said, astounded. "What happened on Crouching Dragon Mountain?" Today was Bai Lili and Zhuge Mingyue's engagement, but he was actually battling someone. It was evidently not a simple spar. "Who is Bai Lili's opponent?" Many people looked at Gu Donglu, the handsome white-robed scholar with glaring light around his body. He was also a prodigy, or he would not be able to battle with Bai Lili. "Gu Donglu," someone replied. Previously, someone had heard a voice at the foot of the mountain. Gu Donglu entered the Zhuge family to propose marriage. "Who is Gu Donglu?" someone asked. There was someone trying to ruin the marriage at this juncture? Back then, he had challenged Bai Lili for Zhuge Mingyu. Moreover, he is also the brother of the Holy Ji Palace's law rank first, Yi Futian. Somebody who knew the details explained. The news spread at a breakneck pace. Not long ago, Xuanwu City had a rumor that Yi Futian did not approve of the marriage. It seemed like it was because of his brother. Now that such a conflict had erupted, what was the lower rank first Yi Futian going to do? More and more people rushed towards the Zhuge family on Crouching Dragon Mountain, watching the battle in the air. Over there, Thunder God stood tall among the heavens and Gu Donglu had summoned 9 war gods and was surrounded by 9 ancient characters. What a breathtaking sight! Most people would hardly come by a battle of this level in their lifetime. Chapter 668. In the air above Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bai Lili and Gu Donglu fought. The 1,000-direction strike fell straight down, and cracks became more and more apparent. The light of 9 words carried intense mystical powers, so much so that it was capable of repairing the cracks. More and more spiritual chi flowed into the light of 9 words from the surroundings, enabling it to shine with undying light. In the air above Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bai Luli and Gu Donglu fought. The 1,000-direction strike fell straight down, and cracks became more and more apparent. The light of 9 words carried intense mystical powers, so much so that it was capable of repairing the cracks. More and more spiritual chi flowed into the light of 9 words from the surroundings, enabling it to shine with undying light. Bai Luli remained unfazed. While he knew that Gu Donglu was an extraordinary figure possessing exceptional talents, Bai Luli nonetheless possessed the edge in plain difference. As such, there was little to be left to the imagination with that battle. It was not that Bai Luli was being reckless, it was that he was the most notable figure of his generation in barren state, one possessing the potential to become a saint and a symbol of an era. As such, he needed to have that much confidence. Unending godly thunder coursed throughout Bai Luli's body. He glanced at the airspace above Gu Donglu for a bit. The eye of devastation controlled unlimited power in their surroundings, enabling the coalescence of appalling power right above Gu Donglu. The light from the 9 shadows of thunder gods stopped attacking Gu Donglu and was instead focused on locking down the battlefield. Unending powers flowed to one low point. At that very moment, the shadow of a giant like a true ancient god appeared, just like a saint. Godly creation of all things. Sparkles were seen in the eyes of many great figures from the Holy Ji Palace. It was a super-powerful ability of the Holy Ji Palace, one passed down in Sage Hall. Bai Luli entered the Sage Hall long ago, and it was said that he attained the acknowledgement and lineage of the Sage Hall, which was why the Holy Ji Palace saw him to be the successor and the next palace lord. Every single will of the Holy Ji Palace had Bai Luli becoming a saint in mind, paving the way for him to do so. Godly creation of all things was a super-powerful offensive technique, but it was also a frightening defensive technique packed with tremendous power. The shadow, which looked like an ancient god, stood tall in the air, holding a heaven-shaking divine hammer. Devastating light rained downward. A terrifying gravitational pressure bore down on everything below. Even in their banquet seat of Crouching Dragon Mountain, everyone was still able to sense the terrifying power of the pressure. Third brother. Shui Ye's expression changed. The pressure was simply too powerful. Luo Fan turned rather pale as well. Yi Futian felt a shudder within. When Du Donglu and Lu Nantian fought, Shui Yi and Luo Fan were incredibly confident, not worrying that their third brother might end up losing it all. Right here and now, however, either of them had any of that confidence. There might have been many who bore great titles yet had little to show for it, but when a person was able to become a true master of something, to make it to the pinnacle and become a symbol of his generation, that person would definitely not be one with a great name but little to show for it. Such a person would truly possess immeasurably terrifying solid skills and powers. And Bai Luli indeed possessed the power of the lineage of a saint. Gu Donglu felt the terrifying might. Light of the 9 words coalesced in a crazed manner around him. Fearsome sword will burst from within his body. Endless sword will coalesce as if the energies between the heavens and the earth gushed at him. A terrifying sword image appeared around him, which looked like a great sword. Streaks of sword will whipped about, circling his body. A giant sword appeared right before Gu Donglu. The light of the 9 words flowed in a crazed manner at the giant sword. The rules of its surroundings resonated with it. The giant sword was 100 meters long. It pierced through the air and shot for the heavens. Gu Donglu was also one who was versed in multiple disciplines. Spiritual arts, summons, sword, midra, and speed, he was versed in all of them. The sword can easily cut through a common mid-level sage. The great figures below all felt the terrifying energies within the sword as they commented. Gu Donglu was a figure like no other at the moment. However, it was unfortunate that he met Bai Luli on that day. Bai Luli, who attained the lineage of the Sage Hall, was peerless throughout the barren state. Among the younger generations, only Yi Futian possessed the potential to fight toe-to-toe with him. While Bai Luli was just in the sage plane, his combat capacity at the moment allowed him to fight some magi. The power of the heaven-shaking divine hammer felt frightening in the skies. The ancient, godlike shadow moved and brought the hammer down. At that very moment, everyone felt as if they were being put under lockdown by some unbearable pressure, and it seemed that even speed would not have helped much in escaping that pressure. A rainbow pierced the heavens and the giant sword was brought to bear with endless divine might. The weapon was brought down in an instant without any regard for the distance between it and the target. The air around the sword seemed as if it was being split apart. The strike brought appalling might with it. However, when the hammer of that ancient god struck, blinding halos burst in the air. Everyone kept their eyes on the scene in the air. They saw the giant sword literally falling apart. The divine hammer continued to be brought down to bear on its surroundings with unstoppable force. There was little to nothing to be seen from the changes in Gu Donglio's expression. Covered with holy light, the 9 gods of war surrounded the ancient word while lashing out with palm prints. The Junlin Madra, Jingang Madra, Patian Madra, Dojan Madra. 9 Madras were lashed out at the air before them, taking the form of 9 incredibly huge palm prints. Boom, boom, boom. The heaven-shaking divine hammer destroyed everything in its path. All Madras fell apart. The hammer was then brought down on the screen of the 9 words, and multiple cracks formed on it under that tremendous pressure. It was soon completely shattered. The hands of the 9 gods met the hammer itself eventually, stopping its advances. However, Gu Donglu fell down like a bolt of lightning. Bam! A loud rumble was heard and Gu Donglu stepped on the middle of the banquet at Crouching Dragon Mountain. Everything around him was destroyed that very second. Many great figures set up defenses of light, stopping the shockwave of the move from spreading too far. Many were able to see that the ground that Gu Donglu stepped on shattered. His body was slightly bent, and blood was seen from the corner of his mouth. Third brother Yi Futian and the rest of his party were stunned as they looked at figure dressed in white before them. That is just too powerful. Many turned their heads up to look at Bai Luli in the air. That silhouette stood proud in the air for all to see, be it inside or out of Crouching Dragon Mountain. It exuded the air of an absolute champion, a sight to behold for all in barren state. He would have pummeled anyone from the same plane as he. It went without saying that he was not going to lose that fight, as he was fighting Gu Donglu, someone of a lower plane. Bringing the massive offensive capacity afforded by the lineage of the saint to bear was the greatest acknowledgement he demonstrated for Gu Donglio's abilities. How is that bastard so powerful? Even Long Linger looked rather unwell. Gu Donglu was Yi Futian's senior, and it was a given whose side she was on. Long Ao and his wife glanced at the girl before turning their attention back at that figure standing proud in the air. Bai Luli ranked 10th on Barren Sky ranking as a sage, and he managed to do so with his extraordinary talents and incredible frightening potential. How could he not be so powerful? While both had only attacked each other several times in that battle, it was more than enough for everyone around them to see how immensely talented those two were. It was a pity that their stance meant that they were on opposite sides with no chance for reconciliation. Stop fighting already! Zhuge Mingyu looked at Gu Donglu and said. She had never asked for Gu Donglu to beat Bai Luli anyway. Gu Donglu glanced at her and replied, It is not that I do not know what you are thinking. It is just that there are things that I have to do. He took to the air as soon as he finished talking, shooting up like a bolt of lightning, standing before Bai Luli once again. The 9 words surrounded him, and this time, they turned even more dazzling. Undying light shone on his body, and with him at the center, a tornado whipped up. He looked like a being of light as he gradually turned to resemble a sword. Sword traversing the heavens! Gu Donglu mumbled, and a terrifying heaven-slaying sword matrix formed with him at the center. He closed his eyes and it seemed as if countless shadows flew out of his body. Every single shadow seemed to resemble him, and yet look like a sword. They circled around the vicinity, and they howled about. Every sword resonated with the heavens and the earth, as they headed for Bai Luli. Bai Luli unleashed his eye of devastation life spirit. His eyes looking incredibly eerie, demonic, and dark, grayish-dimensional storms appeared. Those swords, which came with full intentions of killing him, were surprisingly unable to get near him. They simply bent and moved aside as they got close. However, those swords did not truly leave, they reversed instead. Both controlled their own spells with an insanely powerful spiritual will. More and more swords appeared as they blocked out the skies and occupied all space possible in the vicinity. Bailuli stood at the center of everything, yet he looked incredibly calm and composed. There was no fluctuation to be seen from his expression. He went to simply watch everything around him in silence. Undying lights flowed about his body, and yet another shadow of an ancient godlike being appeared. It was an incredibly imposing god clad in gold. It brought its sword down on its target's defenses. There was no way to stop it. "This is just too powerful," everyone on Crouching Dragon Mountain mumbled to themselves. The super spell, godly creation of all things, was mastered to the utmost perfection at the hands of Bailuli. That is truly the number one genius in all of the barren state, members of the Zhuge family thought to themselves. Their eyes on Gu Donglu turned even colder still. The marriage arrangement that had the entire barren state hyped up was being destroyed by him. What is that Bailuli is using? People from outside the Crouching Dragon Mountain thought as they were still feeling the shock. They knew little about the power he inherited from the sage hall of the Holy Ji Palace. They simply felt that Bailuli truly had no match in all of the barren state. Lu Chan was very calm. As Bailuli's teacher, he knew his student better than anyone else. Due to such understanding, he came to know well of Bailuli's potential and went to pave his student's path. The will of the Holy Ji Palace was a unanimous one, so much so that even a top-notch genius like Futian was unable to stop Bailuli's journey to sainthood. Gu Donglu, however, maintained his stance. He continued to bring his sword aura to bear. The number of sword aura increased over time, gushing forth like a torrent, and went on to cover the space around them. He extended his right hand, unleashing pinching sword techniques. His eyes remained closed, yet his spiritual will was never used to such an extent. He stepped forward and uttered, "My will is the will of the sword." He vanished as soon as he finished. The gushing downward torrent of sword will resonated all of a sudden, as every single shadow that flew out manifested at will. Endless sword wills and the rushing torrent of swords coalesced in that very moment. The river of swords melded into one sword. An incredibly refined sword flash appeared in the sky, piercing the golden god's shadow encasing Bailuli. At that very instant, sword aura rampaged in the air as the shadow of the golden god cracked, bursting with blinding golden light. Bailuli extended his hand, and an incredibly huge palm of the ancient god was brought to bear. With a loud boom, everyone saw Gu Donglio's body being sent flying through the air as he spat out blood. The golden brilliance around Bailuli shattered as well, as he was sent gliding backward. Chapter 669. The battle atop Crouching Dragon Mountain stopped as both sides were thrown off. Gu Donglu was injured while Bailuli was thrown aside. The battle atop Crouching Dragon Mountain stopped as both sides were thrown off. Gu Donglu was injured while Bailuli was thrown aside. It was apparent that Bailuli had an absolute advantage. Even so, however, Gu Donglu was surprisingly capable of fending Bailuli off under the powers of the godly creation of all things still. It was nonetheless a feat that impressed many. Such a pity. Many looked at Gu Donglu and sighed. Such a person would have become a legend among their peers. While he had only appeared in the barren state twice and was nowhere near as renowned as Bailuli, that battle on Crouching Dragon Mountain would have made him famous throughout the barren state overnight. The battle that made Bailuli a figure renowned far and wide all those years ago was one that was fought when he was at the pinnacle of the noble plane. He, as a noble at his pinnacle, defeated a mighty one who had broken into the sage plane. It was indeed a battle that made him something akin to a god. As such, he quickly rose to be ranked 10th as soon as he broke into sage plane. It was a prestige like no other, and Gu Donglio's current plane level would have meant being swiftly crushed. It was totally unexpected that he was able to hold out for so long. That alone served as a testament to his immense talent, and that he would have been a god among his peers as well. Regardless of that impressive feat, however, Gu Donglu was deemed to be at his limit, and fending off Bai Luli was the most he was able to do. Even if Gu Donglu had talent on par with Bai Luli, the difference in playing levels meant that he would still have eventually ended up as the loser. Many felt it a pity for two of figures of such godlike talent and capability to be on totally opposite sides. The current generation to have emerged in the barren state seemed to be one where legends would have been made once again. Bai Luli glanced at Gu Donglu calmly, and there was little to be made out from his eyes. He extended his hands once again, unleashing his eye of devastation life spirit. A powerful aura field was conjured as violet lightning bolts and golden flashes struck from the heavens. Streaks of dazzling lights filled the air like lines of spell runes. The runes quickly flowed to seal the space around Gu Donglio's body. Many turned their heads up from below. Huge matrices that sealed off the air appeared around Gu Donglu. The countless runes were practically all over him. 8 shadows emerged from every direction around him to control the huge matrix in the air. Endless lights permeated the air in the matrix, as if countless threads were thrown all across the space Gu Donglu occupied. In that very instant, that space seemed to be locked down by absolute sealing powers. No spiritual chi was able to be gathered as the space was put under lockdown. Caught in the middle of all that, Gu Donglu remained calm as he unleashed his spiritual will. However, in the very next moment, his will felt thousands of threads all around him, and every thread felt like the sharpest blade that ever existed, tearing at his will. He was astonished to find that he had absolutely no control over the powers around him. An incredibly huge symbol saying, "Seal," appeared in the air. Gu Donglu was caught in it, and he seemed to have been rendered completely imprisoned within. What kind of sealing technique is this? Many found their jaws gaping as they felt the terrifying sealing power infused within it. The sealing of all creations. It was a derivative skill that Luli created from the powers of godly creation of all things, Sage Shu's song explained. Be it godly creation of all things or sealing of all creations, there was no doubt that both were godlike skills, and such powers were derived from spiritual will like no other. When a cultivator reached the sage plane, the cultivator would have developed the power to communicate with their surroundings using their spiritual will alone, enabling the use of powers of rules. When the spiritual will power was put under lockdown, however, it became a devastating blow like no other. The one to be subjected to such a predicament would have their combat capacity decimated. That battle was practically over. With Gu Donglio's spiritual will being put under lockdown, he was only capable of communicating with the limited amount of space immediately around him. Light of the 9 words circled around him, and 9 shadows of the gods of war stood by. Sword aura permeated the air, attempting to unravel the seal. At that very moment, a purplish gold shadow of an ancient god appeared before Gu Donglu, standing tall in the sky, looking like some insurmountable god. His godly creation of all things allows him to summon ancient gods of varying abilities. Many watched the ongoing battle with stunned looks. Bai Luli was simply too powerful, so much so that he seemed to be the manifestation of the concept of invincibility. The summoned purplish gold ancient god held a heavenly halberd in its hand as if it was the enforcer god charged with enforcing the laws between the earth and the heavens. A devastating, punishing power was unleashed from the weapon it held, striking down like purplish gold lightning bolts. The power of the Tianqing Pavilion! The hearts of many great figures shook. Such combat capacity was practically invincible if the one wielding it were to reach the pinnacle of Sage Plane. It was truly the potential of one destined to become a saint and the champion of barren sky ranking in the future. Endless punishing lights rained down Gu Donglu, hitting hard on the 9 words but still unable to destroy them. The ancient god was then seen striking down with the heavenly halberd in hand. The air rumbled with thunderous might, creating a sonic boom like no other. Boom! When the heavenly halberd hit its intended target, sparkling lights danced in the air, spreading out in all directions. The ancient runes around Gu Donglu shattered one after another, and his defensive screen of light cracked, threatening to shatter at any given second. However, terrifying beams shot out from Gu Donglio's eyes. He unleashed his will to his very limit, keeping the screen of light together. Despite his efforts, the punishing light seeped through the cracks and hit Gu Donglu, making him spit more blood as his body trembled. That's the end of it. Many quipped to themselves how short the battle had been at the sight of Gu Donglu being bombarded. It was, however, a spectacular battle. Despite Gu Donglio's strategies and tricks, none of them proved to be of much use when he was being severely limited by Bailuli's overpowering abilities. The air meant for sainthood crushed his opponent through sheer difference in plane levels. Third brother. Yi Futian watched the battle above as he trembled within. So that is what Bailuli, the number one genius of the barren state, is capable of. Despite his third brother's unparalleled talents, he was being suppressed all the same. Geniuses were all capable of fighting people of planes higher than theirs, and his third brother was one with such talent. It was a pity that the one who stood before him was another with such talent. It was near impossible to make up for the difference in plane level when fighting someone like Bailuli and come out on top. Ants trying to shake a tree, futility like none other indeed. Baize glanced at the air with cold eyes. His expression was a cold one, yet his mind was elated beyond measure. What makes Gu Donglu think he can just come over to Crouching Dragon Mountain and steal the bride like that? Yi Futian had already been expelled from the Holy Ji Palace. If he dared kick up a fuss over Gu Donglio's death, he would have ended up dying next, and there was simply nothing anyone could do to save his skin. The punishing lights headed for Gu Donglu without rest, penetrating the screen of light. Gu Donglu remained adamant in resisting the onslaught. His white garb was stained red with blood, and it was a harrowing sight to behold. Shui Yi, Luo Fan, and all the others clenched their fists as they trembled. They, however, were unable to do anything to help. That battle was one that they did not even so much have the capacity to intervene in. Worse still, there were many great figures around them, and none of those great figures would have tolerated any attempts to ruin the battle. Enough, Zhuge Mingyu said coldly. She leaped into the air armed and ready, but Bai Gu, the city lord of White Cloud City, glanced at her casually. Terrifying eye sorcery was unleashed from his eyes, making Zhuge Mingyu feel herself going stiff all over and utterly incapable of moving. The difference in plane between her and the city lord was simply too great. You are the future lady of White Cloud City. Know your place, the city lord said coldly with a deadpan expression. If it was not for that treasure of the Zhuge family, and the desire to provide further assurance for his son, Bailuli, on his way to sainthood, the city lord would not have lowered himself to propose such a marriage arrangement. He was the city lord of White Cloud City, ranked 4th on the barren sky ranking, while his son, Bailuli, ranked 10th and was seen to be a future saint. No other force throughout the barren state other than the Holy Ji Palace, where both of them trained, was deemed qualified enough to have him take such measures. Despite this, however, Zhuge Mingyu dared do something so outrageous. It was seen as an unparalleled display of insolence. Zhuge Mingyu glared at the city lord coldly before turning her eyes back at the battlefield in the air. Gu Donglio's current predicament seemed to have reddened her eyes somewhat. She had once thought that so long as he was there, she would fear nothing and would give anything to be with him. She came to realize that that had been little more than an assumption. She was still afraid, and at the moment, her heart ached. She felt herself to have gained some understanding about that breakup letter that Gu Donglu sent. Sometimes, it was not so much something done out of worry for oneself, but out of concern for what the other party would do. Zhuge Mingyu turned her eyes at Zhuge Qingfeng. The only one capable of stopping the battle was none other than her father. Zhuge Qingfeng took notice of Zhuge Mingyu's eyes and knew her intentions. He knew her daughter well. If something were to happen to Gu Donglu, all her inhibitions would be thrown out of the window. He knew that while his daughter seemed to be the calm and quiet sort, she was incredibly stubborn within. Bailuli looked at Gu Donglu in the air and asked, "Don't you want to say something?" Gu Donglu glanced at Bailuli before closing his eyes, letting all that punishing power penetrate his body. What was that Bailuli wanted me to say? Whatever one deems to be the right thing to do, then one should persevere with one's undertaking no matter what. What else is there to be said? At that very moment, Gu Donglu recalled a lot of things: the cottage, the old man sitting in there, him standing behind the old man, asking, "Teacher, what does it mean to be a sage?" "Your plane, your breadth of mind, and your bearing," the old man answered. "How is one able to become a sage?" he asked again. "Keep an open mind, and the world will open up before you. Know your destiny, and you will know how to become a sage. What is above the sage? The saint. What does it mean to be the saint? According to my understanding of the saint, it means to be free of shortcomings," the old man said. "What would that actually be?" he asked again. "What the hell is wrong with you, kid? I don't do cultivation. Can't you go find answers yourself?" "But would I be able to do so?" "So long as you have the world in your heart, and are free of yearning in your mind, there is no way you can't do that. Are you doubting my judgment of character now? I should have left you to your own devices back then." The old man yapped away in anger. Gu Donglu thought, and there seemed to be a holy shadow welling up in his mind. Formless power flowed into his body, and his will seemed to grow stronger, spreading outside his body. The power of the sealing of all creations was still in place, blocking his will power. However, the life spirit behind him glittered with dazzling light, becoming increasingly holy as if it was imbued with terrifying divinity. Everyone was dumbfounded at the changes to Gu Donglio's body. The life spirit behind him seemed to have metamorphosed, becoming some holy being. The light of holiness flowed into his body, making him shining inside out with holy glitter. Chapter 670. What is happening? Many turned to look at Gu Donglu. Some mysterious latent power within him seemed to have been awakened. His life spirit gradually metamorphosed, as if he was becoming even more powerful. What is happening? Many turned to look at Gu Donglu. Some mysterious latent power within him seemed to have been awakened. His life spirit gradually metamorphosed, as if he was becoming even more powerful. Is he harnessing the power of the secret arts? The punishing force continued to reign on him. Gu Donglu had no time to slowly comprehend the changes occurring in his body. His spiritual will seemed to have broken through the power of sealing of all creations, spreading out to the greater surroundings about him. The light of the 9 words grew intensely dazzling as they resonated with the heavens and the earth. Boom! At that very second, the 9 words surrounding his life spirit went to bombard the 8 gods of war. Limitless power gushed into the ancient words, making every word seemingly infused with some mystical power as they rained down below. 8 earth-shaking rumbles were heard as the shadows of those gods of war were being torn apart. The power of sealing of all creations disintegrated, but that terrifying shadow of the ancient god attacked with its halberd still. The shadow of the life spirit behind Gu Donglu grew increasingly huge, becoming a true holy shadow. It lashed out with its giant palm at that ancient god. 9 mudras emerged as the palm continued on its path, with the powers of the world gushing into the mudra in the hand. The ancient god's shadow's heavenly halberd continued to be brought down with the might of divine wrath. The mudras shattered violently, but that halberd was unable to survive the clash as well. The holy shadow was thrown back with a huge rumble, and the body of that great ancient god broke apart. He became stronger. Countless were shocked to see what Gu Donglu had become. Mystical power seemed to have emerged from within him, bringing the limitless power of the world in and fusing it with his body. However, Gu Donglio's eyes remained closed all that while. Having the world in his heart, and being free of yearning in his mind, the greater world had indeed opened up to him, enabling him to sense the heavens and the earth at a vastly greater capacity. The power of the heavens rushed at him. One shadow after another was seen leaving his body at that very moment, and all of them were illusory shadows of Gu Donglu himself. The shadows morphed into blinding lights and powerful flashes as they traversed the air, appearing before Bai Luli and went straight into his body. They were the manifestations of Gu Donglio's will, and the manifestations were so real that they looked tangible. Bai Luli remained standing proud in the air with his eyes looking forward. Countless shadows of Gu Donglu appeared between Gu Donglu and Bai Luli, heading for the latter, bringing the might of the world to bear. Such powerful spiritual will! Everyone watching from below was able to feel the power permeating the air above. Gu Donglu was fighting a battle of wills with Bai Luli. Such battles were even more perilous, as any missteps would leave the wielders will crumbling, turning them into beings little more than vegetables. Despite the mystical nature of the power welling up from within Gu Donglu, the man himself was still of a lower plane compared to Bai Luli, and his crazed antics were deemed unthinkable. A pair of gigantic eyes seemed to have appeared behind Bai Luli. The eye of devastation unleashed tremendously terrifying light. Bai Luli's eyes themselves turned demonic. Everything in the world seemed to have been put under his will before, yet at that very moment, the will that was heading his way was something totally out of his control. A shadow of will of intense holiness walked out of Gu Donglio's body as if his very own will had left his body. All life signs in his body ceased as all that holy brilliance gathered about the shadow of the spiritual will walking out. Thousands of others like it walked at the same time, bringing with them the resonance with the powers of the heavens and the earth. They seemed like the sharpest blades to ever be made in the world as they walked towards Bai Luli. This guy is insane. Everyone watched Gu Donglu with stunned expressions. The consequences of that very move he pulled could have very probably led to utter destruction. Once one's own was completely destroyed, the person in question would be rendered a useless cripple, if they were able to even survive. Watching Gu Donglu walking towards him, Bai Luli was able to tell without a doubt that his opponent carried incredible willpower. At that very moment, he felt like there were endless sword wills hanging in the air, ready to penetrate his body. Fearsome will emerged from within Bai Luli as well. A great will of an ancient god appeared, encasing his body. At that moment, Bai Luli looked like a god himself. My spiritual will has already been made flawless when I trained in the Sage Hall. Your plane is lower than mine. Do you think you have a chance at winning this? Bai Luli looked at Gu Donglu and continued. Have you ever thought about what will happen to you if you lose? With my mind flawless and my will steeled, I do not see how I will end up losing, Gu Donglu replied. That is your idea of flawless, Bai Luli said. If you fight, you will definitely lose. What is victory and what is defeat? Gu Donglio's gaze was locked onto Bai Luli. The lights of the 9 words shimmered around his body as the endless shadows melded into one and moved forward. He extended his finger and pointed forward. Power gushed at the extended finger in a frenzy, as a devastating storm whipped about where the finger pointed at, penetrating everything as the mighty finger remained extended. The eyes of the shadow of the ancient god turned completely gray. A devastating will out to tear everything apart invaded Gu Donglio's mystical, divine body, yet he was totally unfazed as he continued to move forward. He headed straight for that devastating storm, and with his finger lowered, the powers of the heavens and earth seemed to have melded at the tip of his finger before raining down on the body of that ancient god. At that very instant, countless streaks of light appeared on that body, resembling an ancient god, forming like cracks. I walk the great path alone and my mind remains adamant. So long as I remain firm in the righteousness of my actions, I will not be defeated. Gu Donglio's voice penetrated everything. The hearts of many trembled below, yet Bai Luli remained standing where he was, looking at Gu Donglu. The ancient god shadow formed by Bai Luli's spiritual will looked increasingly cracked. Streaks of devastating light leaked from within as if the construct itself would shatter soon. The expressions of Lu Chan and the city lord of White Cloud City turned somewhat in response. A moment was stretched to feel like an eternity. Bai Luli stared at Gu Donglu. While Gu Donglu seemed to be at the verge of destruction, it seemed, at the same time, that he was not going to be destroyed. Gu Donglio's eyes remained forward as he said, My mind is flawless. His divine body clashed with the shadow of the ancient god shortly after. Appalling might encompassed the air above. Everyone below and outside Crouching Dragon Mountain watched in astonishment, the battle raging on. They had no words to describe what they were seeing, and the appalling nature of the battle was felt only in their hearts. A powerful beam of light shot out, and the body of the ancient god seemed to have been penetrated. The holy shadow dissipated and withdrew into Gu Donglu in an instant. Blood spouted from his mouth, as the seemingly lifeless body of Gu Donglu opened his eyes, falling down onto crouching Dragon Mountain below. "Third brother!" Yi Futian and the others shouted. Zhuge Mingyu leaped into the air as well. The city lord did not bother with her actions this time. He had no time for her, turning his eyes on Bai Luli instead. Zhuge Mingyu held Gu Dongliu's body as she fell together with him. She ended up sitting on the ground. Her skirt trailed as she cradled the bloodied body in her arms. Streaks of tears poured out from her eyes. "You cried." Gu Donglu smiled as he looked at Zhuge Mingyu. "You smiled." Zhuge Mingyu gazed at Gu Donglu. "The idiot can smile too." "You look beautiful today." Gu Donglu was still smiling. "I knew you would show up," Zhuge Mingyu replied. Yi Futian and the others dared not interfere with the conversation between the two, and simply went to stand beside them. On the other side, Bai Luli's eyes were shut as his body fell straight down from the air, hitting the ground hard. The life signs of his body were intact, but they turned weak at frightening speed as if Bai Luli was incredibly exhausted. Cultivators were always filled with vigor, and exhaustion was something that was deemed impossible. It became apparent that Bai Luli was severely injured as well. Gu Donglu, as a mid-level sage, had actually managed to damage Bai Luli. What did he do that enabled him to awaken that mystical power within? Bai Luli's eyes opened soon. "Are you all right?" Lu Chan asked Bai Luli. Bai Luli shook his head lightly as he turned his eyes at Gu Donglu. A streak of murderous intent was seen in the eyes of Bai Gu, the city lord of White Cloud City, as Zhuge Mingyu cradled Gu Donglu. He said coldly, "This is Crouching Dragon Mountain. Are you trying to force my hand here?" Some members of the Zhuge family wanted to move against him but halted as they turned to look at Zhuge Qifeng, who ordered everyone to stand down. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Bai Gu, as he remained at the side of Zhuge Mingyu and Gu Donglu, staring at the city lord coldly. Many great figures looked at Zhuge Mingyu and Gu Donglu. Their sentiments for each other were something to be empathized on, yet those same sentiments were apparently seen to be unforgivable to White Cloud City. Their predicament remained intact and difficult. "City Lord Bai, the events have turned. There is no need to cling to it." A clear, enlightened, and composed voice was heard. Many turned around and saw the one who spoke the words. It was an old monk. Monk Qingdang of Qingdang Temple, a powerful monk who ranked 11th on the Barren Sky ranking. His cultivation was performed in line with the Buddhist way. "Master, the Buddhist way is said to be the way void of vanities. What made you come here today?" the city lord asked the monk. "My student requested me to visit an acquaintance of his." Monk Qingdang put his hands together. "You take students too, master? Is that person here? How are they doing?" the city lord asked. "He is right before you," Monk Qingdang continued. "And he is doing well." Many sported peculiar looks on their faces as they turned to look at those before the city lord. It was Gu Donglu, and the rest around him. Who would that person be? "I suggest you best have that acquaintance of your student leave my sight, master," Bai Gu said. "City Lord Bai, why cling to something that doesn't belong to you?" Monk Qingdang put his hands together and asked. "Give it a rest, Bai Gu." Another voice was heard somewhere else. Bai Gu turned his eyes and found himself looking at Yu Qi, the city lord of Alchemy City. He said coldly, "I suggest you get your son-in-law out of the way. Please, just let it end here." Many were shocked to hear those words, and their eyes were soon frozen at the one who said them. The city lord of White Cloud City himself was stunned as he looked at the one who spoke, Luli. Bai Luli walked forward and looked at Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyu, before saying, "You were right. Your mind remained adamant, and so long as one remains firm in the righteousness of one's actions, one will not be defeated. You were not defeated, and I was not defeated in today's battle as well, for what I did was righteous too." He then turned his eyes at Yi Futian and said, "You were right too. If one has the talent of a saint and the potential to achieve sainthood, there is no need for borrowing help from external forces. I also think that I can achieve sainthood within resorting to using help from external forces. However, the Holy Ji Palace has high hopes for me. If it is something that enables me to reach such a goal in a more assured manner, I see no reason to deny it." He then turned to look at Zhuge Mingyu and said, I'm not a perfect person, and there is no perfect person in this world. I would not have needed to explain anything, but in this battle, if he had not earned respect for himself, I would have killed him without hesitation. I need to do something for myself for what happened today. Finally, he turned around and said to Lu Chan, Teacher, let's go. Lu Chan looked at Bai Luli with eyes of admiration. This is indeed Bai Luli, the genius of his generation like none other. Indeed. Lu Chan nodded. He did not say anything further, and did nothing to blame anyone. If Bai Luli himself wanted to end things that way, then so be it. Bai Luli nodded and leaped into the air. His silhouette was high in the air as he said, I walk the great path alone, and while I'm not perfect, my mind is flawless. Chapter 671. In the venue of the banquet, the eyes of many saw Bai Luli off. In the venue of the banquet, the eyes of many saw Bai Luli off. As he said it himself, he was no saint and, therefore, was imperfect. As such, he would have been angered and would have resented people and things. As he put it himself, he was unable to forgive Zhuge Mingyu and Gu Donglu, yet that battle changed his mind and he calmed down. It was probably done out of respect and acknowledgement for Gu Dongliu's prowess and belief, but Bai Luli looked even more human for doing so. Bai Luli was, after all, the number one genius in all of Barren State, and the heir chosen by the Holy Ji Palace. As such, his temperament would have been that with a comprehensive moral compass. Bai Luli was a person worthy of respect, and so was Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu would probably be yet another Bai Luli, and everyone in the Barren State would learn his name after that battle. I walk the great path alone and my mind remains adamant. So long as I remain firm in the righteousness of my actions, I will not be defeated. Many turned their eyes at Gu Donglu. They were able to feel the same vibe from him being together with Zhuge Mingyu as they did with her and Bai Luli. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyu were a good match. At the very least, the love between them was flawless. Lu Chan gazed at Gu Donglu for a bit, before turning around to address Yi Futian, Yu Xing, and the others. Attaining sainthood without the use of external help. I look forward to your way of the divine path. Take care. He then left the scene to follow Bai Luli. Sage Tianqing and Sage Shu Song followed and disappeared from Crouching Dragon Mountain in mere moments. Yi Futian finally felt his nerves wind down, seeing Bai Luli and Lu Chan gone. He had never expected the one to eventually give up to be Bai Luli. If Bai Luli had not made his stance clear, the Holy Ji Palace would have still sided adamantly with him, and their predicament would have remained. He knew clearly that both Bai Luli and Lu Chan were adamant in their stances, and none felt themselves to have done the wrong thing. Cultivators also trained to cultivate their minds, after all. If they thought something to be wrong, they would not have done so in the first place. The entire Barren State looked forward to the marriage between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyu. The Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City both hoped Bai Luli to do so, and did all they were able to prepare everything for him. Bai Luli said it himself as well, he liked Zhuge Mingyu's temperament. As such, he did nothing to resist the arrangement. If it had not been for Gu Dongliu's emergence, the wedding that everyone in Barren State looked forward to would have probably been flawless. However, there were few who cared what Zhuge Mingyu thought about the arrangement. The pressure from the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City was intense. This pressure had been shouldered by Zhuge Mingyu. As such, she agreed to it, and everything unfolded as it had today. As for Lu Chan, he probably knew Zhuge Mingyu's attitude and stance on the whole arrangement, yet he did not see himself to be doing the wrong thing. In Lu Chan's eyes, the priority of having a saint emerge from the Barren State superseded everything else. It was a great endeavor, and Zhuge Mingyu's personal wishes were insignificant in comparison. Furthermore, Lu Chan may have thought it to be a good thing for Zhuge Mingyu to be able to marry Bai Luli. As such, that further reinforced his beliefs of him doing nothing wrong. However, Yi Futian was the junior of both Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyu, and he was just as entangled in the predicament as those two. He too had his own stance and stuck to it. As such, in his eyes, both Lu Chan and Bai Luli were, without a doubt, wrong. Anyone who arranged and encouraged for the wedding to happen was all wrong. That was because he knew that if there were to be even some slight changes to how the events unfolded today, his second sister and third brother might have been eternally doomed. Lu Chan's position was a flawless one. He had nothing to rebuke Futian and even allowed the young man entrance to the sage hall, free of all selfish thoughts. Even when Futian ended up being expelled from the Holy Ji Palace, he had nothing to say about it and held no grudges. The wedding was the only thing that Futian did not agree to. It was fortunate that the ending was not an irredeemable, sour one. The one to have felt most displeased was the city lord of White Cloud City. He remained where he was with a cold expression and said, "Lily devoted himself to the great endeavor, yet despite having agreed to the marriage arrangement, something like this happened with the Zhuge family. Don't you think you owe me reparations in some form, Junior?" Many were able to tell right there and then that the city lord of White Cloud City was still immensely displeased with the whole thing. "Senior, if Lily is able to let go and wish them both happiness, don't you think you should let go of the matter as well? I will find a suitable time after this to apologize personally at your place," Zhuge Qingfeng said. Bai Gu's expression remained cold. It became apparent to him that Zhuge Qingfeng had decided to simply let the matter slide. "If that is the case, save your efforts," Bai Gu then said plainly. "Farewell." He waved his hands aside and leaped into the air. The people of White Cloud City began to leave one after another. Bai Zai's expression was an utterly disgusted one. He glared at Futian coldly, finding it puzzling as to why his brother decided to give up at the very last minute. If his brother had insisted, Gu Donglu would have been dead. If Futian dared stand in his brother's way, Futian would have died as well. However, everything had come to nothing. He stood and left with the people of White Cloud City. Many great figures of the barren state looked at the scene and thought that the relations between White Cloud City and the Zhuge family had just taken a turn for the worse. The city lord of White Cloud City had always been a very overbearing person. His talents were peerless, and he had made quite notable achievements when he was young. He was probably even the most exceptional figure of his time, and he had never been caught in such an awkward predicament. What the Zhuge family did today had no doubt offended White Cloud City direly. Many turned their eyes at Zhuge Qingfeng. The stance of the clan leader of the Zhuge family had definitely budged. He would not have prevented the mighty ones from the Zhuge family from acting otherwise, as his daughter was still the main focus of the day. There was little to be read from Zhuge Qingfeng's expression. He looked composed as he saw Bai Gu off. Zhuge Qingfeng knew his senior well. Bai Gu was immensely overbearing, wanting to be the number one and the most prestigious one no matter where he went. Bai Gu was also incredibly stubborn. Such a combination of personality traits coupled with his talents got him to where he was today. The city lord of White Cloud City enjoyed a status that was just as prestigious as the city lord of Alchemy City, and both figures were seen as the most renowned figures in the western regions. It was such that he and the city lord of Alchemy City were two of the most powerful figures in the barren state, right behind the mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace and the Ice Temple. As Zhuge Qingfeng knew Bai Gu very well, he also knew that he had offended Bai Gu in ways unthinkable. However, he did not feel guilty about it all. Lu Chan did what he did for the sake of the great endeavor, yet that senior of his had selfish agendas. Bai Gu would not have pressured him continuously otherwise. As such, Zhuge Qingfeng cared little about what Bai Gu thought. What happened happened, and there was little point in having regrets about it. Furthermore, despite having lost quite a bit, Zhuge Qingfeng had a lot to gain that day. What there was for the taking needed to be taken. At the very least, that was the action befitting his status as the clan leader. "Master Zhuge, I see that the case has ended, and I bid you farewell," the head of the sovereign family, Huangshi, said. "There is no need to hurry, brother Huangshi," Zhuge Qingfeng continued. "We, the Zhuge family, have thrown the banquet here in Crouching Dragon Mountain to celebrate the engagement of my daughter. While there have been some untoward incidents, the event will continue." Many were shocked to hear Zhuge Qingfeng's words. They all turned their eyes at Zhuge Mingyu and Gu Donglu and came to realize right there and then what he meant. Huangshi looked rather funny at the response. Zhuge Qifeng does know how to get things done quickly, and he sure has no qualms about offending Bai Gu further. He obviously sees himself guilty as charged now, so he can at least take what is there to take. The battle between Gu Donglu and Bai Lili demonstrated Gu Donglio's talents and prowess in ways that could not have been done any better. Having him replaced by Lili was seen to be a sound option for the Zhuge family. Furthermore, they did not forget all those people of the younger generation standing behind Gu Donglu. The former number 1 and number 2 on the law rank, Yi Futian and Yu Xing, as well as the son-in-law of Yu Qi, the city lord of Alchemy City, all stood by Gu Donglu. It was apparent that they respected that senior of theirs very much. If Gu Donglu were to become a son-in-law of the Zhuge family, rallying behind Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyu meant that Yi Futian and the rest of them were made their family as well. Zhuge Qifeng literally wasted no time with his new decision. Even those old farts from the Zhuge family would have been rendered speechless at that point. Zhuge Mingyu lifted her head to look at her father, then lowered her head to look at Gu Donglu and smiled. Yi Futian and the others smiled as well, looking forward to it all. However, Gu Donglio's expression changed somewhat and he said, "No." The smiles of many were, as expected, frozen in place. Zhuge Mingyu's smile disappeared as she looked at Gu Donglu. "Father actually wanted us to get engaged, and you, Gu Donglu, object instead? What the hell are you thinking? Mingyu, we'll talk about this later. I need to leave." Gu Donglu struggled to get up as he seemed to have recalled something. His expression was of the utmost seriousness. The expressions of everyone in Zhuge family turned ice cold. That bastard ruined Bai Lili and Zhuge Mingyu's wedding just to bail right afterward. "We are visitors from Yu State, here to pay our respects to the Zhuge family." A voice was heard from outside Crouching Dragon Mountain. Countless eyes turned in the direction of that voice in an instant. Many felt the occurrence peculiar. Visitors from Yu State? Yu State was one of the orthodoxy states led by Emperor Xia, situated right next to Baron State, with their borders being near the Baron State's western regions. Visitors from Yu State? What are they doing here in Crouching Dragon Mountain? Gu Donglio's expression changed drastically. Such changes in expression had not appeared on him even when he was fighting Bai Lili just moments ago. He knew that one battle would, at least, have not gotten many in trouble, and that was also the reason he refused to show up and had written that breakup letter instead. However, he was unable to hold himself back, seeing that line written in blood. Zhuge Qifeng looked outside. The group outside the mountain flew in before he gave his permission. Their auras were powerful and the guards of Crouching Dragon Mountain did not bother stopping them. They knew there was no they could have stopped those visitors. There were even several among the group who possessed the aura of sages. The group landed before them from the air. The young man standing in the middle exuded an air of exceptionality. His body was a slender one, and his eyes were filled with pride. He swept his glance at Gu Donglu and thought that he had to praise Gu Donglu for his prowess in running away. Gu Donglu kept his trail well hidden, and that made him very difficult to find. Even when the group had a lock on his aura, they were only capable of tracking him to a possible area, not an exact one. If he had stayed hidden all the time, they would have had a more difficult time tracking him down. It was unfortunate that Gu Donglu sparked a battle himself, which enabled the group to track him. Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyu lifted their head and looked at the visitors in the air, suddenly recalling that breakup letter Gu Donglu wrote, and why he was in such a hurry to leave before. They came to realize something at that very moment. Those visitors were the true reason why that letter was written in the first place. Chapter 672. Everyone's eyes were on the group that showed up out of nowhere. The young man who seemed to be the leader glanced at Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyu, smirking in his mind. He is doing this for a girl. Hardly surprising. Everyone's eyes were on the group that showed up out of nowhere. The young man who seemed to be the leader glanced at Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyu, smirking in his mind. He is doing this for a girl. Hardly surprising. The impasse of love had always been the downfall of heroes. Gu Donglu was one exceptional figure himself, who dared steal from that young man and had been on the run since. It was unfortunate that Gu Donglu was caught eventually. Girls, always the weakness. And you would be? Zhuge Qifeng looked at the group that just showed up. They gradually landed on the ground and the young man bowed and said, I heard that the Zhuge family of Crouching Dragon Mountain was throwing a banquet and there were many senior figures of the barren state here. I sincerely apologize for any disruption caused. My name is Zhan Xiao, from the Jishen Cliffs of Yu State. Jishen Cliffs. Many great figures at the scene felt rather surprised. Throughout every single one of the 9 states, any place or force bearing a word implying holiness or divinity in its name was something to be reckoned with, as such naming conventions were never taken lightly. The Holy Ji Palace and the Ice Temple had all once been sacred grounds. It was only due to the circumstances of the times that they gradually fell into decay, and hardly saints appeared in this generation. The Jishen Cliffs were one of such sacred grounds in Yu State, and it was a place enjoying prestige like none other in Yu State. You are all visitors from sacred grounds, I see. Please take a seat, Zhuge Qifeng said. My pleasure. Zhan Xiao cupped his hands and said, But I only came for one person on this trip, and I will bother you all no longer after I'm done. Zhan Xiao set eyes on Gu Donglu. He then added, This person has done something despicable in Yu State. He stole some treasure that belonged to me. I'm about to take him away and I assume you all will not mind that. I stole something? Gu Donglu glared at Zhan Xiao with cold eyes. He knew well where that piece of treasure actually came from. Many turned their eyes at Gu Donglu. While there was no way they would have just believed Zhan Xiao's words, they were curious as to what Gu Donglu did to actually have mighty ones from Jishen Cliffs chasing him all the way to the barren state. What was the treasure that he stole? Zhuge Qifeng turned his eyes to Gu Donglu, who stood up and glared at Zhan Xiao, saying, I'll hand you the piece that you seek. Would you settle the matter then? If it had not been for the circumstances right there and then, there was no way he would have simply handed the piece over. He was only able to make compromises as he did not want to involve Mingyu and the rest in his mess. The score between them would be settled at a later date. Of course, Gu Donglu also knew that the probability of Zhan Xiao agreeing was close to 0. Zhan Xiao glanced at Gu Donglu sarcastically and said, I'm taking you away as well. Gu Donglu continued glaring at him. Things turned out just the way he had predicted. Zhuge Mingyu stood beside him and glared at the visitor with cold eyes as well. I will need to know the situation better before I make any judgments, Zhuge Qifeng said. Zhan Xiao and the rest of his party turned their attention to Zhuge Qifeng and he added, Sir, this person stole something of mine and ran away with it. There is nothing to explain about the situation, as I can't be accusing him without solid reasons. I hope you understand, sir. You expect to take someone away from the Zhuge family just because you say so? I'm afraid that is not appropriate, Huangxi said. He was not saying what he said because he was friends with Zhuge Qifeng. It was on the contrary instead, as he and Zhuge Qifeng had been rivals for a very long time. However, it was still inappropriate for someone of the younger generation from Jishen Cliffs, Yu State, to simply intrude into the Zhuge family and ask to take someone away in front of mighty ones ranked on the barren sky ranking. Furthermore, the visitor's attitude was a rather harsh one, and it was deemed to be a rude thing to do in front of one's seniors. Zhuge Qifeng did not say anything further, as if he was acknowledging Huangxi's stance. Does this person have some kind of relationship with all of you seniors? Zhan Xiao looked at everyone present and asked. He then continued after hearing no response. In that case, pardon my intrusion then. That person behaved in a vile manner and stole something from me. I will be taking him away. Farewell. The group turned around and left as soon as Zhan Xiao finished without any hesitation. Coldness was seen in Zhan Zhao's eyes as he turned around. They went investigating the happenings around the area after tracking Gu Donglu to the Zhuge family estate. Many top-notch individuals were found there, and the clan leader, Zhuge Qifeng, was a figure ranked 6th on the barren sky ranking himself, which spoke of his capabilities. While the group hailed from Jishen Cliffs, they seemed rather short-handed, given the situation they found themselves in. Since the opposing party insisted on keeping Gu Donglu around, it was apparent that they were not allowed to simply just take who they came for. Quite a surprise that you got someone so powerful to back you in the barren state. Head back to Jishin Cliffs and tell my junior that I will be looking into that sacred item with him. Zhang Xiao transmitted his voice to the one beside him, causing the mighty ones at his side to react abruptly. The person knew well who Junior Zhang Xiao meant. There was no one else but him who would be able to move someone whom the top-notch figures in the barren state insisted on keeping with them. When the group of visitors left, the air on Crouching Dragon Mountain changed. While the visitors from the Jishin Cliffs were dismissed, their words meant that the matter was far from over. Gu Donglu was probably made a target by the Jishin Cliffs. Yi Futian stood there, and he was at his wits' end. He knew third brother was in trouble when he read that letter, and that was why he went to reveal his secret to Zhuge Qingfeng when he went to see the clan leader. He knew that if third brother indeed showed up, the one who would be able to break the deadlock was none other than Zhuge Qingfeng. How much of what he said was true? Zhuge Qingfeng asked Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu turned around and looked at Zhuge Qingfeng. He had come all the way to Crouching Dragon Mountain preparing to give his life up. He deemed himself lucky that he was still alive. Mingyue's father had been good to him so far. Zhang Xiao is indeed someone from Jishin Cliffs. His plane is close to mine, but he has sages serving him. As such, one could say that his status in Jishin Cliffs is a high one. It is said that he was one of the 9 warriors of Jishin Cliffs. As for the treasure, I did take one, but it wasn't exactly how Wei he put it. For now, I'm afraid it's inconvenient for me to reveal the details, Gu Donglu explained. He did not want to lay out what Zhang Xiao did in front of everyone. If the details went back to Zhang Zhao's ears, his vicious personality would make sure that many died for it. While everyone present was a renowned figure in the barren state, Gu Donglu would have rather not get anyone entangled in his mess. Zhuge Qingfeng nodded. In that case, stay and recuperate to your heart's content. While Zhang Xiao may be someone from Jishin Cliffs, he won't be able to do anything against the Zhuge family for now. While Jishin Cliffs was sacred ground, what the younger generations did outside would not reach the ears of the saints in Jishin Cliffs. There were many lineages to Jishin Cliffs, and that was one similarity shared with the 1,000 holy islands in the Holy Ji Palace. Even their most powerful individuals would only be on par with the mighty ones on the barren sky ranking. Even if they were somewhat stronger, they would not be stronger by much. There was an old saying, "The mighty dragon is no match for the native serpent." It would not have been easy for the visitors to do anything against the Zhuge family. Be it Zhuge Qingfeng or any of the top-notch figures in barren state, many of them were mighty ones ranked on the barren sky ranking who had been through a lot. If they were intimidated enough by the words of someone of the younger generation to do as they pleased, it would be an insult to their current status. Thank you, sir. Gu Donglu gave his thanks. Father, let the banquet continue, Zhuge Mingyu said as she looked at her father. Many looked at Zhuge Mingyu with startled eyes. No one had expected Zhuge Mingyu, a girl, to ask to be married to Gu Donglu. Her personality was indeed something else altogether. Mingyu. Gu Donglu looked at her. Zhuge Mingyu returned the gaze, staring straight at his eyes, smiling. She said firmly, "If you are unwilling, I'll just go find someone else." Yi Futian was baffled, thinking that his second sister was definitely someone that no one would be able to keep in check. Third brother simply had no way out of this. Gu Donglu sighed in his mind as he looked at Zhuge Mingyue's eyes. He knew that Zhuge Mingyue's mind was all made up. "I'll never forgive you if you don't show up today. But since you're here, I'll be wherever you go from here on out. Be it living free and unfettered or on the run for the rest of my life, it will be my choice." Zhuge Mingyu looked at him, then turned around to say to her father, "I won't regret this." Gu Donglu held her hand and felt warmth in his heart. "All right." Both of them smiled at each other. Putting all worries aside, their hearts were connected as one at the moment. They gazed at each other warmly, and sought comfort within each other. Yi Futian beamed with a bright smile. He felt warm deep down as well. While he definitely was able to feel a tinge of pressure, at the moment, he was truly carefree and had put all worries behind him. His second sister and third brother finally ended up together after all. This is just beautiful. The same smile was seen on Hua Jieyu's face as well, and it was a pretty one like none other. She looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. Their hands were held tight together, and both of them were able to sense the other's thoughts. If that is how it is, Zhuge Qifeng, just let them have it their way then, Huang Shi said. Everyone who was there practically served as a witness to Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyu. Their love was one that deserved to be made whole. Leader, I think it is best to handle this with more caution. It can't be done in such a messy manner, some elder from the Zhuge family said. While the Zhuge family did not fear the people of Jishin Cliffs, it was undeniable that there were risks to deal with. Furthermore, despite Gu Donglu having demonstrated his exceptional talents, the arrival of visitors from the Jishin Cliffs irked them. If they had completed their alliance with White Cloud City, having Zhuge Mingyu married to Bai Luli instead, things would have turned out very differently. The Zhuge family would have truly stood at the pinnacle of the barren state. The state of affairs now, however, had too many uncertainties in it. The family ended up offending both White Cloud City and the Holy Ji Palace. Now, they had Jishin Cliffs added to their list of enemies. My second sister and third brother are in love with each other. How is this messy in any way? Yi Futian said. He then looked at Zhuge Qifeng and continued. I hope that you will give your blessings to them, uncle. If there are any risks to be had, third brother will definitely not drag the Zhuge family into the mess. When everything is settled, my third brother's talents will prove that he is no way inferior to Bai Luli. I will leave the Zhuge family, Gu Donglu said. Since Zhuge Mingyu made it clear that she was willing to travel the world with him, Gu Donglu had no intentions of letting her down. If something untoward was to happen, he had no intentions of dragging the Zhuge family into it. Zhuge Qifeng looked at Yi Futian. Despite him singing praises about Gu Dongliu's talents, Zhuge Qifeng knew a thing or two about Yi Futian's own talents. He also, of course, had great admiration for Gu Donglu. Since when do you get to say anything about the affairs of the Zhuge family? A youth berated. Ms. Mingyu is the very treasure of the Zhuge family. How can her marriage be set with just a few words? Yi Futian, you are no longer a student of the Holy Ji Palace. Who are you to tell the Zhuge family what to do? Zhuge Xing added coldly. First, he went kidnapping Hua Jieyu, and now he egged his third brother on to marry his second sister. He is something indeed. He is now just a worm expelled from the Holy Ji Palace. Of course he'd want to look for another backing. And what better could that backing be other than the Zhuge family, eh? The younger generations of the Zhuge family erupted in an uproar with their dissatisfaction towards Yi Futian. The score over what happened a month ago had yet to be settled. He openly insulted the Zhuge family as a bunch of good-for-nothing idiots. Back then, Yi Futian was still a student of the Holy Ji Palace, the number one on the law rank, and a student of Sage Dojan. His status was totally different back then. Now, he turned his back on the will of the Holy Ji Palace and stood at the opposite side of the palace. It was unthinkable that he had the gall to interfere with the affairs of the Zhuge family. The elders said nothing as the younger generation went on attacking Yi Futian with sarcastic words. The great figures looked at the scene and saw that the Zhuge family's younger generation harbored a very deep grudge against Yi Futian. Chapter 673. Yi Futian scanned them and felt anger welling up inside, but it was not anger at how those people berated him sarcastically. It was anger caused by how they only saw their own interests, and the interests of their family. They never gave any thoughts about what second sister wanted herself. The marriage arrangement between Bai Luli and his second sister was something everyone in the Zhuge family agreed to. Zhuge Xing and Bai Zhe got close as if they became brothers. His third brother showed up, demonstrating talents that were in no way inferior to Bai Luli, and it was his second sister who asked to be married. But everyone else jumped out in objection. Yi Futian scanned them and felt anger welling up inside, but it was not anger at how those people berated him sarcastically. It was anger caused by how they only saw their own interests, and the interests of their family. They never gave any thoughts about what second sister wanted herself. The marriage arrangement between Bai Luli and his second sister was something everyone in the Zhuge family agreed to. Zhuge Xing and Bai Zhe got close as if they became brothers. His third brother showed up, demonstrating talents that were in no way inferior to Bai Luli, and it was his second sister who asked to be married. But everyone else jumped out in objection. What are these people taking my second sister for? Only ants think about sucking up to people and climbing ladders. I would sooner spare myself the shame and agony of being around filthy, wretched beings like you all, Yi Futian said coldly at the younger generation of the Zhuge family, giving them no face at all. He believed that Zhuge Qingfeng sided with Zhuge Mingyu and that the clan leader would have been embarrassed to have this younger generation be in his family. How dare you! The youths burst out in anger. Some even went pointing fingers at Yi Futian. It was the day of the grand banquet in the Zhuge family, yet the discarded filth of the Holy Ji Palace actually dared humiliate them like that. You want to have a go? Yi Futian scanned all those pointing fingers at him and said, Any of you below the sage plane are welcome to take me on all at once. You! It was craziness like no other. Yi Futian never so much even batted an eye at them. Huang Jioga and Su Ke watched the scenes unfold in amusement. There were other young geniuses of the barren state, like Di Gang, present. Yi Futian's glorious history with battles was such that even if all the cultivators below the sage plane were to actually take him on, their chances at beating him would have been slim still. What he said, boy, that was some roasting indeed. I'd like to see for myself how powerful the former number one on the law rank actually is. A cold voice was heard and a figure was seen standing up. The members of the Zhuge family turned in his direction. It was none other than Zhuge Qing, a youth of immense talent at the pinnacle of the noble plane. While he had never trained in the Holy Ji Palace, he was the number one noble in the Zhuge family. Furthermore, he was actually halfway to the sage plane, and that alone spoke volume of his terrifying prowess. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Zhuge Qingfeng and shouted, Uncle! He wants to try his hand, so show what you're made of, Zhuge Qingfeng said. Understood. Yi Futian nodded and looked at Zhuge Qing. You mind going up? No need for that. There are many seniors here. The damage won't be too great, Zhuge Qing said plainly. He took one step forward as soon as he finished his sentence. Lightning fell from the sky at that very second, and a terrifying was soon seen all over the place, imbued with devastating power. Many great figures went to isolate the area right outside where both of them were. Zhuge Qing's eyes turned especially demonic. Extremely terrifying lightning will invaded Yi Futian's mind right there, and then. Zhuge Qing's body turned into thousands of mirages in the very next second, and lightning bolts headed for Yi Futian. Crackling, devastating forces bombarded Yi Futian's body. Yet he stood there completely unfazed, taking on the lightning bolts with nothing but his own body. Yi Futian glanced at Zhuge Qing with plain eyes. One look was all it took to slow the thousands of streaks of lightning to almost a standstill. The mirages were almost frozen in place. Everything at that moment seemed to have stopped altogether. Get lost! Yi Futian lifted his palm and vibrated it in the air. Meteors streaked the skies, shattering the mirages, which then coalesced into a single being, Zhuge Qing. Zhuge Qing was being bombarded heavily at that very moment. Blood spewed from his mouth as he was thrown hard on the floor, destroying the tables and chairs below. The youths of the Zhuge family turned pale. That was only one move. The number one noble in the Zhuge family was totally helpless. Zhuge Xing and many others were filled with envy as they watched Yi Futian at work. No one in their generation was even able to match Yi Futian blow for blow. The great figures of the barren state present at the banquet were all shocked. They had long heard that the young genius from the Holy Ji Palace was a powerful being like none other, but they did not have any idea how powerful he actually was. They were able to see for themselves that very day that Yi Futian was indeed very powerful. There was no one of his caliber to be found in the Zhuge family, or rather, there was no one of his caliber to be found among all the nobles in any of the top forces. Grade 2 noble now. A tinge of bafflement was seen in the eyes of Huang Jioga, Su Ke, and the others. Yi Futian defeated Di Gang and Shimin Hanjiang when he was a grade 3 noble. Now that he became a grade 2 noble, it stood to reason why Zhuge Qing looked so helpless in front of him. It was Zhuge Qing's unlucky day to fight a genius like Yi Futian. Anyone else feel like having a go? Yi Futian scanned the younger generation of the Zhuge family, and as expected, none dared answer. Yi Futian, would you consider joining the sovereign family? I'll train you like how I train the rest of the members of our family, Huang Shi said. Come to Alchemy City instead, Yu Qi interjected. You have your senior here for company. The faces of the younger generation of Zhuge family turned even more sour as the two great figures extended their invitations. The burn was intense. Discarded filth of the Holy Ji Palace? Dreaming of sucking up to the Zhuge family? A genius like Yi Futian would have doors open for him throughout every single top force in the barren state, even if he was indeed expelled from the Holy Ji Palace. I thank you both for your kind invitations, however. I currently do not have any thoughts of joining any force, Yi Futian said. The two nodded while smiling. They were not actually being serious to begin with. Of course, if Yi Futian had actually said yes to any one of them, they would have been very happy nonetheless. Uncle, Yi Futian looked at Zhuge Qifeng and said, I do not have any intentions of interfering with the affairs of the Zhuge family. I showed my concern because the matter at hand involved my second sister and third brother. Zhuge Qifeng had, of course, understood his intentions. Yi Futian practically handed his life to Zhuge Qifeng the day before. His relationship with Mingyu was that so long as the Zhuge family did not let Mingyu down, it was all the same whether he ended up joining the Zhuge family or not. Zhuge Qifeng turned to look at his daughter. The eyes he saw said that even if he were to object, it would all turn out the same anyway. The girl would have ended up running away with Gu Donglu regardless. She had done the very same thing all those years before, after all. Very well, the marriage will have my blessing, Zhuge Qifeng smiled and said. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyu were stunned for a bit, before turning to smile at each other. Many great figures at the banquet smiled as well. The lovebirds tied the knot, and it was a rather happy ending to things. However, the ending brought some measure of pressure with it nonetheless. Clan leader. Some elders from the Zhuge family looked at Zhuge Qifeng. They found how he handled the matter to be rather haphazard, as he did not even bother discussing it with them. Mingyu is my daughter. I ask that you all let me decide on the matter, Zhuge Qifeng said with a certain measure of might. His tone was such that no one else said anything further. Many present looked at Zhuge Qifeng. When the one ranked sixth on the barren sky ranking was determined to get something done, none in their family were able to do anything to stop him. His attempt to marry off his daughter to Bai Luli was one done against his conscience. His current attempt to prevail against dissenting views was considered penance for his daughter. Thank you, sir, Gu Donglu bowed and said. What did you call them? Zhuge Qifeng smiled at Gu Donglu and said. Gu Donglu was stunned and then looked rather funny. He seemed to have trouble bringing the words out from his mouth. What are you hesitating for? Zhuge Mingyu smiled sheepishly at him and said. Gu Donglu turned serious and shouted. You have my thanks, father-in-law. Well said, Zhuge Qifeng answered. Zhuge Mingyu practically smiled ear to ear at that. She turned to look at the sky and felt rather relieved. The dust settled, and the ending turned out to be a happy one. Today is a big day for the Zhuge family. Everybody drink up, Zhuge Qifeng said with a clear, booming voice, and his words were heard throughout Crouching Dragon Mountain. A tinge of firm will was heard from his booming voice. No matter what the future held, he would naturally stick to his decision made on that very day. At the very least, it was a decision he made by listening to his heart. Many who heard the voice outside Crouching Dragon Mountain were stunned. Bai Luli had left long ago. What is that big day the Zhuge family is talking about? What is happening in Crouching Dragon Mountain right now? Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Shui Yi and all the others were happy for their elder brother and sister. Yi Futian's mind was on the verge of collapse when he heard that his second sister was to marry Bai Luli. While he made his way to the Zhuge family, there was no way he would have been able to stand against the will of the entire barren state. That felt very, very bad to him. It was fortunate all of that was in the past. He, however, did not mind much about being expelled from the Holy Ji Palace. The path of cultivation was a long journey, and the Holy Ji Palace was little more than a stop on that journey, instead of everything there was to it. The opinions of the world mattered even less to him. Little brother. Gu Donglu looked at Yi Futian. Third brother. Yi Futian shouted in response. They smiled at each other as Gu Donglu recalled their first meeting back at the Kangyi Kingdom all those years ago. Our little brother has finally grown up. The banquet resumed. While the engagement between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyu was completely ruined that day, that seemed rather insignificant compared to all the other hurdles that happened in Crouching Dragon Mountain. News of what happened would travel throughout the barren state soon enough. Yi Futian toasted to many great figures as a gesture of gratitude: Huangxi, Yu Qi, Yu Shang, and all the others. All of them helped him one way or another on that day, and he owed them for it. None of those great figures took Yi Futian as just another face among the younger generation. Within just a few years, Yi Futian would have become yet another Bai Luli. Zhuge Xing and the others burned with jealousy seeing how the great figures treated Yi Futian. Yi Futian came before Monk Qingdeng and said, "Thank you, master." Monk Qingdeng smiled and nodded at Yi Futian. "How is Hua Qingqing doing?" Yi Futian asked. Qin Yuan told him back then that he would send Hua Qingqing to Qingding Temple. "She is doing fine. She has a destiny with the Buddhist way, and I thank you for sending her to the temple." Monk Qingdeng smiled and said, "You said that she asked you to come see me. Did she ask for you to bring any word?" Yi Futian asked. Monk Qingdeng replied, "Only that I send her regards to you." "Thank you, master." Yi Futian smiled. "Brother Futian." Longlinger came at him and said, "I think I'm not going to study in the Holy Ji Palace." "What the hell are you talking about?" Yi Futian glared at her and said, "Train hard in the Holy Ji Palace. When you return, go to Battle Sage Palace and tell Luan Shui that I will go pick them up in the Holy Ji Palace." "Okay," Longlinger answered with some reluctance. "Any word you need me to bring?" Suke asked. "Tell Wuchen and the others to train hard. Don't worry about me," Yi Futian said to Su Quebec. "All right." Suke nodded. Yi Futian turned his gaze far away. He still needed to head back to the Holy Ji Palace at least once, and he still needed to say his goodbyes to his teacher at the very least. Chapter 674. After a few days, news of what happened at Crouching Dragon Mountain had spread across the barren state, causing a great furor. After a few days, news of what happened at Crouching Dragon Mountain had spread across the barren state, causing a great furor. Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue's engagement had been the talk of all of the barren state, and over half of the top powers in the land had come to wish them well. However, someone had tried to steal the bride on the day itself, and in the end, the engagement ceremony had become Zhuge Mingyu and Gu Dongliu's. For Gu Donglu to have replaced Bai Luli as the groom was shocking beyond measure. Furthermore, it seemed that when the two clashed that day, in a battle between the barren state's two most monstrously talented individuals, Gu Donglu had actually been able to injure Bai Luli despite being just a mid-level sage. And it was even said that if the two had been of the same plane, then Gu Donglu would have been even more powerful. This seemed ridiculous to many. In the past, Bai Luli had stood alone at the top of his generation, with no one within his generation who was good enough to challenge him. Anyone who did had been defeated. But now, it seemed like there was finally someone who was good enough to challenge Bai Luli at the top. Furthermore, following after these two monstrous talents was Yi Futian. His future was bright, and perhaps he too would be able to contest Bai Luli after some time. Looks like there were many talents within this generation in the barren state. There was one more thing that made people shudder to hear. Gu Donglu, who has now the son-in-law of the Zhuge family, had offended the cultivators of Jisheng Cliffs, which was in the Yu state. It seemed like those cultivators weren't planning to let Gu Donglu off. They had probably gone back to mobilize more people. It was unknown whether this would lead to conflict between the Yu state and the barren state. While the powers of the 9 states would have some interaction with each other, it took too long for normal cultivators to traverse such vast distances of land. It took a person of at least the sage plane to head over and explore a different state. As such, for the average person, the barren state was vast enough a territory to explore. Within their lifetime, they did not necessarily get the opportunity to venture out to the other states, which made these states absolutely foreign to most people. Any knowledge of sacred places within the other states, like the Jisheng Cliffs, probably only existed in ancient texts and rumors. In the Mingyu quarters on Crouching Dragon Mountain, the training grounds glowed with a dazzling light. Yi Futian stood on a building, watching the training grounds. He could vaguely make out the outline of a celestial shadow, which was incredibly radiant. Zhuge Mingyu and Hua Jieyu were there as well. Zhuge Mingyu was even prettier than before now. With a smile on her face, she watched the celestial shadow. "Is third older brother still training?" Yi Futian asked. "Yeah." Zhuge Mingyu nodded, and continued. "He seemed to have some sort of realization during that battle. Since he didn't get the opportunity to train during the fight itself, he went straight into training that very night. But that..." Yi Futian blinked in surprise. "That was the best time." Every moment in a night of passion was priceless, but his third older brother had shut himself off to go and train instead. "What are you thinking about, youngest brother?" Zhuge Mingyu looked over at him smiling. Yi Futian shuddered before answering. "And nothing. I just feel it's a bit of a pity. Fourth older brother and fifth older brother went to such trouble to come visit, but third older brother has shut himself away like this. He's really missed out on this reunion." Shui Yi and Luo Fan had already returned to Alchemy City with Yi Chi. Zhuge Mingyu looked at him with a half-smile. This rascal dared to make fun of his second older sister and his third older brother. He was really getting bolder nowadays. "Older sister, do you think third older brother will break through to the next plane?" Yi Futian asked. He was excited about the prospects of that happening. If his third older brother were to break through to the next plane, he would be at the same level as Bai Luli. If they were to battle again then, who knew how things could turn out this time? Maybe. But according to him, something has changed in his life spirit, Zhuge Mingyu replied. Right. Yi Futian nodded. Looks like third older brother is going to be training on his own for a while. I won't wait for him then. I'm planning to make a trip back to the Holy Ji Palace. Do you want me to get my father to send some people along with you? Zhuge Mingyu asked. There's no need to. I'm not a child, and in any case, I'm the strongest person under the sage level now. Yi Futian shook his head and chuckled, not being humble at all. The Zhuge family already had issues with him over things like this. Back then, he had been publicly accused by many of wanting to make use of the Zhuge family's power. If he were to receive help from the Zhuge family now, he would definitely be laughed at behind his back. Furthermore, it would only bring trouble to Zhuge Qinfeng. All right then. Zhuge Mingyu smiled and nodded. I'll take my leave now then. Yi Futian left to find Yuxing, Hua Jieyu and the rest, before leaving the Zhuge household together. At the Holy Ji Palace, an equally huge furor had ensued the moment news of what happened at Crouching Dragon Mountain reached their ears. Yi Futian had been implicated in the battle between Bai Luli and Gu Donglu. As a result, he was expelled from the palace. Both his and Yuxing's names were removed from the law rank, and Shimin Hanjiang had become first in the law rank again. However, becoming first in the law rank this way seemed a little uneventful. It had been a lot more exciting the first time Shimin Hanjiang had reached the top of the rank before Yi Futian had taken over him. Many months ago, Yi Futian had faced Shimin Hanjiang and won in a battle they had after he had risen to the top. Many people were anticipating the day where they would be able to compare Yi Futian and Bai Luli. But life was full of surprises, and in just a few months Yi Futian was no longer a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. He set a historic precedent for being the first disciple who had been first in both the law battle and the law rank to be expelled from the palace. Right then, Yi Futian was being blocked by a guard outside the palace. I'm here to say goodbye to my teacher and to pick up my family. Please help me report this to them, Yi Futian requested. All right. The guard naturally knew about Yi Futian as well, and he went forth to announce his arrival. Soon he came back and told Yi Futian. Go ahead. Thank you. Yi Futian thanked the guard before heading straight for the Battle Sage Palace. Hua Jieyu went to visit the Daozong Palace instead. Sage Daozang had been kind to her, and so she wanted to bid him farewell as well. In the Battle Sage Palace, Yi Futian first returned to his old living quarters. Lulan Shui and Yiqin Xian had been waiting for them over the past few days. Yuan Zhan had arrived as well, saying, "I'll leave with you as well." "All right, you should come and see teacher with me." Yi Futian nodded at him. This was also something that Senior Yuan Hong had asked of him as well. "Right." Yuan Zhan nodded, and they set off towards the Battle Sage Hall, where both Sage Dozhan and Sage Jingang were. It was as if they had been waiting for the two. "Teacher, I've been very unfilial to you." Yi Futian bowed to Sage Dozhan as he spoke. Sage Dozhan was a large, burly man. He watched Yi Futian very calmly, and replied, "Back then when you asked to go visit the Zhuge family, your will was unshakable. I thought about it but concluded you wouldn't regret anything. Since you acted out of your own will, there is no question of you being unfilial." "Will Yuan Zhan leave with you too?" Sage Jingang asked. "Yes, uncle." "I'm sorry," Yi Futian replied apologetically. "Don't worry about it." Sage Jingang shook his head and chuckled. "You and Yu Xing were previously first and second in the law rank, with few worthy competitors in the noble plane." Sage Dozhan mused. "Your next aim should be to reach the Sage Plane. It's just a pity you didn't manage to train inside the Sage Palace. But since this was a choice you made on your own, there isn't much to be sorry or regretful over. The world is vast, there'll be training opportunities everywhere." "Thank you, teacher," Yi Futian replied, his heart warm. His three teachers, Hua Fenglu, Mr. Du from the cottage, and Sage Dozhan, had all been individuals with unique personalities. They all had an important influence on various periods of time in his life, offering him help and advice. They had been very kind to him, and he was extremely grateful for that. Walking this path of cultivation, Yi Futian had encountered many challenges and enemies, but he had also met many elders worth respecting and made friends that stuck through thick and thin with him. Just like what Sage Dozhan had just said, the world was vast, and there'll be training opportunities everywhere. "You may have left the palace, but you'll still be a disciple of mine. The barren state isn't the limit of your cultivations. Many people struggle to leave this vast land throughout their entire life. Some manage to leave but are forced to come back in the end. But I hope your names will become famous not just in the barren state, but throughout the 9 states," Sage Dozhan told Yi Futian. He had high hopes for the two of them. "No," Yi Futian shook his head, and Sage Dozhan looked at him. "It'll be the Divine Prefecture and the world beyond." Sage Dozhan was taken aback slightly before he smiled and nodded. "That's right, the Divine Prefecture and the world beyond it is." Since Yi Futian had such great ambition, the sage would eagerly await the day he realized his dreams. He hoped he would live to see that day. "Teacher, I'll take my leave now," Yi Futian said. "Go ahead," Sage Dozhan replied casually. He stood there, his back proudly straight. Yi Futian turned and walked out of the Battle Sage Hall. He then looked back at the building, before bowing once towards the hall and leaving for good. Yu Xing too bowed towards the hall, and the group walked out of the Battle Sage Palace. "Younger brother, take care of yourself," Qijia called out from aside. "Older brother, you take care too." Yi Futian waved casually at him. Many people had gathered outside the Battle Sage Palace. From the Sword Palace, there was Yi Wuchen, Lu Qingyu, Zui Qianqiu, and Su Quebec. Many people had come from the Daozang Palace as well. There was Hua Jiyu, Yun Shuixing, and Phoenix. Even Xiang Jiqin had come as well. Mu Jiqiu and Zhong Li were here too, and many people stood watching from afar. There were people who had received guidance from Yi Futian, like Yan Qingwu and many other disciples from the palace, who had come to say goodbye as well. "Wuchen," Yi Futian called out to Yi Wuchen. "You got my message from Su Ke, right?" Yi Wuchen nodded and asked, "What are your plans from now on?" "I don't know yet," Yi Futian replied. "You just carry on with your training in the palace and aim for the Sage Plane. I urgently have to break through to the next plane. I think I'll train on my own for a while. If the time is right, I may go on a trip somewhere far away." When that happens, I'll let you know. All right. Yi Wuqian nodded. However, everything Yi Futian had said was but plans he had made, and ideas in one's head often don't turn out as one imagines. You're going to leave just like this? Zui Qianqiu asked. What else can I do? Yi Futian shrugged. I'm just training somewhere else. It's not like you'll never see me ever again. Train well, you all will get the chance to take on the world together in future. I'll take my leave now, you don't have to see me off. Yi Futian and the rest then left the palace. Though Yi Futian had said not to see him off, Yi Wuqian and everyone else still followed after him anyway. As such, a strange sight could be seen within the Holy Ji Palace. A talent had been expelled from the palace and was leaving, yet he was followed by many other talented individuals who were sending him off. When many influential characters heard about this, they were moved as well. Yi Futian was a leader of his generation at the Holy Ji Palace, and everyone looked up to him. It was a pity. In a part of the Wanxiang Pavilion, stars dotted the sky, lighting it up with a soft glow. The constellations seemed to revolve around the world. This was the Wanxiang Hall, and a figure sat amidst the endless starlight. Just when Yi Futian left the palace, the figure grunted, his face pale. As he opened his eyes, a flash of dazzling light burst across the hall. In the next moment, the glowing stars had disappeared. The man stood up, and instantly he seemed so much more impressive. He then walked out of this place. Very soon, news spread through the Wanxiang Pavilion that Sage Wanxiang had finally left the hall. Chapter 675. In the Holy Sage Pavilion, Lu Chan sat cross-legged, taking a break. Right then, someone walked towards him. Lu Chan opened his eyes to look at the person, asking, "You've finally left?" In the Holy Sage Pavilion, Lu Chan sat cross-legged, taking a break. Right then, someone walked towards him. Lu Chan opened his eyes to look at the person, asking, "You've finally left?" This person was Sage Wanxiang, the pavilion lord of the Wanxiang Pavilion. "Yes." Sage Wanxiang nodded. "I did some divination for the palace while I was in there. Take a look at it." As he spoke, an illusion appeared before him. In the starry skies, the constellations shifted and glowed. Underneath the starlight lay a palace that stretched out like a city. This was a projection of the Holy Ji Palace. Then, several streaks of dark light shot down from the sky, striking the palace. It was like the end of the world, with a hint of darkness pressing down upon everything, as if a huge crisis was about to happen. Lu Chan was not an astrologer, but he could still somewhat understand this sort of divination. His expression turned extremely concerned and serious, and he asked, "What sort of divination is this?" "It's a divination of crisis," Sage Wanxiang replied. "There'll be a crisis at the palace soon." "What will be the result?" Lu Chan's expression grew graver. Sage Wanxiang shook his head. "Don't you know that astrologers aren't prophets? We can't predict the future, but what we can do is to use astrology to deduce a rough idea of what might happen. Since this is a divination of crisis, that means the palace is about to face one soon. Whether or not the palace will be destroyed within this crisis, or if it'll find a new lease of life is unknown. Many things can happen and change this one reading. However, this reading seems to match one that we had some years back." "Are you referring to?" Lu Chan's eyes were alert. "I thought that would have been a crisis related to the divine path. Could it be a crisis related to the palace instead?" His heart heavy, Lu Chan continued, "People from the Jisheng cliffs of the Yu state came by the barren state not long ago. Could that have all been a sign? People from the Jisheng cliffs came to the barren state?" Sage Wanxiang questioned, a gleam flashing through his eyes. The 9 states all coexisted under the rule of Empress Ya. However, as this generation of the barren state appeared weaker, the other states were beginning to position themselves in a way that would eventually push the barren state out of the picture and have its sacred learning grounds replaced. As such, those from the Jisheng cliffs were definitely not in the barren state just to train. This was definitely not a good sign at all. "Yes, there was an incident several days ago." Lu Chan nodded. "Could this crisis be related to there being no saint in the barren state?" I can't say for sure, but that is definitely possible. Sage Wenxiang sighed. As there is no saint in the barren state, the Holy Ji Palace could be replaced at any time. Luli is currently aiming for the Magi plane. We should help him as much as we can, such that at the next battle for supremacy, he'll be at a place where he can aspire towards sainthood, Lu Chan said. His gaze grew determined. There wasn't much time left for the barren state. The black winged condor soared through the sky above the 1,000 holy islands. Yi Futian, Yu Xing, Hua Jieyu, Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi, Lulan Shui, and Yi Qingxian were all there. Long Linger had come along too. The girl had insisted on sending them off. The many islands in the Divine Sea made for a beautiful sight. The island cities hung above the mountain, and weaving through them was like going through a magical celestial world. Despite the beautiful view, Yi Futian was still somewhat downcast. He wasn't too affected by his expulsion from the palace, but he still felt a sense of reluctance in saying goodbye to a place where he had trained at over the past 4 years. Furthermore, he had made many friends at the palace, all of whom he had to bid farewell to as well. Lingard, you take good care of yourself now that Jieyu and I won't be at the palace anymore. If anything happens, you can always go to your older sister Phoenix and Yun Xuexing, Yi Futian told the girl. All right, big brother Futian. Long Linger let out a mischievous expression. Okay, we've gone past the 1,000 holy islands already. You should go back, Yi Futian said. Let me go with you all a little further. Long Linger protested, reluctant to leave them. It's not as if we'll never see each other ever again. Yi Futian patted her head. Long Linger was all grown up now, but she was still so clingy. But I can't bear to watch you all go, just let me follow you for a while longer. Long Linger grinned at him. Yi Futian gave up on persuading her, and the group went past the 1,000 holy islands to enter a mountainous region as they traveled straight ahead. Right then, Yi Futian's brow creased slightly. The mountainous area ahead of them was filled with brown sand, giving it a barren feel. With his sharp senses, Yi Futian couldn't help but have the feeling that they were being watched. May I know which senior has arrived? Yi Futian looked up into the sky and asked. There was no reply, not even a hint of any new energy. Yi Futian's expression darkened. At the sage plane, one's spiritual will could cover vast distances. To kill someone from a distance away while being completely out of their sight would not be a difficult feat for a sage. Whoever they were up against was evidently not near them, but somewhere that was out of the perception range of Yi Futian's own spiritual will. The other person could definitely see them, it was just that Yi Futian had noticed their presence. Yu Xing and Yuan Zhan lifted their heads as well, their expressions growing colder. Linger, go back to the palace now. Yi Futian pushed Linger away. This new presence could be targeting him. I won't. Long Linger looked towards the skies. At this juncture, she couldn't bear to leave even more. Listen to me, please. Yi Futian's tone grew urgent. Long Linger did not reply but shook her head stubbornly. The energy grew even more prominent. It was as if the person realized they had been discovered and was now making no effort to hide. The black-winged condor continued onwards. Yi Futian's expression was cold. He had only just left the palace, but here he was, already caught in an ambush. He wondered who it was that wanted to attack him. Could it be the Holy Ji Palace? Looking at Lu Chan, while he was insistent on nurturing Bai Lili to help him achieve sainthood, there was no need for Lu Chan to kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian was only just a noble, even if he had been expelled from the palace. For Lu Chan to attack him with such underhanded means would be incredibly ungracious of him. But then, who was it exactly that wanted him dead? Prepare to fight, Yi Futian murmured, his voice low. Ritual implements appeared in his hands at the same time. In his left hand he held the pagoda that Yi Chi had given him, while in his right hand was the divine destruction polearm. Powerful energy emanated from his being. Everyone in the barren state knew that no one of the noble plane would be able to go up against him. If one were to attack him, they could only do so using an individual of the sage plane. Armor appeared on Yu Xing's body, and instantly a frightening energy appeared all over his being. The black-winged condor let out a powerful magical aura, and shifted into its demonic beast form, its gaze frosty. A strong wind started blowing, and the brown sand was sent flying through the air, turning into a terrifying sandstorm. Caught within the storm, the group's vision was blurred, causing them to almost be unable to see the path ahead. Surges of murderous intent reached them. Whoever sent them had not bothered to hide their intentions. It was evident that they were here for Futian's life. Futian had only just been expelled by the palace, but the moment he left the territory of the palace, his life was instantly being targeted, not just by a person, but by a group, he realized. "You can come out now." Futian lifted his head and said coldly. He could perceive a few blurry figures appear within the sandstorm, all of them emanating a frightening energy from their beings. These were 4 powerful individuals of the Sage Plane. It seems like whoever wanted him dead thought very highly of Futian's capabilities, sending such a powerful group after him. Whatever happened in the sky was beyond everyone's concern at this point, but a frightening energy was beginning to manifest there as well. Within the sandstorm, a golden flash of lightning appeared, bringing with it a scarily destructive power. Futian suddenly found himself in an illusion. It was as if the surroundings had been entirely covered by a destructive matrix. Within the sandstorm, he could see a vermilion bird spread its wings and fly. He also saw a chilling race across the space and a terrifying golden halberd appear out of nowhere. An immense pressure descended upon them, and the black wind condor was immediately slowed down. Its wings grew incredibly heavy, making it hard for it to move. Just then, with a long cry, the dazzling vermilion bird rushed down from the heavens, heading straight for the group. This enormous divine bird was surrounded by the light of punishment, which formed the shape of a cross and destroyed everything in its path. "Immortal celestial bodies, absolute territory!" Futian called out. With a flash of divine light, the divine destruction polearm in Futian's hand let out a blinding glow, and he was surrounded by starlight. A gust of frightening willpower was created, and the group was surrounded by the light from the stars. It was an incredibly dazzling sight. With a loud crack, the terrifying cross-shaped light of punishment made contact, shattering the immortal celestial bodies and shredding apart the absolute territory. The destructive light and the vermilion bird then continued its trajectory towards the group. The power of a sage contained the natural order itself. They were on a completely different level. As such, even the strongest noble would not be able to go up against a sage. Even someone as strong as Bailuli had to be at the peak of the noble plane before he was able to defeat a lower-level sage. That was the battle that had sealed his reputation as a godly existence. However, Futian and the rest were currently up against 4 sages. Without any hesitation, Futian released his divine ape-life spirit, before activating his Dojan body. The gigantic divine ape stood proudly in the space, and as Futian held on to the divine destruction polearm, a greater defensive energy was released. The group now seemed to be surrounded by an actual star itself, and as the frightening cross-shaped light continued its descent, only cracks appeared in the star. It was not torn apart by the light. At this moment, the vermilion bird suddenly rushed down, and with a crack, the star was broken apart once again. However, Futian raised the divine destruction polearm, and it turned into a 100-meter polearm that covered the sky. The polearm slashed towards the sky with a destructive power. With a loud crash, the violent destructive power tore through the space and tore the vermilion bird into pieces. But a far scarier power began to descend from the heavens, seeming to turn everything into an image of destruction. Yuan Zhan stepped into the sky and roared. Wolf Fang bat in hand, Yuan Zhan charged straight for the Qilin pacing about in the sky. The Qilin was immense in size, and despite the great power of the wolf Fang bat, it felt like the attack had landed on the body of an actual divine beast. Yuan Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his own body being suppressed. Even with a ritual implement, the increment in his power was limited, and he struggled to fight back against the attack of a sage. An even more savage destructive power descended upon them. Dazzling golden halberds appeared in the sky, with each halberd being about 100 meters long. They spun down from the heavens, emanating an immense power that could destroy everything in their path. The next moment, the halberds descended all at once towards Futian, in an attempt to suppress him immediately. It seemed like the most important target to get rid of here was Futian. With several thuds, several dazzling streaks of light shot through Yuxing's body, and 5 of the 7-star acupoints were activated. Terrifying demonic energy surged out of him, and his eyes became like that of a demon's, shining with a blood-red glow. He was not holding back at all. He knew all too well that to hold back in this battle would be to court death. It was the same for Futian, who was harnessing the energy within his body to the maximum. Golden flames enveloped his body, and a dazzling divine light shot upwards into the heavens. Chapter 676. At that moment, Futian's expression was exceptionally grim. It was a life-and-death moment. He could no longer keep his strength a secret. What was the point of keeping a secret if he lost his life? At that moment, Futian's expression was exceptionally grim. It was a life-and-death moment. He could no longer keep his strength a secret. What was the point of keeping a secret if he lost his life? Jiayu's 7th brother, you two go down and take care of Linger, Futian said. Hua Jiayu's body had a 7-color glow, and a strong spiritual will erupted, attempting to block the halberd striking down from the air. However, even with the treasure pearl's boost, she was still unable to stop the halberd's offense. Futian and Yuxing's body stepped into the air at the same time, both of them releasing their Dozhan body and opening 5-star acupoints, pushing their strength to the limit. Go! Futian took out his tower ritual implement, and his will of the Emperor entering the ritual implement, using the most strength he could from the ritual implement. The area around them appeared to have frozen. Above them, the tower glowed, surrounding the area. The halberd crushed down onto their defenses, but was unable to break through it. In the air, the 4 sage plane cultivators saw Futian and Yuxing's changes, and a sharp glint appeared in their eyes. At that moment, the 2 of them appeared to have metamorphosed, one of them looking like an emperor, and the other looking like a demon. Moreover, they both had elite ritual implements in their hands. In such a hurry to kill me right after I leave the palace, have you thought of the consequences? Futian's voice was exceptionally cold and sounded throughout the area. You are already abandoned by the palace, so what if we kill you? A cold voice sounded from above them with shocking killing intent. A golden line appeared in the air and dangled down, turning into countless crosses, like a punishment spell that killed using crosses. If you leave now, I can treat today's matter like it never happened. Otherwise, no matter whether I live or die, your clan will definitely have a calamity befall them. Futian's voice was icy. He had guessed where the 4 sage plane experts were from. Among the people who he had offended, there was one who specialized in such an ability. Big words for someone who's about to die. The voice replied with frosty killing intent. The cross-punishment spell turned into slaughter rule power and crushed down, tearing through their defenses and heading straight for Futian and Yuxing. At that moment, under Futian's will of the Emperor, the starry defense around them became even more brilliant. The Dozhan body on the divine ape had the Emperor's light around it, and the stars surrounded them. Moreover, rock wings appeared and rushed into the air. The cross-punishment spell struck towards them, causing cracks to appear in the starry defense. The spell tore it apart gradually but was unable to break through it completely. Yuxing was the same. His body was like a demon's and he flew into the air with a defensive ritual implement around his body. The 2 of them flew higher until they could see the 4 sage plane cultivators who were standing in the 4 major directions. As they saw this scene, the 4 people's expressions changed. After the 2 of them had released their secret techniques, their auras had nearly rivaled a sage plane cultivator. Adding on their ritual implements, they had the ability to match a sage plane. That was why they could ignore the punishment light. Who among the palace planned this? Futian asked coldly. Lulan Shui and the rest were in the palace, so only those in the palace would know that he would come back and wait here to ambush him. Evidently, this was a premeditated assassination and not a haphazard decision. Since it was planned, there would naturally be a mastermind, and it was likely to be someone from the palace. Seeing the Emperor's light on Futian's body, making him look like the Emperor's descendant, the 4 of them marveled internally. This person was indeed a genius. His potential might even be higher than Bailuli's, and he had kept a huge secret. However, they had already come too far to give up. Their only choice was to kill him. Light of punishment. A cold voice sounded, and a prison made of punishment lights appeared in the air. The prison was created by countless punishment lights interweaving, and the brilliant light closed around Futian and Xing at a surprising speed. It was attempting to slice them into countless pieces. Big Brother Futian. On the ground, Long Linger had a pale expression. Hua Jiayu and Lulan Shui also had worrying looks, but this was not a battle they could interfere with. Even Futian had to sacrifice some of his potential to battle the other party. Futian's expression was cold as he used the fatal entanglement spell. The vines flew towards the punishment light but were sliced to shreds immediately. No matter how tough the vines were, this was a slaughter rule power light. Bang! At that moment, Xing stepped forward. His body was surrounded by the Dozhan body, and it made him look like a demon. He wore the defensive ritual implement on his body, and the air vibrated as he rushed outwards. When the terrifying punishment light sliced towards him, he ignored it and continued dashing forward. Futian also rushed out, and he had an alarming defense around him. At the same time, he held the polearm of divine destruction in front of him and broke out of the prison. At that moment, a halberd crushed down towards them with boundless pressure. Futian raised his polearm of divine destruction and a rule power appeared in the heavens. It was unbelievably heavy, as though the power of the heavens had all culminated in one strike of his rod, crushing forward and shattering the halberd's light. On the other end, a gargantuan qilin rushed towards Xing. Xing let out a roar and his huge Dozhan body grabbed the qilin's claws and the qilin bit towards the body's head. With a roaring bellow, the Dozhan body's arms tore towards both sides. In an instant, the gargantuan qilin was torn into two halves from the middle. It was a shocking sight. However, at the same time, a vermilion bird rushed towards Xing's back, crashing into him, causing the huge Dozhan body to tremble violently and vomit out blood. His huge body turned around and his expression was extremely cold. With another roar, the power of his ritual implement gathered on his fists, and he stepped forward, causing crackling sounds to be heard in the heavens. His fists appeared to break through space itself, landing on the vermilion bird and shattering it. At that moment, in the battleground, the scenario that had formed was two Sage Plane experts targeting Futian, and the other two surrounding Xing. Are you a disciple of the palace, or you have cultivated there previously? Futian stared at a young Sage Plane cultivator who looked like he was in his 30s. Of course, his actual age was not so young, but the person had well-defined features and was extremely strong. He had definitely been in the Sage Plane for some time. The palace's spells would not be leaked, but the abilities that this teen was using looked like the Tianqing Palace's abilities. The other person was weaker, so he should be a low-level sage. Futian was confident in killing him by using his will of the Emperor and his polearm of divine destruction. The two of them had cold expressions. They did not expect that Futian and Xing still had such hidden trumps. With 4 Sage Plane experts dealing with them, they had expected a one-sided massacre. Since you know now, you can die peacefully, the young Sage Plane cultivator said icily. As his voice landed, the rule power in the air circulated rampantly. At that moment, countless punishment lights tore through and air towards Futian. Futian felt the terrifying killing power and delivered an emperor's punch. It had a mysterious rhythm and the heavens resonated with him, strengthening the defense around his body. At the same time, the divine ape swung the polearm of divine destruction and a huge force appeared in the air. An unending stream of punishment lights tore through the air, killing towards them. However, they were kept out by the defensive barrier around Futian. The teenage Sage Plane cultivator had a frigid expression as he stretched out his hand. In an instant, a wave of golden lightning appeared in the air above Futian, a halberd appearing from within the wave. It spun around and hummed in the heavens, releasing a destructive might. The halberd's light appeared to have locked onto Futian's body. In the next moment, countless halberds slashed downwards. At that moment, Futian struck out with his rod towards the sky. With a deafening sound, his body sank downwards in a beautiful arc with the help of the Force, towards the other Sage Plane expert. The Sage Plane expert looked at him, and Yi Futian could feel a vermilion bird shadow appear in his head, burning through the skies, attempting to destroy his spiritual will. However, the will of the Emperor prevented his will from being extinguished, and he continued forward. A huge vermilion bird flew towards him, blocking out the skies and surrounding him in endless flames. Yi Futian rushed straight towards it, surrounded by his starry defense. The divine ape roared and struck out towards the heavens onto the giant vermilion bird. A deafening crash sounded, and the vermilion bird cried in agony, its body exploding in flames burning throughout the skies. The Sage Plane expert attempted to retreat, but Yi Futian threw out the tower ritual implement in his hand and a terrifying force emitted from it. Yi Futian's spiritual will had assimilated into it, and at that moment, time and space appeared to have frozen. The Sage Plane expert could feel his body becoming slower, while Yi Futian moved in an arc, assaulting him with another strike of the rod. His eyes widened as a terrifying vermilion bird flame rushed out from his pupils. However, Yi Futian's eyes were like the Emperor's eyes, and as his gaze swept across, the divine ape swung down with the pole arm and it landed on the Sage Plane expert's body. In an instant, the Sage Plane cultivator's brain was cracked open and his body fell to the ground. A Sage Plane expert dead? At the same time, a dangerous feeling came over Yi Futian and he turned around immediately, slashing out with his rod. However, he saw countless halberds rushing towards him, and his rod technique was unable to completely shield him. The halberd tore through his defenses, landing on his Dojan body, causing it to quiver. He immediately retreated and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Using the force to retreat, his body appeared in the area where Yuxing was. He saw a Sage Plane cultivator who had been forced to retreat by Yuxing's fists, and swung down at him with his rod. The Sage Plane expert suddenly felt as though his body was unable to move and raised his head, but what awaited him was the divine ape swinging a ritual implement down on him. With another thunderous crash, the second Sage Plane cultivator fell to the ground, dead. The other Sage Plane expert who had been fighting with Yuxing retreated and created distance between them, his expression ghastly. They had actually allowed Yi Futian to kill two Sage Plane experts. He had already grasped a speck of a sage's rule power. Now that he was possessed by an emperor-like will, his cultivation level had also entered that of a half-sage, and he had horrifying attack ability. The Sage Plane cultivator who had previously cultivated in the palace had an extremely grim expression. Two of the Sage Plane experts had been killed, and they might not even be able to take down Yi Futian and Yuxing, as expected of the genius that rose up after Bai Luli. At that moment, an even more terrifying pressure wafted in the skies and a figure bathing in flames gradually descended. Feeling the aura on him, Yi Futian, who was bathed in the Emperor's light, was in despair. This was definitely not the aura of a sage, he was likely a magi. The difference in cultivation level was insurmountable. To kill them, they had sent out 4 sages and a magi. He could imagine how determined they were. They did not want to give him any opportunity to escape. The expert who walked down from the air looked at Yi Futian with admiration. If this person did not die, his achievements would naturally be stunning. It was a pity that he had to die today. Alchemy City's battle was a life-and-death battle agreed upon by both parties, with the city lord personally being the witness. Yi Futian looked at the expert in the air and said, "Don't try to use Alchemy City to threaten me. Back then, Yuchi was intentionally biased towards you, causing my Gongsun clan's #1 armorer to die. The person who obtained first in Alchemy Conference died such an unjust death. Now, the Gongsun clan has already moved to White Cloud City." The expert in the air replied coldly, as though he did not care to hide where he was from. "You've sought refuge in the White Cloud City." Yi Futian's tone was frigid. Although the Gongsun clan was a major clan in Alchemy City, it would not be considered elite in the barren state. In the past, it depended on the city lord office and emperor family, but Gongsun Ye's death caused a rift between the Gongsun clan and the city lord office. Moreover, the emperor family had tried to solicit them. However, the emperor family was still inferior to the city lord office. So, They chose to leave and enter White Cloud City. In White Cloud City, the White Cloud City Lord was the absolute ruler. As the fourth on the barren sky ranking, only he could pay no attention to Yuchi. So, you must die, the person declared coldly. Behind him, a giant vermilion bird appeared and the skies started burning crimson. A colossal vermilion bird claw gripped downwards, covering the skies. It was much larger than the divine ape, and Yi Futian used his will of the emperor to push his polearm of divine destruction to the limit, swinging out towards the sky. However, divine bird's claw was indomitable, and the rod shadows were torn to shreds. The terrifying claw continued downwards and smashed onto Yi Futian's dojon body, crushing it immediately. Yi Futian's body fell to the ground. He spit blood at the corner of his mouth. Die! Boundless flames surrounded the area and spread towards Yi Futian. However, Yuxing stepped forward to Yi Futian's side, his demon wings surrounding Yi Futian within. Courting death! The expert in the air howled and the vermilion bird struck again, crashing on Yuxing's body, causing his body to convulse violently. He also spurted out blood and the two of them crashed heavily into the ground. This expert was a mid-level magi. To Yi Futian's group, it was not someone they could stand up to. Hua Jiayu and the rest landed in front of Yi Futian and Yu Xing, their expressions pale like paper. Kill! The expert in the air said coldly. The sage plane expert who had cultivated in the palace previously nodded and the punishment light descended upon Yi Futian and Yu Xing. Hua Jiayu flew into the air, stimulating the telekinesis pearl to its limit in her mind. Her hair flew and she closed her eyes, making her look like a goddess. Her spiritual energy affected the path of the descending punishment light. The punishment light pulsated and the sage plane expert in the air humphed. In an instant, Hua Jiayu spat out blood and her spiritual energy received a huge blow, causing her to fall to the ground. Roar! Yuan Zhan flew into the air with a bellow. Don't kill Yuan Zhan! A voice sounded in the air and the killing light avoided Yuan Zhan. He was the only successor to the Taihang Mountain, so they would definitely not kill him. Otherwise, if that old ape flared up, it would not end well for them. As the killing light was about to land, Long Linger ran in front of Yi Futian and shielded him with tears in her eyes. She ripped the dragon-shaped jade on her neck and said, Uncle, you said that you would protect Linger, I need you now. As she said that, she flew into the air, standing above Yi Futian and raising the dragon-shaped jade in her hands. She closed her eyes as tears flowed down her cheeks. Were they really going to die here? Chapter 677. Linger. Yi Futian raised his head and called out to the delicate figure in the air, a pale expression on his face. Although the teenage girl still looked weak, she stood there firmly, allowing the rampaging wind to billow on her body. Her clothes fluttered and her hair blew wildly while the youthful girl's face had tears streaking down it. Evidently, she was scared. She was not even 19. How could she not fear death? However, even though she was scared, she still stood there, like a duckweed in the wind that could be blown apart easily. Linger! Yi Futian raised his head and called out to the delicate figure in the air, a pale expression on his face. Although the teenage girl still looked weak, she stood there firmly, allowing the rampaging wind to billow on her body. Her clothes fluttered and her hair blew wildly while the youthful girl's face had tears streaking down it. Evidently, she was scared. She was not even 19. How could she not fear death? However, even though she was scared, she still stood there, like a duckweed in the wind that could be blown apart easily. As the figure burned itself into Yi Futian's head, at that moment, Yi Futian suddenly remembered the time they first met. At that time, Long Linger had been willful and unruly, and he could barely stop himself from beating her up. However, after more interaction with her, he found out that she was simply too lonely. Although she was the only daughter of the West Mountain Dragon clan, her young heart had many worries that she could not tell anyone. He remembered the little girl crying under the moonlight as she thought of her uncle. Now, she had finally grown up and had come to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. However, such a calamity had befallen her because she had come to send him off today. As the light of punishment descended, time felt like it had stopped. Yi Futian had tears falling from the corner of his eyes. He had thought that he would never cry again, but many things were beyond his control. As he watched the destructive light about to devour Longlinger, Yi Futian watched all this unfold in pain, but he was powerless to stop it. Not only Longlinger, but Yu Xing and Jieyu would also become victims of this calamity. However, at this moment, a mysterious power descended upon the area. Time really stopped, and a light of punishment landed on the dragon-shaped jade. The pendant suddenly let out a brilliant glow, and an imposing matrix appeared in the sky above Longlinger's head. The matrix was formed by countless lines interweaving, and there appeared to be a dimension within the matrix. A terrifying aura emanated from the dimension. Next, rays of brilliant light glowed and a divine purple-gold dragon emerged from the pendant's matrix under everyone's astounded gazes. The purple-gold dragon was humongous, and its gaze was imposing as it stared at the vermilion bird in the air. Dragon soul! The Magi's expression changed as he uttered. This sudden reversal stunned Yi Futian as well. He did not expect that the jade pendant that Linger wore had a dragon soul within it. The giant purple-gold dragon had a dominant aura and on its head. They could faintly see a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. This caused a huge visual impact on the onlookers. Longlinger was equally stunned as she raised her head and looked at the dragon. "Uncle Long," Longlinger mumbled as her heart raced. This was her uncle's dragon. She often rode on it when she was younger. As she looked further up the purple-gold dragon, Longlinger could no longer hold in her tears as they streaked down her face. She shouted out softly, "Uncle, have you returned?" The middle-aged figure turned and looked at Longlinger. He was dressed in green robes and had hair that was black like ink. His expressive eyes appeared to have the galaxy in them, and he looked at Longlinger with a doting gaze, then smiled and said, "Linger, you've already grown this big." "Uncle." Longlinger could not stop her tears as she replied, "I'm not dreaming, am I? Uncle promised to protect you." The middle-aged man smiled and replied. He then turned around and looked at the three sage plane experts in the air, his expression turning cold abruptly and his eyes filled with killing intent. "Senior, this is a misunderstanding," the Magi in the air explained. He could already guess who the person who had appeared in front of them was. He was the prodigy who had once appeared in the top ranks of the barren sky, ranking like a shooting star, the previous clan leader of the barren state's West Mountain Dragon clan, Long Etienne. "You dare touch my dragon clan's little princess!" Long Etienne stood with his hands behind his back and his tone was stone cold. The purple-gold dragon flew into the air towards the vermilion bird and opened its mouth, swallowing the vermilion bird. The three sages' expressions turned pale and the person at the front shouted, "Retreat!" Long Etienne's expression was cold as an ancient guqin appeared. He strummed the guqin's strings and the heavens resonated with it. The dragon he was on resonated with the heavens as well, and in an instant, there were three large dragon shadows rushing towards the three sage plane cultivators. The three sage plane cultivators were shocked and they turned around to unleash their strongest defenses. However, what awaited them was the dragon shadow rushing directly into their heads and shattering their spiritual wills. The three of them then fell to the ground powerlessly. Three sage plane cultivators, one of them who was a magi, were killed in one blow. Although it was unknown how much of his peak battle ability Long Etienne could unleash now, he must have been an elite sage plane cultivator. The difference between him and the three people was probably the same as Yi Futian and a fresh noble plane cultivator. The ancient guqin disappeared and Long Etienne turned around to look at Longlinger. Longlinger descended directly onto the purple-gold dragon and walked to Long Etienne's side. "Uncle, I miss you so much." Longlinger pounced into Long Etienne's embrace, and he rubbed her head with a doting expression. "What a silly lass, you're already so big. Why are you still crying?" Long Etienne asked gently. The demeanor he had when he killed the three sage plane experts was all gone, and he now looked just like a kindly elder. "Then will Uncle stay from now on?" Longlinger raised her head and looked at Long Etienne in anticipation. Long Etienne rubbed her head and replied, "Uncle needs to go into slumber, but I will always be beside you." "Uncle, what is going on here?" Longlinger asked. "Go back and ask your father." Long Etienne smiled and replied, then turned to Yi Futian's group. Yi Futian also raised his head and looked at the legendary figure and said, Yi Futian thanks Elder for saving my life. Long Etienne nodded his head lightly and replied, Help me take care of Linger. As he said, he raised his head and looked in the air. Could it be his mistake? A dragon's roar sounded and Long Etienne and his purple-gold dragon started to fade to nothingness. The matrix's light glowed again, and the illusory figure dove into the pendant. Uncle! Long Linger's expression was filled with longing, but she could only watch as Long Etienne disappeared. The light on the pendant darkened, but it was evidently more than a normal jade pendant. Linger, we have to go, Yi Futian said. Okay. Long Linger cried as she nodded. After barely surviving the calamity, she knew that it was not the time to be sad. Let's go, Yi Futian said, and the demonized black wind condor took to the skies, carrying them and leaving like a flash of black lightning. Yi Futian, Yusheng, Huajiayu, and the others all had weak auras. If another sage plane cultivator came, it would definitely be their end. This time, he did not let Linger go back to the palace, for fear that she might run into something on the way back. After they had left for a period of time, a few figures approached the area that they had left from. These were the cultivators from the palace's edge, the 1,000 Holy Islands. They saw the corpse on the ground and had curious expressions. What on earth had happened here? It's Ning Yuan! Someone exclaimed. One of the sage plane cultivators who had been killed had been recognized. It was one of the disciples who had previously cultivated in the palace, the Ning clan's Ning Yuan. Let's go and report this to the palace, one of the persons suggested. They knew that it was not a small matter, and they could not make the decision. At that moment, in the White Cloud City, the Gongsun clan. The Gongsun clan leader stared at the shattered jade totems in front of him with a grim expression. The sage plane cultivators they had sent out had died. Did this mean that they had failed? To kill Yi Futian, they had even sent a magi. How could they have failed? This was already after considering the greatest extent of Yi Futian's abilities and even factoring in unexpected circumstances. Moreover, the assassination was not planned solely by the Gongsun clan. It had people from within the palace participating in the planning, so the plan should have been perfect. It was not just the Gongsun clan. At the same time, in the Zhongzhou city's eastern region, the same scene happened in the Ning clan. The Ning clan leader held the broken jade totems in his hand with a steely expression. They were all waiting for news. What on earth had happened? A few days later, news had spread in the barren state. On the day Yi Futian and his friends had left the palace, there had been a fierce battle in the mountain ranges outside the 1,000 Holy Islands. A few sage plane cultivators had died, including a disciple of the palace, the Ning clan's Ning Yuan. The other sage plane cultivators were rumored to be the Gongsun clan's sage plane figures. The news spread quickly throughout the barren state and caused a huge uproar. Many people guessed that Yi Futian might have been the target of an assassination. There were people who walked the holy road with Yi Futian claiming that back then, Yi Futian and Yu Xing had killed the Ning clan's genius, Ning Huang. Ning Huang was reputed to be the elite genius of the Ning clan in the current generation. However, he died a tragic death before he had even entered the palace. Similarly, the Gongsun clan's number one in the younger generation and the first in the alchemy conference, Gongsun Yi, was also killed by Yi Futian. So, it was not surprising that the Ning clan and Gongsun clan would take revenge on Yi Futian after he had been expelled by the palace. However, why were the 5 sage plane cultivators who carried out the assassination dead? 3 of them even had their spiritual wills shattered and were forcefully killed. This evidently could not have been done by Yi Futian. It had to be someone especially strong who specialized in spiritual will attacks. Who had protected Yi Futian and his friends? Where were Yi Futian and his friends now? It was like they had disappeared from the barren state. There was no news about them, and they had not returned to the Zhuge family. In the Zhuge family, Zhuge Mingyu was worried sick and enraged. Her little brother had just left the palace, and something like this immediately happened to him. This was outrageous. In the Battle Sage Palace, Sage Dozhan was equally infuriated when he heard the news, and he ordered the people in the Battle Sage Palace to investigate the matter. Evidently, there was a mastermind behind this. At that moment, in the Zhongzhou city's eastern region, on the boundless Taihang Mountain, Yi Futian and Yu Xing sat at the edge of the cliff cultivating. The spiritual qi in the air rushed into their bodies, and they slowly recovered their vitality. Thump, thump, thump. At the same time, the Taihang Mountain shuddered as though a terrifying earthquake was happening. Yi Futian opened his eyes and saw many golden apes in the distance, landing in the same area. In front of them, the king of Taihang Mountain. Yi Futian stood there like a golden mountain. Crash! With a thunderous sound, Yuan Hong stepped on the ground and cracks appeared in the mountain ranges. He flew into the air and with multiple crackling sounds, the other golden apes all flew into the air out of Taihang Mountain. The ape clan was leaving the mountain. Chapter 678. Now, if the barren state was split up into 9 regions according to the holy roads, the Dawn Road would be considered part of the same region. Taihang Mountain and the Ning clan were both within the region of the Dawn Road, the eastern area of the Zhongzhou city. Back then, both Ning Huang and Yuan Zhan had entered the holy road from the Dawn Road. As such, the Taihang Mountain was not far from the Ning clan. Now, if the barren state was split up into 9 regions according to the holy roads, the Dawn Road would be considered part of the same region. Taihang Mountain and the Ning clan were both within the region of the Dawn Road, the eastern area of the Zhongzhou city. Back then, both Ning Huang and Yuan Zhan had entered the holy road from the Dawn Road. As such, the Taihang Mountain was not far from the Ning clan. The Ning clan had also once been an elite clan. At its prime, it had experts on the barren sky ranking, but it was now on the decline. Now, the palace's elder Ning was already the most influential person that the Ning clan could produce. For the past few days, the Ning clan leader Ning Yuan had had a feeling of unease. That day, the assassination had failed and Ning Yuan had died. Until now, they did not know who had protected Yi Futian, but it was at least a magi, otherwise, they could not have killed Ning Yuan. If he had a person of that level protecting him, what other factions were behind Yi Futian? The reason they had dared to assassinate Yi Futian was naturally because he had been expelled from the palace and the palace would not interfere. As long as the assassination succeeded, nobody would know who had done it. Even if someone managed to find out, who would stick up for Yi Futian? Although the Zhuge family and the alchemy city had some relations with him, that was only because his brother and sister were in these factions, but they were not the ones in power. So, the relationship would definitely not be too intimate, even if Zhuge Qifeng and Yu Qi valued Yi Futian's potential. If Yi Futian was dead, all that potential would be pointless. Back then, Ning Huang's death was definitely a thorn in the Ning clan's heart. However, Yi Futian had entered the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate, and they could not kill him in the palace. Afterward, he had become the first on the law rank and he was protected even better. The Ning clan had once thought that revenge was impossible until Yi Futian had been expelled from the palace. That was when the assassination plan had begun. However, they had failed. The corpses of the 5 Sage Plane experts were left there, so they would know who did it at a glance. Thud. A dull sound was heard and Ning Yuan frowned. What was happening? It was not only him who had heard the sound. At that moment, within the huge Ning clan residence, many people felt the ground shake. Outside the Ning clan residence, the people within the city looked dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. It was a herd of golden apes. On the ground, rampaging golden apes trampled the ground, causing cracks to appear. The golden apes had violent demonic chi around their bodies and in the front. The golden ape bodies rapidly grew to a size of 10 meters, each of them looking like a mountain, crushing the ground beyond their feet as they walked forward. There were also immensely strong golden apes walking in the air. The golden ape at the forefront appeared to be the king of the apes, its golden body standing tall at tens of meters, giving people an immovable, divine feel. Many people started escaping in all directions. They had realized that the golden apes appeared to be heading for the Ning clan residence. At that moment, there were people flying into the air from the Ning clan residence. When they saw the grand sight before their eyes, they were startled, and their bodies started to shiver. It was the golden ape clan from the Taihang Mountain. What were they here for? There were people flying into the air in succession, and even sage plane figures appeared. Standing in the air, he looked at the king of Taihang Mountain across the air and bowed slightly, saying, "Greetings to Taihang Mountain's ape elder. What has elder come for?" "Kill," Yuan Hong said with an extremely cold voice, completely devoid of emotion. In the next moment, the tens of golden apes beside him held razor-sharp golden spears in their hands and golden rays flew through the air. The golden spears then flew towards the sage plane expert below like golden lightning. It was too quick. Those who had thrown their spears were all strong golden apes from Taihang Mountain. The sage plane expert was horrified and retreated immediately, but the sky of raining spears rained down, and he could not dodge them. Tch. With a giant sound, the giant golden spears impaled his body, pinning him to the ground. A sage plane expert dead on the spot. In the Ning clan, countless people watched the scene with trepidation, fear filling their minds. The Taihang Mountain had sent out all its experts to kill them. "Elder Yuan Hong, when has my Ning clan ever offended the Taihang Mountain?" Someone roared, only to see a golden ape land right in front of him and crushing him with its golden palm, killing him in the air. As deafening rumbling sounds were heard, the Ning clan's main door was smashed to dust. Next, the buildings in the Ning clan's residence were rapidly destroyed and the golden apes landed on the area above the residence, their might surrounding the entire residence. "Yuan Hong!" a voice shouted. The Ning clan leader, Ning Yuan, flew into the air with an extremely grim expression and howled at Yuan Hong. "I did not know that Yuan Zhan was there at that time, but I guarantee that Ning Yuan would definitely not have laid a hand on Yuan Zhan." He had already knew that Yuan Zhan had left the palace with Yi Futian. Ning Yuan naturally had his own insight and would not kill Yuan Zhan. After all, they had no grudge with Yuan Zhan and did not want to, nor did they dare to offend Taihang Mountain. Yuan Hong's golden eyes swept across Ning Yuan. Even until now, Ning Yuan probably did not know why he was here. Since the Ning clan likes their outstanding sage plane figures, today, none of the Ning clan's sage plane figures will be left alive. If any noble plane dares to step in, kill them all. Yuan Hong's voice sounded like a storm in Ning Yuan's ears, leaving him in despair. None of the Ning clan's sage plane to be left alive. If noble plane cultivators interfered, they would all be killed. This was akin to severing the Ning clan's lifeline. In the barren state, the sage plane cultivators were the elite figures. A faction could only be considered elite unless it had a sage plane cultivator. Some small cities could not even hold their own in the barren state without a sage plane cultivator, not to mention a clan. Moreover, the Ning clan was a strong clan and would definitely have offended many people. The clan also had many treasures. If their sage plane experts were all killed, how would the Ning clan survive? Bang, bang, bang. The huge golden apes stepped forward and started killing. The golden ape clan was renowned for its strong battle ability. How could the declining Ning clan be a match for them? It was absolutely a one-sided massacre. In another part of the battlefield, there were strong sage plane experts holding halberds in their hands, riding kylons and assaulting a golden ape. However, the golden ape did not move and allowed the halberd to pierce its body, but the halberd could not even pierce through its skin. The golden apes naturally had invincible bodies that were forged by gold. His giant hand grabbed the halberd, snapping it in half, then slashed downwards and split the other party into two. He did not use much technique and chose to use tyrannical force to crush the other person instead. Below them, the Ning clan's members all had pale faces and boundless fear in their hearts. How could this be? Was it because of the incident that had been spreading wildly? However, the clan leader had already said that he would not touch Yuan Zhan. Why was Taihang Mountain still here? "Yuan Hong, are you mad?" Ning Yuan's eyes were blood-red as he howled. "You dare to commit genocide against a clan in the barren state? How will the other factions in the barren state dare to coexist with you? When you committed murder by using a sage plane expert to assassinate a noble plane cultivator, did you not think of the consequences?" Yuan Hong said coldly, staring down Ning Yuan. "Yi Futian killed my Ning clan's genius, Ning Huang. This is between my Ning clan and Yi Futian. What does it have to do with your Taihang Mountain?" Ning Yuan bellowed. Seeing all the sage plane cultivators die, he had gone into a frenzy. Yi Futian killed Ning Huang, so you wanted him dead. Now you tried to kill Yi Futian, so I'm here to kill you. After today, the Ning clan will be removed from the barren state, Yuan Hong said nonchalantly. As he heard his words, Ning Yuan's expression became ghastly and he stared at Yuan Hong, saying, Not possible, this is not possible. What relation does Yi Futian have with your Taihang Mountain? It can't be just because he knows Yuan Zhan. Yuan Hong had led the Golden Ape clan to kill them, not because of Yuan Zhan, but because of Yi Futian. He had considered the Zhuge family and Alchemy City. He felt that these two major factions would not make a huge move because of Yi Futian, but he had not thought about Taihang Mountain. Evidently Yi Futian, who had disappeared after that day's assassination attempt, was now in Taihang Mountain. Dead people don't need to ask that many questions, Yuan Hong replied cruelly. He stretched out his hand, and a golden rod appeared in his giant palm. He stepped forward and the earth shuddered under him. The golden rod crushed downwards, its might causing the entire Ning clan residence to crumble. The other people's battles all stopped at that moment. The power of the rod seemingly could cause the heavens to collapse. Before the rod had even landed, crashing sounds could be heard as the Ning clan residence repeatedly exploded, and some weaker cultivators were pressed to the ground, unable to move, spurting blood, feeling as though their internal organs would be crushed. No! Ning Yuan bawled and a giant qilin appeared, flying towards the air. However, under the rod's strike, the qilin was smashed to smithereens. Yuan Hong was an elite high-level archmage, and 18th on the Barren Sky ranking. Ning Yuan was a mid-level archmage. There was an entire cultivation level of difference between them, not to mention that their battle abilities were not on the same level. When Yuan Hong personally descended upon the Ning clan, there was already no doubt about the outcome. As the rod struck down, Ning Yuan was pounded to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. The color paled from his face as he saw a giant foot crushing down upon his body, getting closer by the second. Ning Yuan felt utterly pained. Was he going to die in such a humiliating way? Being crushed to death. Countless gazes stared in his direction, watching Yuan Hong's foot trampling down. With a thunderous clap, the ground ruptured and cracks appeared in the entire residence, as the Ning clan members watched with looks of despair. Their clan leader had been stepped on and crushed to death. What a humiliating way to die. Do your job. Yuan Hong raised his head and looked at the golden apes in the air. The golden apes immediately went on a killing spree and howls of agony could be heard all over the Ning clan. The noble plain cultivators all shivered, not daring to participate in the battle, their cries being completely drowned out by the battle. The Ning clan was finished. After today, they would be removed from the barren state, all because their clan leader had ordered an assassination on Yi Futian. Not long after, the ground shook and roaring sounds could be heard as Taihang Mountain's demonic beasts took to the skies and left. Outside the residence, countless people came over to the Ning clan, but what was left was crying and rubble. The apes on Taihang Mountain are really brutal, many people thought. The Golden Ape clan were still demonic beasts after all, and the rage of a demonic beast was utterly barbaric. Chapter 679, White Cloud City. Chapter 679, White Cloud City. The devastation of the Ning clan caused a huge uproar in no time. The eastern region of the barren state was the first that had caught wind of the news. All top forces were utterly shocked. It was said that the king of Taihang Mountain, that violent king of the golden great apes, brought his forces of demon ape down Taihang Mountain down on the Ning clan. They swiftly destroyed the clan with the king himself stepping onto Ning Yuan. All of their sages were killed. The unrest occurred with the Ning clan soon after people infiltrated their ranks to rob them. The once renowned Ning clan was reduced to history. The few survivors ran for their lives, with some going to Ning Xian in the Holy Ji Palace, hoping to have Ning Xian avenge the clan. There was news saying that the very reason why the forces on Taihang Mountain went to destroy the Ning clan was because the clan sent sages to assassinate Yi Futian, not because of Yuan Zhan. Yi Futian was apparently on friendly terms with Taihang Mountain, and as such, it was hardly a surprise that Yuan Zhan himself was so close with Yi Futian. Zhuge Qifeng of the Zhuge family was hardly surprised when he caught wind of the news. When Yi Futian revealed his secret to Zhuge Qifeng, he mentioned something about the apes. What was unexpected to Zhuge Qifeng was that Taihang Mountain reacted to the assassination attempt so drastically. Just how high is his status among the apes? However, the destruction of the Ning clan was probably more than enough to have whoever was scheming against Yi Futian after he was expelled from the Holy Ji Palace reconsider their plans and stop pulling off such attempts easily. The Gongsun clan was the next one to be terrified. When the news reached the Holy Ji Palace, many were shocked. No one expected Taihang Mountain forces to be the one to act in Yi Futian's favor. In one of the palaces in Tianqing Pavilion, Ning Xian shattered a stone chair near him. His expression was a very, very ugly one. His veins popped and he looked ferocious, losing all the bearing a sage-level figure should have had. He just received the news that Ning clan was no more. That was his family. Even though the Ning clan had fallen on hard times, it was still his roots. The people of the Ning clan shared blood ties with him. His heart bled hearing that Ning clan was crushed by Taihang Mountain. "Yuan Hong, you have gone too far!" Ning Xian yelled with intense anger. He wanted little more than to invade Taihang Mountain right there and then. However, Yuan Hong was a mighty one ranked 18th on the law rank. Despite being an elder of Tianqing Pavilion, Ning Xian was no match for Yuan Hong. He and the main palace lord aside, the only people throughout the entire Holy Ji Palace capable of fighting Yuan Hong were Lu Chan, the assistant palace lord, and Sage Dozhan, the lord of Battle Sage Palace. Sage Dozhan had been Yi Futian's teacher. There was no way he would have avenged Ning Xian as he was busy finding out who had gone after Yi Futian's head. Only Lu Chan, the assistant palace lord, would be able to avenge Ning Xian since even the lord of Tianqing Pavilion would not be able to do so. However, the Holy Ji Palace never got themselves involved with outside conflicts, and Lu Chan would not have fought on behalf of Ning clan. Ning Xian stood up and walked, heading to Holy Sage Pavilion. Lu Chan had, of course, caught wind of the news. When Ning Xian made it to the Holy Sage Pavilion, he found the lords of Tianqing Pavilion and Battle Sage Palace present as well. His expression changed for a bit, bowing to everyone there and then turning his eyes at Lu Chan, saying, "Assistant Palace Lord, that demon beast in Taihang Mountain was inhumanely violent. He went on to wage bloody wars when he first came to the barren state. It was entirely unexpected that his violent nature remained for all these years, slaughtering the entire Ning clan. Despite being amongst humans for so long, they were still devoid of humaneness. I suggest that you call upon all forces of the barren state to destroy Taihang Mountain in order to be rid of this menace once and for all." Lu Chan looked at him for quite a bit and said, "Ning Xian, were you the one behind what happened outside the Thousand Holy Islands?" Sage Dozhan glared at him with equally cold eyes. Ning Xian felt immense pressure coming his way all of a sudden. He had not expected Sage Dozhan to have gotten there before him. "I only knew of what happened and I took part in nothing. Yi Futian was expelled from the Holy Ji Palace, and as such, I paid no heed to his affairs." There was no way Ning Xian would have admitted his role in anything. Ning Yuan returned to the Holy Ji Palace before the assassination attempt, and he went to the Gongsun clan. "Don't tell me that it was something Ning Yuan decided to do himself," Sage Dozhan said coldly. A tinge of authority was heard from his voice. "Even if Yi Futian was no longer part of the Holy Ji Palace, he was still my student. You dared plan to assassinate him as soon as he stepped foot outside the Holy Ji Palace? And worse still, you planned this for a while, haven't you? Lord Dozhan, please do not accuse me of something I did not do. Furthermore, Yi Futian turned his back on the will of the Holy Ji Palace and even opposed the stance of the Holy Ji Palace. That was why he was expelled, and he no longer had anything to do with the Holy Ji Palace nor the Battle Sage Palace. Is what you said coming from your personal standpoint or that of the Holy Ji Palace's? If it is something personal, I would say this much: I'm not your match. If the words were spoken from the standpoint of the Holy Ji Palace, I do not see myself to be guilty," Ning Xian said coldly. He came for two specific goals: to accuse and to save his own skin. Tianxing, what do you say? Sage Dozhan did not bother with Ning Xian and went to ask Sage Tianxing instead. The Lord of Tianxing Pavilion was in charge of the laws, and such matters were within his jurisdiction. However, Ning Xian was an elder of the Tianxing Pavilion. Ning Xian did not say anything wrong. Yi Futian was expelled from the Holy Ji Palace, and as such, he had nothing more to do with the Holy Ji Palace. It was something personal, and from the Holy Ji Palace's standpoint, we have no right to deal with Ning Xian. Of course, the case of Taihang Mountain avenging Yi Futian is something that the Holy Ji Palace will also not get involved with. However, the demonic beasts in Taihang Mountain have indeed gone too far by slaughtering the entire Ning clan. If other forces were to imitate their way of doing things, the barren state will be caught in a bloody storm in no time. Sage Tianxing elaborated. Lu Chan looked at the people before him calmly and said, "None of this has anything to do with the Holy Ji Palace itself. Period. Ning Xian, if you decide to seek vengeance, do it in an open manner and put your life on the line. The Holy Ji Palace will not get involved with your personal vendetta. You being alive or dead will have nothing to do with the Holy Ji Palace." "Indeed, Assistant Palace Lord." Ning Xian nodded while cursing under his breath. It had indeed been impossible to convince Lu Chan to move against Taihang Mountain, and he had been lucky to be able to save his own skin. Sage Dozhan glanced at Ning Xian with cold eyes and said, "Yi Futian and Yu Xing were expelled from the Holy Ji Palace. While this had nothing to do with the Holy Ji Palace in principle, they were still marked for death as soon as they left the place. The Holy Ji Palace is sacred ground in the barren state. What would that have done to our reputation? If something like this happens again, do not blame me for ignoring my position at the Holy Ji Palace and take things personally." Sage Dozhan turned around and left as soon as he was done talking. His stout frame made every single step he took clear, exuding an overbearing air. Ning Xian looked at his back and felt really bad. "Ning Xian, take care of yourself." Lu Chan glanced at Ning Xian plainly and said. It was apparent that he found what Ning Xian did to be displeasing, but he did not pursue the matter further. White Cloud City was one of the 2 cities in the western region of the barren state with similar renown to Alchemy City. It had always been one of the top forces in all of the barren state. Mighty ones prowled the streets of that magnificent, grand city, and the place was an incredibly prosperous one. Golden light showered from above right outside the city itself. Many looked up and felt their hearts jumping out of their chests. The lights came from one golden great ape after another. They were huge and they looked as if they were made of gold. It had not long ago that there was news from the eastern region, saying that the Ning clan had been slaughtered by a bunch of demonic creatures from Taihang Mountain. The same golden great apes had now made it to White Cloud City, and everyone knew what they came from. However, the Gongsun clan had submitted to White Cloud City, yet Taihang Mountain forces still dared to come with impunity. It was seen to be an act of utmost insolence. "Quick," informed the city lord. The guards outside the city said. It was a matter of utmost seriousness. Yuan Hong had come all the way from Taihang Mountain, and no one other than Bai Gu, the city lord of White Cloud City, would have been able to stand against Yuan Hong. A vast, regal, and luxurious estate had just been finished within White Cloud City. The place served as the residence of the Gongsun clan. However, members of the Gongsun family felt troubled, and the reason was an obvious one. The news of the Ning clan being totally destroyed was simply too shocking. They had thought the assassination attempt was something no one would dare to do or able to interfere with. They never expected Taihang Mountain forces to bring their might to bear on them, crushing the Ning clan to stand up for Yi Futian. As Taihang Mountain dared move against Ning clan, it was a given that they dared move against Gongsun clan. There were 2 people playing chess in the vast estate. One of them being Gongsun Jing, the clan leader of the Gongsun clan, while the other was a top-notch mighty one renowned in White Cloud City, Yun Hao, clan leader of Yun clan. While White Cloud City was ruled by Bai clan, in actuality, many of the affairs in the city were taken care of by the Yun clan. Yun Hao was a force to be reckoned with in White Cloud City. He was a mighty one ranked on the barren sky, ranking at 98th place. Relax, brother Gongsun. White Cloud City is not the Ning clan. Since you are here in White Cloud City, Yuan Hong will not dare to just kill his way into White Cloud City. This place still the turf of the city lord, after all. Yun Hao said to Gong Sun Jing openly, with a loud brimming voice. Right. Gong Sun Jing nodded, but he still could not help but worried about things. Boom! The earth shook violently for a brief moment. Yun Hao frowned while Gong Sun Jing was immediately and extremely distressed. Boom, boom! There seemed to be something like an earthquake happening as the shaking continued. Both of them spread their spiritual will out far and wide, and both of them went pale soon after. Yun Hao looked distressed and embarrassed while Gong Sun Jing stood up and gave an order with a loud voice. Everyone retreat. Yuan Hong had actually come for them. Gong Sun Ling, go get the city lord. He continued to shout. With the precedence of the Ning clan serving as a warning, he knew too well that Yuan Hong was not doing what he did then for amusement. He was there to crush his clan, and there was no way he was able to keep calm. Brother Gong Sun, there is no need to be fettered, Yun Hao said as he stood up. His expression was cold as he stepped outside and glared at the demon apes coming from afar. He then yelled at them. Yuan Hong, this is White Cloud City. What the hell do you think you are doing? Bai Gu, the city lord of White Cloud City, was ranked 4th on the Barren Sky rank. Of the 3 ranked before him, 1 was his teacher, 1 was his senior, and 1 was in the Ice Temple. That meant that there was hardly anyone who dared piss off the city lord of White Cloud City in the entire Barren State. What Yuan Hong did right there, trampling all the way from Taihang Mountain, was seen to be insolence of the highest order. Boom, boom! The earth continued shaking as one golden great ape after another showed up. There were some among them who split up, intending to surround the Gong Sun clan estate. Get lost. Yuan Hong glared at Yun Hao with his huge golden eyes in a condescending manner. The one ranked last on Barren Sky ranking had no place talking to him. Chapter 680, Attitude. Chapter 680, Attitude. Yun Hao glared at Yuan Hong upon hearing the ape telling him to get lost. He was still a mighty one ranked on Barren Sky ranking, yet Yuan Hong dared berate him. Yuan Hong, I will warn you once again. This is White Cloud City, and nobody from the Barren State dares to come mess around here, Yun Hao said with a threatening tone. If Yuan Hong dared mess around in White Cloud City, then White Cloud City would have also invaded Taihang Mountain at a later date. There were few throughout the Barren State capable of enduring the wrath of the city lord of White Cloud City. That is where you are wrong. I'm not here in White Cloud City to mess around. I'm here to kill someone, Yuan Hong answered with a forceful tone. He extended his palm right after he was done talking. A sky-piercing staff made of gold appeared in his huge hands. He took one step forward and an extremely refined might permeated the space around them. The winds howled and the clouds turned, as the entire estate was being encased in the overbearing might. Bam! Yuan Hong took another forceful step forward, which seemed to be imbued with super-powerful martial arts will. Countless of the Gong Sun clan fell flat on the ground. No one was allowed to escape. A regal, divine silhouette of a golden great ape appeared in all of their minds, which remained in their heads regardless if they were looking at it or not. Such was the might of the top-notch sage. Yun Hao, are you sure you want to get in my way? A strong wave of sound traversed the air and shook everything in its path. It was a might so powerful that even those far outside the estate were able to feel it. None dared go any way near the estate, and all of them simply took to watch the events unfold from afar. An illusory shadow of a great ape seemed to have appeared in the sky. It blocked out the sky as its vast shadow encased everything in it as if it was something made out of pure will. Yun Hao, at that very moment, was able to feel the truly terrible might of figures ranked high on the Barren Sky ranking. He felt utterly helpless against Yuan Hong. The staff in the ape's hand was lifted up high with terrible might. The shadow of the great ape seemed to have lifted its staff as well, synchronizing with his movements. It was some special ability of Yuan Hong himself. Yun Hao burst his aura in a crazed manner. Gong Sun Jing, who was standing behind him, went utterly pale as he looked at the sky. If that staff was brought down on their heads, it would pack enough force to raise the Gongsun clan estate. Yuan Hong, you have gone too far. A terrifying aura was sensed from afar. The skies changed in an instant, and the vicinity became gray. It seemed as if a pair of great gray eyes appeared, gaining control of the entire space like a pair of formless hands. That incredibly huge shadow with the staff seemed to be hindered by that formless power. Yun Hao felt the pressure on him lessen considerably. He let out a breath of stale air and relaxed for a bit. He came to know the terrifying might of that pressure when he was facing Yuan Hong. It was fortunate that the city lord showed up at the nick of time. The might that permeated the sky belonged to none other than the city lord himself. It was a power unleashed by the Eye of Devastation. The same spell, when used by the city lord, was several orders of magnitude more powerful than it had been when used by Bai Luli. A terribly imposing figure dressed in white appeared in the air above the Gongsun clan estate. The city lord took his steps and was overflowing with terrible authority. He was practically clad in the powerful aura of one of the few top-notch figures. He addressed Yuan Hong, who stood before him with cold eyes. I care not for your affairs at Taihang Mountain. This is White Cloud City, and I will not tolerate any disrespectful acts here. Gongsun Jing sighed a breath of relief as well. He was drenched in sweat all over. Being faced with an imminent threat of death, even sages would have felt fear. He had no doubt that if the city lord had not shown up, Yuan Hong would have crushed them right there and then. Those wretched beasts from Taihang Mountain, what business do they have with me killing Yi Futian? The two figures squared off against each other in the air. One ranked 4th on Barren Sky ranking while the other ranked 18th. It had been quite a while since such a battle happened in the barren state. A formless gale blew across the air. Yuan Hong's golden eyes were set straight at Bai Gu as he said coldly, I told you, I'm coming to White Cloud City to kill the Gongsun clan today. Are you trying to cover for them by standing in my way? I'm telling you one more time. This is White Cloud City. If you think I'm going to cover them, very well then. What if I do? Bai Gu responded sternly. He was still a figure ranked 4th on the Barren Sky ranking, and there was hardly anyone in the barren state he took notice of. Yuan Hong is threatening me? What a joke. The assassination attempt on Yi Futian had nothing to do with him, but the case with Gu Donglu ruining the marriage arrangement in the Zhuge family estate had everything to do with Yi Futian. However, it was nowhere serious enough that Bai Gu deemed Yi Futian to be one he had to eliminate. If he had actually gone all the way to plan an assassination attempt on a noble like Yi Futian, that would have truly been a joke. If he had wanted to kill Yi Futian, all he had to do was simply slap the young man across the face. Bai Gu's status was such that assassinating Yi Futian was utterly beneath him. However, since the Gongsun clan had joined White Cloud City, it was only natural that they became Bai Gu's men. Yuan Hong asked if Bai Gu intended to cover the Gongsun clan, but there was hardly anything anyone could have done if Bai Gu actually did so. Your name has been the talk of legends, City Lord of White Cloud City. I, Yuan Hong, will find out for myself how powerful the one ranked 4th on the Barren Sky ranking actually is. Yuan Hong's words sent shivers down the spines of everyone within earshot. Even Yun Hao and Gongsun Jing felt themselves trembling inside. Yuan Hong of Taihang Mountain actually dared move against the city lord of White Cloud City. It was something utterly insane. So be it. The city lord glared at Yuan Hong as he said plainly. It was only 3 words, yet the pressure behind those 3 words was extremely intense. Bai Gu also wanted to see for himself how powerful the golden great ape of Taihang Mountain, said to be invincible in battle, truly was. This is spectacular. I never expected to be able to see this up close. A boisterous laughing voice was heard. Several silhouettes were found at the side. Everyone turned their eyes in that direction. There were some among them who were not familiar faces, but to those who actually knew who those people were, their hearts trembled. Yu Qi, the city lord of Alchemy City, appeared in White Cloud City. Both White Cloud City and Alchemy City served as major symbols of the western regions of the Barren State. Both were true landmarks of the region, and at that moment, Bai Gu, ranked 4th on Barren Sky ranking, and Yu Qi, ranked 8th, were found at the same time in the same place. Bai Gu and Yuan Hong did not find his appearance to be surprising, as they obviously were able to sense him. They were of the same plane, Sage Plane, and it was only natural that they were able to sense each other's presence. Yet, Gong Sun Jing's face changed. He had, after all, come all the way from Alchemy City to join White Cloud City. Yu Qi, I assume that you're not here in White Cloud City just for the show? Bai Gu asked. Of course not, Yu Qi said plainly. I came for the Gong Sun clan. You want to meddle with that assassination attempt? Bai Gu asked as he frowned. Just because the victim is a junior of your son-in-law? Gong Sun Jing's face went pale. Yu Qi wants in on this as well? My business here actually has little to do with Yi Futian, Yu Qi said. It's just that back when Yi Futian and Gong Sun Yi fought, I was the one bore witness and hosted the fight. Everyone there saw it, including your son, Bai Luli. Now that the Gong Sun clan wants revenge, they're practically throwing dirt on my face. He was being reserved with his words, but he needed not spell it all out for Bai Gu. Gong Sun clan did more than just that. They had come to join White Cloud City before they planned the assassination, and that embarrassed Yu Qi even further. So? Bai Gu asked. So I'm here to ask you. Do you mind handing Gong Sun Jing to me? Yu Qi asked with a smile. Gong Sun Jing's face went pale. Yu Qi had indeed come for him. Can't do. He is one of my people now, Bai Gu said casually. Gong Sun Jing was already one of his men. If he had simply handed Gong Sun Jing over just like that, that would have been an insult to his status as the city lord of White Cloud City. I knew you would say something like that, given your temperament and all. Yu Qi hardly minded. He continued with a smile. In that case, I'll just sit back and enjoy the show. Go on. Gong Sun Jing felt immensely distressed. Since when did Yu Qi become so easy to talk to? Bai Gu turned his attention back at Yuan Hong and said, After you? Yuan Hong said nothing. He simply swung his staff, and in an instant, conjured multiple shadows of the staff in the air, yet he did not attack. The shadow of the ape in the sky swung its staff around as well. An intense might was brought to bear on everything below, and many felt unable to even stand still. The shadows of the staffs grew increasingly intense, and it seemed to be the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques of the apes. Multiple shadows of the staff were conjured in the air as a boundless air of terror hung above. It was just the might of the skill, yet many felt themselves crumbling under its pressure as if the sky was to be brought down on them soon. The city lord of White Cloud City looked up and cast his gaze high up in the air. There seemed to be pairs of formless, gray, huge hands interrupting with the flow of the might. At the same time, an incredibly huge golden shadow formed, as if an ancient god was standing between the heavens and the earth. It was a conjuration made entirely of gold, seemingly conjured out of spite against Yuan Hong. The summoned huge golden ancient god extended multiple golden arms and lashed out in the air. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Boom! A thunderous rumble was heard. At the very next moment, the shadow of staff all over the air coalesced into one single weapon and was brought down on everything below. In that very instant, many of the mighty ones were brought to the ground by the pressure, as if the sky itself was being brought down on them. The staff went swiftly at them in the air. The golden ancient god's countless arms went on to grab the staff, but golden lights burst upon contact. Many of those arms crumbled and that ancient god leaped into the air and went straight for the staff. Terrifying will in the air seeped into the body of the ancient god as it burst for higher ground. Boom! Yet another thunderous rumble was heard and the staff was brought down once more. The ancient god crumbled from top to bottom as every inch of its body burst into bits. Yet the might of the staff was continuously weakened, gradually brought to a halt right on top of the city lord of White Cloud City before dissipating altogether. Buildings within the Gong Sun clan estate on the ground were reduced to ashes. Many had blood around their mouths. The one strike was far more powerful than what was dealt to the Ning clan. I see, Yuan Hong said plainly. The city lord of White Cloud City stared at Yuan Hong's shadow. The staff had incredible force. Yuan Hong's offensive capacity was far beyond what he had anticipated. We'll meet again when the time comes. As for you all of the Gongsun clan, you would do well to cower forever in White Cloud City, never stepping outside ever again, Yuan Hong said as he turned around to leave. Many of the golden great apes followed. But then Yuqi called, Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong halted his steps and glanced at Yuqi. What business do you have with me, City Lord Yu? Come visit Alchemy City sometime. That golden staff you conjured was spiritual qi. It was terrifyingly powerful, but the power it packed was limited. I can forge you a weapon-type ritual implement specifically for you, Yuqi elaborated. The City Lord of White Cloud City sparked with sharp flashes. Is Yuqi trying to mess with me here? Very well, I will visit Alchemy City sometime. Thank you. Yuan Hong turned around and left with the apes of Taihang Mountain as soon as he finished. Yuqi glanced at Bai Gu and said, That's all for me, farewell. He then turned around and left as well. Bai Gu, City Lord of White Cloud City, paid no heed to Yuqi as such. Yuqi deemed it unnecessary for him to pay much heed to Bai Gu. Yuan Hong naturally understood that if Bai Gu, the one ranked fourth on Barren Sky ranking, insisted on intervening, there was little else he could have done. However, Yuan Hong demonstrated his thoughts and attitude by showing up. He would have killed if he could, but even if he was unable to do so, he was sending a message to all in Barren State. Anyone who dared move against Futian had better remember the fact that the Gongsun clan was reduced to having to spend the rest of their days in fear. Yuqi understood it all the same, but it was unthinkable for him to simply wage a war against the City Lord of White Cloud City. Both of them were top-notch figures in the Barren State, and it would have been bad for them to simply go for each other's throats, because of Gongsun Jing. However, he needed to make his stance on the matter clear, nonetheless. The Gongsun clan had deserted Alchemy City for White Cloud City and hired to assassinate Yi Futian. All that they did was seen as a severe slight against him, and he was compelled to make sure Gongsun Jing remembered that, or else everyone would think they could have their way with Yuqi as they pleased. The forging of a weapon for Yuan Hong was a show of force. If you, City Lord of White Cloud City, insists on covering for Gongsun clan and will not show me any face, there is little I can do about that. But I need not give face to you as well. He was interested to see if the City Lord of White Cloud City found Gongsun Jing worth keeping around, and he wanted Gongsun Jing himself as well as the entire Barren State to see that. Yuqi and Yuan Hong both left White Cloud City. The demonic beasts of Taihang Mountain withdrew as they left behind rumble on the ground tea, but White Cloud City was far from quiet. It was especially so for the Gongsun clan. Gongsun Jing's face was ashen at that point. He began to have regrets, pondering if it had been worth it to try to assassinate Yi Futian simply because he had not been able to hold himself back. He never thought that not only did the attempt ended in failure, but it had also even kicked up such a great fuss with powerful figures. The Taihang Mountain forces went out of their way for him, and Yuqi visited White Cloud City personally for him. What would happen to Gongsun clan from here on out? Were they really going to just cower in White Cloud City forever? Chapter 681, Sage and Saint Ranking of the Nine States. Chapter 681, Sage and Saint Ranking of the Nine States. What happened in White Cloud City shook Barren State once again. Yuan Hong of Taihang Mountain had actually gone all the way there. If the city lord himself had not intervened, he would have slaughtered the Gongsun clan right there and then, just like how he did the Ning clan. It was an overwhelming show of force indeed. Furthermore, Yuan Hong had actually fought the city lord. Although both sides used only one move, many were able to feel that since none of the figures on the Barren Sky ranking actually fought each other straight up, if another such clash of the Titans type of battle was to ever be fought again, the rankings might actually see huge changes. Other than that, the appearance of Yuqi in White Cloud City was also something that shocked many. It seemed that the Gongsun clan's good days were long over. The happenings also made it very clear for all the top forces in the Barren State, there was yet another one of the younger generation that was deemed off limits, the former number one on the law rank, the currently expelled student of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian. The expedition of the mass of demonic beasts down Taihang Mountain served as a very good deterrent. The very individual who sparked all this commotion, Yi Futian, seemed to still be recuperating and training in Taihang Mountain, knowing nothing about all that commotion he helped stir up. What he knew was only that Yuan Hong was definitely out to avenge him on that day when he led the golden great apes down the mountain. Time passed, and with the blink of an eye, it was the end of year 10009 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. The scorching sun was hanging above Taihang Mountain, casting intense light and heat on everything below. Yi Futian stood at the cliffs and practiced a set of techniques. Every breath filled his internal organs with bursting vigor. His martial arts practice had reached grade 2 noble plane and was as steady as bedrock. He was one step away from entering grade 1 noble plane. It was not just him. Many of his acquaintances and friends saw varying progress in their respective cultivations. Their planes had finally and actually equaled out more or less. Long Ao and Madame Long came to Taihang Mountain and took Linger away with them. They were right to worry after something like that happened. Furthermore, the end of the year was near. Hua Jiu came beside Yi Futian quietly, looking at the vast mountains that seemed to spread out without end. Having not been out for so long, I kind of wonder what the barren state is like these days, Hua Jiu said softly. Didn't second sister send someone over? I heard that third brother is finally out from his secluded training phase and is now a third-level sage. I guess his progress has been great. Yi Futian smiled and said. While he had been on Taihang Mountain all this while, he came to know what happened outside from Yuan Hong himself, including how the King of Apes went slaughtering the Ning clan and caused a commotion in White Cloud City. Yi Futian had also learned that there had been some small conflicts happening in the Holy Ji Palace. His teacher, Sage Dozhan, intended to have a trial with Ning Xian, but was rejected by the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian was, after all, an expelled student, and it was impossible for the Holy Ji Palace to go punish an elder of the Tianxing Pavilion for his sake. However, while the Holy Ji Palace did not interfere with the matter, the score between him and Ning Xian was far from settled. Ning Xian was the mastermind behind it all. He knew that Lulan Shui and the rest were still in Battle Sage Palace, and as such, Yi Futian would definitely return for them. That was where the assassination attempt had taken place. If it had not been for Long Etian showing up, Yi Futian, Hua Jiu, Yu Sheng, Linger, and the others would have probably died in that battle that day. It was a score that could only be settled with blood, and there was no way Yi Futian would have just let it slide. But then again, what mattered most at the moment was his training. He needed to first make it to a grade 1 noble plane before attempting to break into sage plane. Another year is almost up. Yi Futian sighed. Hua Jiu nodded. Indeed, time flies and yet another year is about to end. Year 10009 of the Divine Prefecture calendar was almost near its end, and memories of the case with Yi Futian's assassination attempt had softened considerably. The Holy Ji Palace returned to its usual peaceful days. However, many students could not help but feel something was missing. Maybe it was because someone in the past and in their midst had been too important a figure, and his absence caused some kind of vacuum in the Holy Ji Palace. It was especially so when the day of the sparring session arrived and Shimin Hanjiang was serving as the host. If that person was still around, he might have been the one to host the sparring sessions. He had once made himself famous on the sparring platform before, yet he left the Holy Ji Palace not having truly hosted one of those sessions. On that day, all students of the Holy Ji Palace stopped training and gathered around the sparring session grounds. It was indeed a lively event. The great figures watched the event from behind the scenes. They hoped that some other geniuses would rise to take the place of Yi Futian, Yu Xing, Hua Jiu, and the others after since they left the Holy Ji Palace. However, the chances of something like that happening again were simply too slim. Geniuses of the likes of Bai Luli, Yi Futian, and Yu Xing were something that happened only once in 100 years. At that very moment, there was a group of mighty ones descending from the sky. The group of people exuded an air of exceptionality. There was a young man and a middle-aged man taking the lead, while many mighty ones followed closely behind. "Who are you people?" The guards of the Holy Ji Palace took to the air in attempts to stop them. However, at the very instant where they unleashed their might, intense pressure filled the air, causing the guards to feel suffocated. The group of people went straight into the Holy Ji Palace unannounced and uninvited, without any regard for the guards. "Someone has intruded the Holy Ji Palace!" one of the guards shouted. Was there actually someone in the barren state who dared intrude the Holy Ji Palace? One mighty one after another leaped into the air in attempts to stop the intruders, but knew as soon as they felt the aura exuded by those intruders, that they were utterly incapable of stopping them. They had no choice but to inform the lords. The young man who was taking the lead glanced at the people of the Holy Ji Palace and said, "Have you told Brother Jean about this?" "I did." "We will meet in the sacred ground of the barren state," someone beside him answered. They were composed and paid no heed to the mighty ones around them. The Lord of Tianqing Pavilion arrived with a group of mighty ones to stop them. He looked incredibly serious as he questioned the intruders. "Who are you people?" He scanned the two taking the lead. The young man was calm and composed, exuding confidence in silence. It was as if he cared for nothing around him. The middle-aged man right beside the young man felt as if he melded entirely with his surroundings, bringing immeasurable might to bear. "We came from the sacred ground of Yu State, here to visit the sacred ground of the barren state," the young man said calmly. While he called the intrusion a visit, none of them bothered telling anyone about anything before they came throwing their weight about inside the Holy Ji Palace. It was obvious that they did not find the Holy Ji Palace a sacred ground on par with theirs. "Jishen Cliffs," Sage Tianqing said. "The people of the sacred ground of Yu State came indeed, and they came right inside the Holy Ji Palace. I heard that it was Lu Chan who is in charge of the Holy Ji Palace." "Where is he?" the middle-aged man of immeasurable might asked. It was obvious that he knew of Lu Chan. Many of the students below looked up in the air and felt stunned. The mighty ones from Yu State came and asked directly for the assistant palace lord. They knew that the middle-aged man was some force to be reckoned with. "Kong Yao," a voice was heard. Many turned their eyes in the voice's direction and saw Lu Chan heading their way. His eyes were locked on the middle-aged man. He indeed knew of Kong Yao from Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State, and Kong Yao was known to be the #1 figure below sainthood in Yu State. Many of the mighty ones ranked on the barren sky ranking had ventured outside the barren state before. They went on pilgrimages throughout all 9 states, and some even witnessed the attainment of sainthood and knew many people. Kong Yao left a very deep impression on Lu Chan. He had once killed several top-notch sages all by himself. However, even a figure like Kong Yao was unable to attain sainthood, but he remained adamant in his efforts to attain it. Lu Chan never thought Kong Yao, a figure renowned throughout Yu State, would have been among the intruders. In actuality, Kong Yao's name was renowned throughout all 9 states instead of just Yu State alone. Like the barren sky ranking, there was yet another ranking with even more authority spanning throughout all 9 states, the Sage and Saint ranking of the 9 states. The Saint ranking documented the existence of saints throughout all 9 states, as every saint was someone at the pinnacle of their respective states. The number of saints in all 9 states was few and far between. As such, every single saint was documented on the Saint ranking. The Sage ranking consisted of 81 places, made so from 9 times 9 equaling 81, and the number 9 served as a standard for all 9 states. Any state with less than 9 members in the ranking was deemed weak, while a state with more than 9 members in the ranking was deemed strong. Right now, however, there was no one from barren state ranked in the Sage and Saint ranking of the 9 states. As there was no saint from the barren state, it was only natural they were unable to be ranked on the Sage and Saint ranking. As such, the right to even be ranked on said ranking was taken from them, and only the barren sky ranking was known throughout the barren state. In actual fact, however, the very ranking that was held in very high esteem throughout the barren state was seen as a lesser ranking in the eyes of other states. Lu Chan especially thought that to be quite a shame. Due to the fact that barren state had no saint, they were robbed of the right to even be ranked on the Sage and Saint ranking, and the sacred ground of the barren state, the Holy Ji Palace, ran the risk of being taken from them. It was due to such reasons that he was anxious to create saints. There were 81 sages in the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states, and Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs was one of them. He was ranked 9th and was near invincible to all below the saint plane. Throughout all 9 states, only 8 were deemed capable of beating him. Lu Chan, this is the son of Jisheng Cliffs, Qin Zhong. Kong Yao introduced the young man standing right beside him. I'm honored to make your acquaintance, Senior Lu Chan. Qin Zhong nodded as a gesture of respect. While he exuded plain, gentle respectability, it was unable to overpower his brimming confidence. Qin Zhong, one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, was known to be the one most talented among the 9. While he was only at the pinnacle of the noble plane, he did nothing to mask the admiration and importance Jisheng Cliffs showed him. Kong Yao, the number 1 on sage ranking, would not have been the one escorting him otherwise. Kong Yao himself was a figure who was standing right below the saint plane, and he was the most powerful one in the Jisheng Cliffs. There was only one explanation of having him escort a man who was his junior. This junior displayed potential for sainthood. Lu Chan nodded to Qin Zhong. He was able to tell that the youth before him was not some ordinary figure. Having Kong Yao by his side meant that he was probably the most exceptional one among the younger generations in Jisheng Cliffs. Sir, why is that all of the Holy Ji Palace's students are here today? Is there something going on? Qin Zhong asked Lu Chan. Today is the last day of the year, and the Holy Ji Palace is about to inspect the results of the students' progress throughout the year. It was a sparring session to be held among the younger generation. Lu Chan elaborated. What a great coincidence indeed. Qin Zhong smiled. Now that we're here in the sacred ground of the barren state, and we meet under such circumstances, would you mind if I had a look, sir? Please. Lu Chan nodded. Qin Zhong knew his manners, and he knew there was no way Lu Chan could have refused him asking in such a way. The group made it to the grounds where the sparring sessions were held. The students saw the group arriving and knew that those were the visitors from the sacred ground of Yu State. Please continue, Lu Chan said plainly. Shimin Hanjiang nodded and began hosting the sessions. Chapter 682. The sparring sessions changed after the year Yi Futian first appeared. There were no longer cases of seniors bullying juniors in the sessions, and outright fights were replaced with verifications. If one proved to be of a higher plane, verifications were done to check one's comprehension in one's training, just like how Yi Futian battled Lian Yuqin using only skills on the Guqin. The sparring sessions changed after the year Yi Futian first appeared. There were no longer cases of seniors bullying juniors in the sessions, and outright fights were replaced with verifications. If one proved to be of a higher plane, verifications were done to check one's comprehension in one's training, just like how Yi Futian battled Lian Yuqin using only skills on the Guqin. Due to having mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs and Yu State visiting, the sparring sessions would perhaps turn somewhat more aggressive, as the students gave it their all to show the best of what they were. At the very least, they deemed it unacceptable to have the Holy Ji Palace lose face in the presence of people from the sacred ground of Yu State. Lu Chan, Kong Yao, and the rest watched in silence. Qin Zhong was doing the same. His expression was as still as the surface of a lake on a fine day. There was nothing to be read. The Holy Ji Palace was the sacred ground imparting the lineage of saints in the barren state. The sparring session served as a showcase of the highest standards the youth of barren state had to offer. It was no surprise that there were no saints to be found in the barren state. What they were able to see so far said that the younger generation of barren state proved less than desirable with their prowess. They also knew that there were similar sparring sessions among the younger generation students in Jisheng Cliffs. But when the sessions of both sides were compared, the students of the Holy Ji Palace indeed proved inferior. Qin Zhong, you are the son of Jisheng Cliffs. What do you think about the younger generation of students of the Holy Ji Palace? Lu Chan asked. He had no intentions of bragging and was simply curious. He simply wanted to know how much of a difference there was between them and Jisheng Cliffs. Knowing such differences would serve well as motivation going forward. Sitting in a well, looking at the sky would easily breed arrogance. He hoped that the students of the Holy Ji Palace got to know there was a wider world out there. As such, he did not mind Qin Zhong's presence in the sessions at all. Would you mind if I spoke my mind truthfully? Qin Zhong asked Lu Chan. Not at all, Lu Chan answered. From what I've seen so far, I have yet to find someone exceptional among them. Qin Zhong then continued. Of course, the best might have been saved for last. Qin Zhong did not bother lowering his voice as he said so, as his words were meant for all the students attending the sparring sessions. Many found his words to be hard on the ears. The sessions had been going on for some time and many mighty ones on law rank demonstrated their abilities, yet Qin Zhong claimed that he had yet found someone exceptional in their midst. Just how arrogant do you need to be to say something so blatantly insolent, paying no heed to the Holy Ji Palace? If it is indeed as you said, do you mind if I ask what you mean by exceptional? A student of the Holy Ji Palace asked in an irritated tone. Qin Zhong turned his eyes at the student who spoke and smiled. It is something rather impossible to be described with words alone. In that case, since it is the day of the sparring sessions, how about you come out and show us yourself what you mean by exceptional? Someone looked at Qin Zhong and said. Qin Zhong looked at the one who spoke and scanned the students below. He had originally intended only to see the extent of talent among the younger generation of students in the Holy Ji Palace, with no intention of doing anything himself. He was even more reluctant to do so after seeing the extent of their capabilities. However, he understood that his words were not something that the students of the Holy Ji Palace would take easily, and they would doubt him. As such, Qin Zhong smiled and said, I'm now at the pinnacle of the noble plane, and if I were to be brash, I would say that no one in the noble plane in Jisheng Cliffs would be able to fight me at equal footing. As such, I see that I would be doing you all a disservice if I were to simply go into the sessions. If there is anything you would like to verify, please have the best among you do so with me. The students of the Holy Ji Palace thought that if he dared say something like that, it was apparent that he was some very renowned figure in Jisheng Cliffs, the sacred ground of Yu State. While they were rather irked by his comments, they knew well that he was indeed very powerful. Many cast their gaze at Shimin Hanjiang. With Yi Futian and Yu Xing expelled from the Holy Ji Palace, Shimin Hanjiang was the champion of law rank once again. As he stood at the top of the ranking, there was no doubt that he was the most powerful among the students in terms of actual prowess, and he might have proved to be a match for the number one noble from Jisheng Cliffs. Seeing the eyes of everyone present on him, he stepped forward and said to Qin Zhong from afar, Shimin Hanjiang, student of the Holy Ji Palace. Would you mind having a go? Be my guest. Qin Zhong nodded calmly and gestured respectably. Shimin Hanjiang then leaped onto the stage in the middle. Qin Zhong did the same, and both of them met in the air. While they were still quite a distance from one another, their auras were already unleashed. Everyone stared at the two in the air. Shimin Hanjiang still felt insulted from getting beaten by Yi Futian, who was 2 planes lower than he was. With that visitor from Jisheng Cliffs present, he wanted to prove what he was capable of. Coldness shrouded the air and frost covered the platform. Ice and frost were seen in the air as if the air itself was being frozen over completely. Everything in that space seemed to have ground to a halt. At the very next moment, a sword was unsheathed. It was a cold sword which came swiftly at Qin Zhong at blinding speeds. Qin Zhong watched everything unfold in silence. His body was partially covered in ice. He remained unfazed even when the sword came for him. He did not even move an inch when the sword was about to reach his throat. Qin Zhong pointed with his finger, and his movements were too quick for the eye to follow. His hand simply went knocking about in the air, and a crisp sound was heard at the very next moment. Shimin Hanjiang's sword veered off course, and even his body was thrown off. Shimin Hanjiang's sword was so fast that it was able to return and hit from the flanks. At that very moment, Qin Zhong still proved to be the faster one as he moved forward, leaving mirages behind. His finger landed right on Shimin Hanjiang's shoulder. Shimin Hanjiang's hand let go reflexively. The sword dropped and his body was thrown off as well. The sword that he dropped dissolved into spiritual qi and disappeared. Shimin Hanjiang was left standing there, his arms shaking slightly and his face pale. He lost? Many who witnessed the scene found it unbelievable. Qin Zhong was, after all, the #1 noble from Jisheng Cliffs. While the students did consider the possibility of Shimin Hanjiang losing and felt alright even if he were to lose, they still found the way he lost the fight to be rather unacceptable. Shimin Hanjiang, the champion of the law rank, was not even given the chance to bring his full power to bear. His opponent simply hit him with his fingers and he dropped his sword as a result. It was an insult like none other. Many looked at Shimin Hanjiang standing in the cold air. Is that really the genius of the Holy Ji Palace, and the champion of the law rank? It was an irony like none other. It was as if everything that had just happened was nothing but a joke. Shimin Hanjiang considered the possibility of losing, but he never expected to lose in such a humiliating way. He lost without knowing why he lost. His opponent did not even bother fighting him. Is there even a more humiliating loss than this? Lu Chan felt himself trembling inside as he watched the events unfold. So that was how powerful the son of the Yu State's sacred ground was? The difference between Shimin Hanjiang and Qin Zhong was so great that Shimin Hanjiang was utterly helpless. Lu Chan's level was such that he understood that Qin Zhong was already halfway into the Sage Plane. It was entirely within reason that Shimin Hanjiang lost. When Hua Fan was in the period just before he broke into the Sage Plane, he might have had the ability to fight Qin Zhong. At the very least, the loss would have been a less humiliating one. Regardless, the fight allowed the students of the Holy Ji Palace to understand there was more to the outside world that met the eye, and they would have understood the Holy Ji Palace's pressure for it. If you are indeed the #1 noble in the Holy Ji Palace, I must say that I'm rather disappointed regarding the sacred ground of Barren State, Qin Zhong said softly. Shimin Hanjiang went completely pale altogether. Many looked at Shimin Hanjiang in sympathy. That champion of the law rank was indeed going through hell at the moment. There was never a champion in law rank who was so humiliated like Shimin Hanjiang. However, Qin Zhong's tone was one that said that he did not seem to have any intention of humiliating Shimin Hanjiang. It was more like that he never considered his opponent in the first place. In Qin Zhong's eyes, the Holy Ji Palace was simply not worthy of his attention, which was why he was able to be so calm in the face of all that had happened. But then again, it was such an attitude that made the students of the Holy Ji Palace feel even more ashamed of themselves. Shimin Hanjiang's loss was their loss as well, as he was, after all, the champion of the law rank. Many could not help but recall that guy who was expelled from the Holy Ji Palace a while before. If he had been here, would he have been able to fight Qin Zhong on equal footing? Yi Futian might still have lost as he was of a lower plane, but at the very least, it would definitely have been one far less humiliating than the one Shimin Hanjiang suffered. Furthermore, if Yi Futian had been at the pinnacle of noble plane, there was no certainty that the sun would have been able to actually crush him. Yu Wuchen, Phoenix, Yun Xuexing, and all the others were there as well. They watched the events unfold without saying anything, casting their eyes at Lu Chan and the great figures of the Holy Ji Palace instead, wondering if they recalled that there were 2 genius-level figures in the Holy Ji Palace just several months ago, with one of them being the true champion of the law rank. Qin Zhong walked back outside the stage and came to Lu Chan's side. He then asked, "The students of the Holy Ji Palace represent the best Barren State has to offer?" Lu Chan was rendered silent for a while. While he had indeed wished for the students to know how powerful geniuses of the greater world were, he had never anticipated the loss to be so humiliating. Qin Zhong's question sounded especially awkward under such circumstances. If Yi Futian and Yu Xing were still in the Holy Ji Palace, he would have said yes to the question without hesitation. Yi Futian had, after all, crushed Di Gang, the champion of the western region, Shimin Hanjiang, champion of law rank, and Huang Zhouge, the #1 of the sovereign family in Zhongzhou City, as just a grade 3 noble. Such a talent would have definitely been the best Barren State had to offer. Yu Xing was not far behind either. With both geniuses of such caliber expelled, the Holy Ji Palace had lost their right to claim such a thing. The students looked at Lu Chan, who was silent, and they knew that the battle was difficult for him to look at. Cultivation has no inherent limits, and I dare not say that the ones studying in the Holy Ji Palace are definitely the best. The Barren State is a huge place, and there are definitely be other top-notch geniuses out there. As such, I dare not say that the Holy Ji Palace serves as the symbol of the very best. Of course, when you're talking about things as a whole, it is indeed so, Lu Chan replied in a tactful manner. Qin Zhong nodded without saying much. At that moment, there were others showing up with people of the Holy Ji Palace leading the way. Brother Qin, you're here. It was Zhang Xiao and the others with him. They arrived by air and smiled as soon as they saw Kong Yao beside Qin Zhong. Since Kong Yao is here, all has been settled then. He knew that someone like him would not have been able to have Kong Yao show up. As such, he called for Qin Zhong instead. Brother Zhang. Qin Zhong nodded. Uncle Kong. Zhang Xiao bowed slightly at Kong Yao. Kong Yao nodded in response. My name is Zhang Xiao. It is my pleasure to meet all of you, seniors of the Holy Ji Palace. Zhang Xiao nodded at Lu Chan and the others. His attitude towards them was noticeably different than what he showed Kong Yao. It was something Lu Chan and the others in the Holy Ji Palace took note of. That son of Jishin Cliffs was obviously feeling rather superior in the sacred ground of the Barren State. It was probably them who had arrived at the Zhuge family several months ago, intending to take Gu Donglu away. Brother Zhan, the Holy Ji Palace is the sacred ground of Barren State, a place of similar lineage with Jishin Cliffs, I'd say. We all descended from Emperor Xiao's orthodoxy, after all. As this is a matter concerning the Barren State, it would be best to have Palace Lord Lu handle this. That would probably make things easier to handle. Qin Zhong looked at Zhang Xiao and said, How about you tell Palace Lord Lu what happened? Indeed. Zhang Xiao nodded and asked Lu Chan, Is it convenient for you here, sir? Walk with me, Lu Chan said. He told the students of the Holy Ji Palace. Carry on. They left soon after. Chapter 683. Lu Chan, Sage Tianqing, and the group of mighty ones from Jishin Cliffs walked into the Holy Ji Palace, heading for Holy Sage Pavilion. While the group from Jishin Cliffs had made their entrance in a rather rude manner, they still hailed from the sacred ground of Yu State, and that place had saints. With that said, the foreigners indeed proved superior when compared to the Holy Ji Palace's members. As such, Lu Chan had no choice but to let the matter slide and treat them as honorable guests. Lu Chan, Sage Tianqing, and the group of mighty ones from Jishin Cliffs walked into the Holy Ji Palace, heading for Holy Sage Pavilion. While the group from Jishin Cliffs had made their entrance in a rather rude manner, they still hailed from the sacred ground of Yu State, and that place had saints. With that said, the foreigners indeed proved superior when compared to the Holy Ji Palace's members. As such, Lu Chan had no choice but to let the matter slide and treat them as honorable guests. What made you come all the way here to the Barren State? Lu Chan asked. Palace Lord Lu, I'm sure you've heard about the incident with the Zhuge family a while ago. I've heard that the clan leader of the Zhuge family graduated from the Holy Ji Palace. If you are willing to lend a hand, the matter will be over soon, Zhang Xiao said. You mean the incident with Gu Donglu? Lu Chan asked. Indeed. Zhang Xiao nodded. I found a saint's ruins about a year ago. Some of the secret zones proved rather dangerous. As such, a lot of sages were invited to probe the place. Many of them were from renowned clans in Yu State. I saw Gu Donglu as a dashing and exceptional figure, so I invited him to come along, becoming friends with him, thinking him to be a man of honor. We made a deal that the sacred relic would be made mine when we acquired it, as I was the one who found the sacred ground. He was, of course, welcome to take any of the other treasures found. However, I apparently underestimated how great a person's greed can be. Gu Donglu took the relic for himself and deliberately activated the traps there, killing all of the other sages, and then ran to the Barren State with that relic with him. Members from various forces from Yu State are after him as we speak, and we from Jishin Cliffs have only been pursuing him this far due to having sages with expertise in tracking. While that man exuded the air of a man of honor, he was actually vile and despicable, stealing the sacred relic and killing our comrades. As such, even if he agreed to surrender what he stole, I will not just let him go. I made that very clear back when we were in the Zhuge family estate. Zhang Shao continued elaborating. My uncle and junior have come all the way here to settle the matter as well. But my junior reminded me that we are in the barren state, and the Holy Ji Palace is the sacred ground of barren state. If you are willing to help us get the Zhuge family to hand Gu Donglu over, the matter will be settled and you will have one less vile person to deal with in the barren state. Lu Chan was unfazed by Zhang Zhao's words, appearing calm as Zhang Shao explained his case. If there was one thing that Lu Chan learned from all the years he had been alive, it was to never listen to only one side of the story and believe it to be the entire truth. Zhang Zhao's words might have been the truth, but there was no way he would have simply believed it just because Zhang Shao said so. While he indeed was on rather bad terms with Gu Donglu over what happened to Bai Luli, from that one battle, he was able to tell that Gu Donglu was indeed someone worthy of being in legends, sporting incredibly exceptional talents. He had to admit at least that much about the young man. Lu Chan, what do you think? Kong Yao asked, seeing that Lu Chan had not said anything in response. The day you mean, I assume, would be the engagement day of Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyu. As such, Gu Donglu is now the son-in-law of the Zhuge family. Zhuge Qifeng was indeed a student of the Holy Ji Palace and was my junior. However, it is due to such reasons that if I were to ask Zhuge Qifeng to hand his son-in-law over, I would be put in a tight spot, as such actions would be rather dishonorable. Lu Chan then continued calmly. I'm afraid that it would be rather inconvenient for the Holy Ji Palace to interfere with the matter you speak of. Zhuge Qifeng had already shown his bias for Gu Donglu that day, and Lu Chan was very angry about it. However, the two cases were still two separate cases. He deemed it inappropriate to invest his personal feelings into matters when greater rights and wrongs were involved. The group from Jisheng Cliffs went there to ask the Zhuge family to hand over who they deemed responsible, and even others like Yu Qi, who was present, forbade them to simply take Gu Donglu away. It was a clear statement saying that while Jisheng Cliffs was indeed a sacred ground of Yu State, even the son of the place had no business bossing people around in the Zhuge family estate. As such, if the Holy Ji Palace decided to interfere, problems with morality aside, the people of the barren state would see the Holy Ji Palace in an unfavorable light. It is due precisely to such reasons that if some vile creature like Gu Donglu were to be allowed to stay in Zhuge family, he would make a mess of them. There would be dire consequences, and it is imperative that you be involved. Zhang Shao continued. Lu Chan waved his hand and said, Kong Yao, I am obliged to treat you all well as guests coming all the way from the sacred ground of Yu State. However, the Holy Ji Palace does not meddle with the affairs of the barren state, and as such, it would be inconvenient for us to get involved in the case you speak of. I understand. Kong Yao said plainly. In that case, Jisheng Cliffs will not hold you against your will. We will look into it ourselves. Very well then. Lu Chan nodded. I will order for a feast to be prepared. There is no need for that. We deemed it necessary to pay a visit here as we all hail from sacred grounds of the 9 states. We will not hold you any further, as we have that matter to deal with. Kong Yao's voice sounded noticeably colder. He stopped walking right afterward and said, Lu Chan, we will be on our way. In that case, I will not hold you either. Lu Chan did not say anything further. Kong Yao and his people from Jisheng Cliffs left shortly after. Lu Chan and Sage Tianxing stared at the figures leaving the place and felt rather uneasy within. It was especially so for Lu Chan. Kong Yao was known to be invincible to all below the Saint Plane. He had also witnessed firsthand what Kong Yao was capable of. He was ranked 9th on the Sage ranking, and if Zhuge Qifeng were to insist on refusing to hand Gu Donglu over, Kong Yao's forceful temperament would mean a war between him and the Zhuge family. It seems like the Zhuge family will be in deep trouble now, Sage Tianxing said. If the Zhuge family had the gall to refuse Jisheng Cliff's request, they will naturally have to deal with the problem. If Jisheng Cliffs indeed tried to throw their weight around in the barren state, they will definitely not be getting their wish. Lu Chan said, knowing well that the true mighty ones of all sacred grounds of the 9 states were still the saints. The barren state needed saints to emerge as soon as possible. If there were saints among the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace, Kong Yao and the rest of his group would not have acted as rudely and arrogantly as they did. On the other hand, Zhang Shao said when his group had left the Holy Ji Palace. With the barren state in such a rundown state now, I'm surprised that Lu Chan had the gall to be so uncooperative. Even with you here, uncle, he didn't bother giving you any face. This is normal. All who hail from sacred grounds have their own pride. What happened back there was within our expectations, Kong Yao said. If you'd known that it'd turn out as such, why did you bother going to them in the first place? Zhang Shao asked. Zhuge Qifeng graduated from the Holy Ji Palace, and this is still the barren state. What we did will at least ensure that they won't be sticking their noses where they don't belong, Kong Yao explained. If the Holy Ji Palace had interfered and ended up standing against them, things would have gotten even more complicated. As such, he went asking Lu Chan for help. If Lu Chan made sure to stay out of this, they would be allowed to carry on with their own business without interference. You are one of the top 10 figures on the Sage ranking. Why do you need to be concerned so much with the now rundown barren state? Zhang Shao asked. The barren state is indeed not what it used to be, but it still bears the lineage of saints. The case is not as simple as you think, Kong Yao explained. Sacred grounds definitely housed sacred relics. Jishen Cliffs had saints. As such, sacred relics were in the hands of the saints instead of being in their control. I understand. Zhang Shao nodded. The group headed straight for Xuanwu City in the northern region of Zhengzhou City by air. There had been quite a lot happening in the barren state. Starting with the incident with the engagement between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyu, there were visitors from the sacred ground of Yu State. An assassination attempt at Futian, and golden great apes venturing outside Taihang Mountain. Every single incident shook the barren state as a whole. The people of the barren state somehow felt that there was an undercurrent at work, and something huge would break out at any given moment. However, it was still little more than a hunch, and no one was able to make clear of what would happen next. Zhuge Qifeng was caught at the center of the whirlpool, and as such, his awareness of such developments was more acute than most. In truth, when he saw Yi Futian demonstrate who he really was, Zhuge Qifeng felt that the peaceful days of the barren state were about to be over. When geniuses of such caliber emerged, shockwaves in the form of multiple great incidents followed in their wake. Furthermore, the pressure from Jishen Cliffs never actually disappeared. He knew the mighty ones of Jishen Cliffs would soon strike again. Zhuge Qifeng was meditating in Wind Residence, and Crouching Dragon Mountain was not any different that day. His eyes opened all of a sudden as he set his gaze far away. What was to come have finally came. He had no idea, however, who it would be this time. A group of people landed above Crouching Dragon Mountain. In that very instant, an extremely stifling pressure encompassed the entire mountain. Worse still, many in Xuanwu City not far away from the mountain were able to sense the appalling pressure as well. They turned their eyes at the air right above Crouching Dragon Mountain, and were able to see figures standing high and mighty in the air. Everyone from the Zhuge family walked outside and looked at the mighty ones in the air. Gu Donglu halted his training in Moon Tower and looked at the sky. What was to come had finally came. He had witnessed Zhang Shao kill everyone that day, and he had been the only survivor. He came to understand that Zhang Shao would not have stopped until he was no more. Jishen Cliffs was a sacred ground of Yu State, and Zhang Shao was the son of the place. Among the many sages that he killed, there were geniuses from renowned clans. If that information were to make it outside, it would have affected Jishen Cliff's reputation and damaged Zhang Ao's status as the son. There was no way he would let Gu Donglu live. While Gu Donglu knew that Zhang Shao would have lied, nothing would have put the villain at ease better than to see him dead. That was the very reason Gu Donglu did not elaborate his reasons for running in front of everyone. If it was simply Zhang Shao as an individual who wanted him dead, there was still wiggle room for Gu Donglu to free himself. If he was accused of damaging the reputation of Jishen Cliffs itself, however, people of the entire place would want his head. As such, he knew that there were things he had to keep to himself no matter what. Zhuge Mingyu came to him and took his hand, saying, "Don't worry too much about this. If Father has allowed you to stay, he definitely has a way of settling this." "Easier said than done," Gu Donglu replied. Zhuge Qifeng was seen in the air shortly afterward. I'll go after father-in-law. It's best that you stay here, Miyu. Gu Donglu took to the air after saying that. Zhuge Mingyu smiled and went after him nonetheless. They were now finally together. No matter what was going to happen in the future, she deemed it necessary for them to face adversities together. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyu arrived behind Zhuge Qifeng in the air shortly. Zhang Xiao glared at Gu Donglu with cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Zhuge Qifeng. Kong Yao looked at Zhuge Qifeng and said, I believe we have met. We have indeed. Zhuge Qifeng nodded. That was more than 10 years ago. I'll spare you the chit-chat. Gu Donglu stole a sacred relic from the son of Jisheng Cliffs and killed many of you state's sages. I will be taking him away, Kong Yao said without bothering to beat around the bush. His forceful voice was heard throughout the entire estate. I have heard Donglu talk about this. In the ruins of saints, anyone is free to take sacred relics. If the sacred relic fell into Donglio's hands, then they'd naturally be his. As for the sages, the traps of the secret zones are to blame, Zhuge Qifeng said. He knew everything that took place to Gu Donglu, but he did not tell the truth in front of everyone, trying to downplay things and end it without incident instead. If he had simply gone about telling the truth, Kong Yao would have denied it, regardless if he believed it or not, accusing Zhuge Qifeng of slandering Jisheng Cliffs instead. Such would have been Kong Yao's stance on things. Chapter 684. Kong Yao's aura was a cold, stern one as he glared at Zhuge Qifeng and said, We at Jisheng Cliffs will the one deciding who is right or wrong here. I'll say this one more time, hand Gu Donglu over to us. Kong Yao's aura was a cold, stern one as he glared at Zhuge Qifeng and said, We at Jisheng Cliffs will the one deciding who is right or wrong here. I'll say this one more time, hand Gu Donglu over to us. Zhuge Qifeng looked at him and he naturally knew who Kong Yao was, the figure ranked 9th on the sage ranking of the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states. He knew the weight of a sacred relic. There was no need for right or wrong to be determined when such items were concerned. The innocent would be made guilty if it served their interests. Furthermore, the sacred relic was something that Gu Donglu had taken from Zhang Xiao. Even someone like Kong Yao would not have a sacred relic with him, as he was not the lineage of a saint. There was no way for him to acquire one in conventional ways either, due to Jisheng Cliffs having saints among their ranks. When it came to acquiring a sacred relic, it was entirely within reason for Zhang Xiao to kill everyone around him to get it. Even Kong Yao himself would not have spared anyone mercy if he was in Zhang Xiao's shoes. As such, it was deemed adequate to simply make one's stance clear. There was simply no need for further explanations. I'm afraid I can't comply with that, Zhuge Qifeng answered in a straightforward manner. An oppressive air permeated the sky above Crouching Dragon Mountain for a time. Many looked in their direction from outside the estate, and they were able to sense that stifling aura. Are the super-powerful ones from Jisheng Cliffs about to fight Zhuge Qifeng, who ranks 6th on the Barren Sky ranking, right inside the Zhuge family estate? Might emanated from Kong Yao's body. In that very instant, everyone in the Zhuge family on Crouching Dragon Mountain felt as if a mountain had fallen on their heads. Kong Yao took one step forward, and that one step showered the power of rules down below. A thunderous rumble was soon heard after. Crouching Dragon Mountain was shaking. PFFDT. Many within the Zhuge family of weaker training went pale and spouted blood. They lifted their heads to look at the figure standing tall in the sky, their bodies wobbling. Is that something even doable for a human? One step in terror of this scale follows. Are you sure? Kong Yao's eyes were sharp as he glared at Zhuge Qifeng. A terrifying pressure swept over him, leaning hard on his spiritual willpower. Zhuge Qifeng had never fought someone of such caliber, who ranked 9th on sage ranking. Kong Yao's combat capacity probably belonged on the top 3 of the Barren Sky ranking. It would not be a surprise even if his powers were comparable to the champion of the Barren Sky ranking. The sage ranking was filled with the most powerful 81 sages found in all 9 states. Even if every state were to have only one on the rank, there would still be 9 in total. Even as the number 1 sage in the barren state, there was no certainty he would have been ranked among the top 9 on the sage ranking. In the case of the barren state, Kong Yao's combat capacity was definitely among the absolute top. Zhuge Qingfeng's expression was incredibly severe. His body was dazzling with incredible brilliance, and it brought unparalleled brightness to all of Crouching Mountain Dragon instantly. Deep within the mountain, there was a mysterious power being unleashed. Sky blue brilliance encompassed Zhuge Qingfeng, and the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain was thrown into very bright daylight. Endless runes shone throughout the mountain, and an incredibly huge matrix appeared, 8 trigrams matrix. After images glittered around Zhuge Qingfeng, turning into silhouettes of lightning. They took their places in different corners of the 8 trigrams matrix. They multiplied rapidly and soon, the entire matrices were filled with shadows of Zhuge Qingfeng. "I'm certain," Zhuge Qingfeng replied with a steely, adamant voice. As a top-notch sage, he had no intentions of backing down easily from what he had determined to accomplish. There was simply no way for Jishan Cliffs to throw their weight around in the Zhuge family so easily. The sacred relic. Kong Yao sensed the power, and knew there was a sacred relic in the Zhuge family. While Zhuge Qingfeng was unable to wield the true power of the item, he was nonetheless able to borrow its powers to boost his own. That very 8 trigrams matrix that covered all of Crouching Dragon Mountain emanated an immovable feeling. Zhuge Qingfeng extended his hand, and all of his shadows followed suit in an instant. In the very next second, every shadow shone with the frightening power of lightning throughout the sky. His powers encompassed the group of mighty ones from Jishan Cliffs. The devastating lightning flashed about like death-bringing bolts. Many mighty ones felt spiritual while rocking about. The light was infused with extremely devastating spiritual attacks, rampaging about in their minds. If Zhuge Qingfeng had gone through with it, the scene would have really turned into a disaster. It was apparent that what he pulled was in retaliation to what Kong Yao did earlier. It would have served at least as a reminder to Kong Yao. Boom! Kong Yao took another step forward. Godlike statues appeared in the air and brought their might down upon the 8 trigrams matrix. It shook violently as a result. However, the matrix burst with tremendous light. The force of the attacks it took was spread throughout the entire matrix, ensuring its integrity. At the very same time, Kong Yao vanished into thin air. The people below were unable to even track his movements, making it seem as if he disappeared from existence altogether. He then appeared in the air right before Zhuge Qingfeng. He clenched his fist and punched. Godly conjuring appeared around his fist, seemingly capable of moving the heavens and the earth. Zhuge Qingfeng responded with a punch himself without even flinching. Boom! The entire mountain shook as the punches connect. As both fists collided, light burst from the matrix on the mountain, shooting heavenward. The entire matrix's light coalesced on Zhuge Qingfeng's body, which had his robe and black hair billowing about. At the moment, Zhuge Qingfeng felt it was not Kong Yao who punched him, but an incredible huge godlike figure. Kong Yao's arm vibrated. 9 fists will exploded forth instantly. His godlike conjuring went on a stampede, howling in Zhuge Qingfeng's mind as if it was trying to stomp him to death. It was a harrowing sight to behold. At the same time, Kong Yao burst with endless brilliance of devastation, coursing about his body. Boom! A powerful light exploded, shattering Zhuge Qingfeng's shadows. Kong Yao's body returned to where it had been before as if he never moved in the first place. Yet another illusory shadow coalesced and manifested into Zhuge Qingfeng. It was as if the person that was destroyed before was a shadow instead of his true body. However, the one who launched the attack was none other than Zhuge Qingfeng himself. I have to hand it to the sacred relic. Working under it renders one's defense impenetrable indeed. Kong Yao looked at Zhuge Qingfeng. With protection provided by a sacred relic, one was almost guaranteed victory and total immunity from being killed. The members of Zhuge family continued watching the battle in the air above Crouching Dragon Mountain and were able to deeply feel the immense power of Kong Yao, as he was capable of holding himself well against the powers bestowed by a sacred relic. That was also the first time most of them came to know the power of the sacred relic. It was said that the relic was precisely what the Holy Ji Palace and the City Lord of White Cloud City were after from the Zhuge family, which was the very reason the marriage alliance between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyu was arranged in the first place. Bai Luli's talent was that if he were to reach the pinnacle of sages, armed with the sacred relic in the Holy Ji Palace as well as the one in the Zhuge family to walk on the divine path, he might have very well ended up the most powerful, second only to saints. With that said, the probability of him attaining sainthood would be almost absolute. It was no surprise why all the great figures in the barren state wanted so badly to get the alliance up. They wanted to create a saint. You will not be taking Gu Donglu away. I advise you all to return to where you came from. Zhuge Qifeng looked at Kong Yao and said, that one strike before was more than enough to have him experience how truly frightening the one ranked 9th on the sage ranking was. A simple punch that seemed to have been imbued with the might of major rules capable of wiping everything in its path. If it had not been for the sacred relic boosting Zhuge Qifeng's defenses earlier, it would have been very difficult for him to fight against Kong Yao. I have come all the way here and I will not leave without taking who I came for, Kong Yao said with a forceful tone. He turned around once he was done and told the ones from Jisheng Cliffs, let's go. Zhang Shao glared at Zhuge Qifeng and Gu Donglu. With Gu Dongliu's item accounted for, there were 2 sacred relics in the Zhuge family estate. Qin Zhong was very calm throughout the fight. They might have left Crouching Dragon Mountain, but they did not leave Xuanwu City. They instead took up residence in one of the inns in Xuanwu City, not far away outside Crouching Dragon Mountain. All of the guests checked out without hesitation, as they did not want any trouble with the big shots from Jisheng City, fearing that they may have ended up offending those visitors somehow. So long as the Zhuge family is armed with such a relic, it will be very difficult for us, Qin Zhong said. Zhang Shao, you've been in barren state for quite a while now. Do you have any ideas on how to go about this? Kong Yao said to Zhang Shao. While it was possible for them to fight a war of attrition with the Zhuge family, he thought his energies could be better spent elsewhere. As such, it was still more preferable to get the matter settled as soon as possible. The day I found Gu Donglu was not during his engagement banquet. It was one meant for the proud son of White Cloud City, Bai Luli, and Zhuge Mingyu. The very reason why the Holy Ji Palace formed an alliance with White Cloud City was due to the sacred relic on Zhuge Qifeng. But Gu Donglu went to steal the bride that day and Bai Luli ended up giving up. As such, the City Lord of White Cloud City, who ranks 4th on the Barren Sky ranking, definitely felt very frustrated. It was said that he held an intense grudge when he left that day. Zhang Shao elaborated. So Bai Luli was that proud student of the Holy Ji Palace who ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking and possesses huge potential for sainthood. It was obvious that Kong Yao knew a thing or two about the Barren Sky ranking. Indeed. Zhang Shao nodded. It seems that the Holy Ji Palace is very desperate to nurture a saint. The City Lord of White Cloud City is Bai Luli's father, and it's only natural for him to wish for his son to become a saint. Kong Yao smirked and continued. Pay a visit to White Cloud City. Tell him that when the deed is done, I will help look after Bai Luli when he goes on his journey to sainthood. If this proves inadequate, tell him that the sacred relic in the Zhuge family will be his if we manage to get our hands on it. Will do, uncle, Zhang Shao smirked and said. White Cloud City had been going after the Zhuge family's sacred relic all this while, and they would not simply let a chance like this slip through their fingers. Of course, it would have been better if White Cloud City would have simply agreed to their first proposal, as that would have meant them bagging 2 sacred relics. Zhang Shao left Xuanwu City and headed straight for White Cloud City. He went telling everyone of Gu Dongliu's crimes along the way. Since Gu Donglu had his reservations about telling the truth, he would simply need to claim his side of the story to be the true story, making his lie a complete truth. The news spread far and wide soon. Bai Gu left White Cloud City and headed for the Zhuge family's Xuanwu City months after he had last been there. The incident shook the barren state, and both Xuanwu City and Crouching Mountain Dragon quickly found themselves isolated. Forces gathered right under their noses and they were in a crisis. It seemed as if both places could collapse soon. Futian remained focused on his training at Taihang Mountain. He wanted to become a saint as soon as possible and had dedicated himself to comprehending the rules of Sage Plain, making good progress for the time being. However, when news from Crouching Dragon Mountain reached him, the tranquility within his mind was shattered in an instant. The city lord of White Cloud City had actually wanted in on this, and had even allied with Jisheng Cliffs of State to achieve it. A rumble was heard on Taihang Mountain. A group of golden great apes took to the air with a man standing on one of them. Yuan Hong descended the mountain once again, and this time, with Futian in tow. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.